Look.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
It is time for the grand final day of XPEvo 2024. So many players, over 200 players, have fought up to this point to make it to Saturday. We're at the final top 12. We have 2 loser semifinals already waiting in wings to get started. But before we do that, let's first off thank Next Kings, our sponsor, for sponsoring this entire event. They've been fantastic in helping us make this event possible, putting the chairs on stage, and we appreciate them for that. Also, big thanks to XPEvo, our partner and venue for this event. They've been fantastic hosts once again, and hopefully we'll be able to come back next year. But there's been a lot of action over the weekend. Let's check it out real quick.
I don't feel right unless the odds against me. Back against the wall of my strength. Yeah. I can't let it break. Everything I've been through, it made me better. Ooh, a little hate, it just made me better. Been through everything, it just made me better.
If that is the player names.
I can't waste the pain, it just made me better. Working every day, it just made me better. 1, 2, check, a 1, 2, I'm going in, is that an L? W is still a win. Got it off the muscle, all I know is hustle. All I know is making something out of nothing. What you think they see it? I had to hop in the kitchen, I'm really on fire, you know ignited, yeah. I know some people don't like it, I'm moving with flavor, they probably a bite it, yeah. Trendsetter, being better, I can't take the credit, yeah, wait. Yeah, been on fire, boy, that's flambe. Only time you see my head down is when I'm praying. When my back is turned, the only time they wanna see it. Water on me, flow is cold as ice, I'm finna trade, yeah. And serve it to the people, they need hope, it's no delay, yeah. The odds against me. Back against the wall, my strength, yeah. I can't
This event has brought so many memories over this weekend, and it's insane to think how we're already through onto Sunday. And I hope that everybody who's been watching and everybody who's been here has been able to feel an attachment to this event and to attachment to the Trackmania community. All I heard over the weekend, especially last night, is how much people have never felt the connections they've ever felt before in any other esport, and Trackmania makes it unique in more than any other esport that we could think of. And I think that's special, and I hope that all of you feel that is special as well. But you know what's also special? Getting into these matches. It is already time. We apologize for the delays. We had a little hiccup with the seating, and we will go ahead also and start heading to our casters here in a moment. Also want to mention that on the production stage, the players are unfortunately not sitting right beside each other. They're not divided into the left half of the stage and the right half of the stage, so they will be sitting beside somebody that's sitting in semifinal 2. Unfortunately, this is just what happened with the technicalities of both the seating bracket and the technicalities of how the stage is operating. So we apologize for the inconvenience both to our players and our viewers. But with that being said, let's focus on getting into having a good grand finals day today. And casters, let's go ahead, take it away. Have a good match, guys.
All right, with that, thank you very much, Import, for handing it over. My name is, of course, Tobel. I'm joined by Doogie for this first match of the day. We are on the last day of XPEvo. It's been some exciting matches, but the best is still to come here, I think.
Most definitely. And what a match we have to start off the day today between Tween, Gwen, Elcon and Pack. And if we have seen anything from yesterday, the last match of yesterday, Pack was absolutely dominating. So I'm super curious to see if he can bring that energy to this match as well. And just as I say that, we start the warm-up and go into the first...
The first map it's featuring.
The first map of this first Sunday
of the
match
first
as well.
match of the Sunday. I'm going to be excited. I mean, having featuring here as the first map, it's arguably the hardest map in a map pack. You know, start the day off right.
Exactly.
No room for mistakes today.
No, all of these players, they can take advantage of just the smallest small touch, the smallest little mistake from anyone, losing a gear, and you're already 0.2 behind, because these players, they have been grinding these maps and they are so ready to prove that they can be the champion of XPEvo.
Yeah, absolutely, and we are still to see like the other players in the other match as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be especially looking out for Pack in this match. He's been having a run through the lower bracket, surprisingly. I mean, he's been absolutely dominating every single time I saw him on stream. It's been absolutely incredible to see how fast he is, making other players in his lobby that are seemingly just as good just look slow. So I'm gonna be watching out for him in this match, especially with Tween, Alcon, and Gwen in here. We've got Tween and Gwen again. I'll try not to.
You'll do your best, but
yeah, I'll try not to mix up the names again.
Hiccups will happen. But into the first round here on featuring a map made by Waypoint Mapping. We go into the first round. Tween, Gwen trying to get a good dirt start here. The most important thing is not the start; it's literally getting this low jump into the half pipe backward section and then trying to get as much speed as possible through this booster. Tween gets a really good start. Pack leading right behind him. Gwen trying to push on the inside here into the dirt turn. Super technical dirt here. It's important that you keep all your gears and manage to weave yourself through these tight section and a small triangle drift here into a plastic box slide. Tween is looking super strong early on. Pack slowly trying to catch up. Elcon has not even made a mistake, but he's already 0.4 behind. This is just the level of play that we're seeing right now. You don't even have to make mistakes to be a half a second behind. These guys are pushing everything. They know the stakes that are on right now, and they're prepared, it seems. Into the final section of the map here, third turn. Into the finish, and risky finish. Will Pack manage to snipe Tween? No. Tween takes the first 10 points of the day, and what a confidence boost to start off the day.
Yeah, I mean, Tween, he's been having a solid tournament as well. I mean, evidently making it this far is already a show of a solid tournament for him. We've seen him last time at Playzone in August, where he was already also looking very, very solid. And now, of course, he's trying to do even better and maybe even find a spot for himself in the World Championship. But you know, he's still got some of the most difficult matches ahead of him if he wants to reach that. And we are on to round number 2 of said difficult matches. And this time, Gwen and Alcon, they're going to be off to a much better start than last round here, leading the race for the moment as Gwen goes on and takes the lead ahead of Elcon. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer here through the grass section. This is all really, really tight. I keep crashing it if I try to drive it, but these players are obviously a bit better than me. Yeah, through the box slide here, Gwen still in the lead, 0.16 ahead of Elcon now with a mistake, and so Elcon is going to be taking the race lead for the moment. Pack is also trying to catch up to the race leader. They're trying to get some extra points there. The 10-pointer would be important for him as well. Tween is also still trying to catch up to Pack. They're maybe looking for the overtake through the tech drift now. Elcon still in the lead, 0.2. He's not looking like he's going to drop this. It's going to come down to this finish, and Elcon's going to make the mistake, and it's going to be Pack. Almost sniped by Tween there.
What a close round. And those types of mistake, making those types of mistake, it's so judgmental.
All right.
Yeah. So with that mistake, we seems like we have a small break here. Tween not starting as well. If there's any difficulties or anything in the server, but at the start here.
Okay.
At the start here, we have Tween and
what is it?
Elcon making a few mistakes, and you don't want to see that. You really don't want to make those mistakes early on. It's so important that when you're in the lead and you try to get these 10 pointers, you have to re-log in and not secure yourself 3 points. Making mistakes at the very end is way too hard of a thing to come back from in this type of matchup. It maybe worked earlier, but definitely not for now.
All right, let's see if we've got sound now. Yes, okay. There we go. So it seems we had some problems with the in-game sound. For some reason the setting was changed here. No idea what happened there, but we are on to round number 3, so...
An early mistake here by... Well, the Tween, yeah, making an early mistake, and Tween has been looking really strong, has been making a few mistakes. That might be why he's here down in the lower bracket. But these guys, like, everyone has been making a few mistakes and featuring. It seems like...
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard map, it's hard.
That ice turnaround has fought someone.
We've seen Masa here make big mistakes. We've seen basically everyone. I mean, Masa was a really tight game yesterday, so that's why I'm highlighting that. This was the last game of the day, of course, and yeah, it ultimately did come down to featuring, right?
Yeah. But it's still like, it's such a map that shows the skill level between the players. And
yeah, I mean, the hard maps, they do that. they tend to do that. In this map pack, I feel like especially highlights just like small differences in the players can result in like 0.2, 0.3 leads here and there. And so, I mean, that's the point, right? That's why we have these hard maps. Gwen is going to be taking home a 10
with
point
really good time there as well.
So he's going to be catching up a bit to Tween and Pack currently, both sitting at 16 points overall on score, yeah? And Tween doesn't finish. Oh, that's going to be a lot of points lost for him. So he's going to be dropping down to 3rd place.
I said just before about the 3-pointers is really bad to get. Not finishing, it's arguably even worse.
Yeah. All right. Well, then we're on to the last round of featuring before our first map switch of the day. Pack currently in the lead at 22 points with Gwen closely following at 18. Tween and Elcon also sitting 16 and 10 points respectively. So Elcon hasn't really been driving all too well, except for that very first round where he was doing quite good, but then he had that round where he crashed the finish, and
exactly.
You know, now he's also gotten off to another bad start, crashing that difficult starting line there, and it's going to drop all the way into 4th place for the moment. But this round, it's going to be another round for Gwen, where he is currently sitting in the lead with Pack and Tween, fighting for that 2nd place right now. Gwen is sitting 0.3, 0.2 ahead. Pack is catching up just a little bit, but that's quite a substantial lead in this match that we're on to right now, and Gwen is just going to have to hold it down here for this tech drift, and then the very final turn of this map. The wood can mess you up sometimes, but Gwen is going to be able to get himself another 10-pointer with Pack in 2nd, Tween 3rd. Elcon finishes in 4th.
Exactly. I will just let you know one thing. Gwen is showing some scary pace on this map. Winning this round with a 0.3 world record, and the round before he was just 0.1 away from world record. So these guys are prepared for the final day, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised if we see the world record driven in rounds here very soon. We've got a tie in score right now, 28-28. Pack and Gwen are equally matched, it seems. So far we've seen Pack really dominate his matches, but now meeting Gwen, who's also very similarly been the top of his matches now.
Definitely.
Yeah, they found their match.
Yeah, going into Blueprint here, we want to see a bit more consistency from Elcon. It is a map that is a classic mixed map. Not that many, I was about to say weird elements, but not as many elements that can surprise you.
A little
so it's more
conventional, maybe?
Yeah, conventional.
Is that the word?
Mixed mapping, more technical.
Yeah.
Super hard. Obviously made by an absolutely amazing mapper in Roquette. One of my favorite comp mappers. He he inspires a bit more RPG styles to his map, a lot of gear downs, and this is something that really goes to push the technical difficulties of a map like this, and really pushes the players to be focused at every single turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm a big fan of all the finishes on this map. Honestly, like the way that you can miss all of the finishes, and we've seen it a lot. Even like at these stages of the tournament, and especially this map, we've seen some flips here that still went into the finish. We've seen mistakes at the finish line decide the positions at the end, and so we're in for one of the more exciting finishes of the map pack, though all of them are absolutely insane.
And I think this finish is how you can describe it in one word. It's absolute cinema.
Yeah, that's 2 words, by the way.
Yeah, but cinema. But packed with an early mistake here in the first round. Elcon as well, not really locked into this match yet. We want to see a bit more consistency from him. But as we speak, Gwen and Tween is just managing to try to push this drift over the hole into the gear down section on the grass. Gwen has a 0.2 lead. Trying to extend that during the gear 2 section here into the tight grass. Have to keep the gear speeding up for the plastic section. Only a few more turns left here for Gwen to secure his 10 pointers. 1 drift into a third turn, and then not missing the finish. Secures yourself 20 points if you do it again next round.
Yeah. you're doing quick maths on me. I can't deal with that right now. Tween is going to be opting for the safe finish, still finishing ahead of Elcon there in 3rd place. Gwen is going to be taking home that first 10-pointer here on Blueprint so far, and yeah, Tween making the level-headed decision of just going for the safe finish. He was far enough ahead of Elcon to somewhat comfortably do it. I think in the back of his head he was still thinking maybe if he looked at the positions that is, maybe he's gonna get sniped, but he's just gonna take those point losses as he is currently sitting in 3rd place in Elcon, you know. But he doesn't want to fall too far behind. But yeah, we're on to the next round here, Blueprint, and this time Elcon is once again the first person to fall behind a little bit, sitting in 4th place right now, so maybe he's still feeling that after party in his bones a little bit. Pack, Gwen and Tween, though, the pack of the top 3 still very, very close together there. Pack in the race lead. Tween is going to be hitting the first mistake too far on the inside, and he's going to be dropping some speed there. Now it's Gwen on the chance to try and overtake Pack here. He's pushing through these turns, the plastic coming in, and Gwen with great speed. He's going to be overtaking Pack. Let's see if we can get that perspective from Pack going. There we go. Into the dirt section here. Now the outside dirt turn is very important, and Pack is going to be going too wide. Hits the outside, has to go for the safe finish, and so it's going to be Elcon overtaking for 2nd. Gwen is going to be taking home another 10-pointer, and Pack is not going to be happy about that.
Exactly. And what did we talk about last round? 10 points for 10 points. He's at 20 for this Blueprint map. Let's see if he can do 40 for 40 here. Pack trying to push at the end there. I think it's super important that we mentioned that 2nd place gets these 6 points. So if you're just these 0.2 behind,
it's a lot of points.
If you dare to push that last turn, and you lose maybe 1 point, but you can maybe gain 4, it's super important. And I really like to see that from the players. It shows confidence and a belief in themselves that they can manage to gain 0.2 down to the very end of the map.
Yeah, but absolutely. I mean, most comps, I feel like they use 2nd place, get 7 points, and here that means that, I mean, we've seen crazy leads. Pack has done it, Gwen has done it, and so I feel like if you are just a little bit better, you're gonna start building a lead over the long run. It's what we've seen happen, but it also means that you know, pushing for that 1st place is just so much more important, because that's 4 points difference. That is a ton of points here. Round number 3, Gwen is looking like he wants to go 4 for 4 on this map at the moment.
Gwen is looking absolutely dominant with Blueprint right now. It might be that he just suits him super well. He drives very clean transitions.
Pack is 2 for 2 with a mistake on the end. Oh no.
Elcon tried. Elcon going for the risky and somehow managing to
that looked a little bit shaky, Elcon, but you know, it worked out in the end, getting 3rd place there. Yeah, Gwen currently 3 for 3, looking to make that 4 for 4 in the next round here, and so he's looking like he's actually going to be starting to build a lead, Pack style.
Exactly, and Gwen has been within 0.3 of world record 3 rounds in a row right now. Gwen is super locked in and seems really ready. I watched him walk into the arena this morning. Not a doubt in his mind that he was going to drive good Trackmania today. And now it's up to Pack and Tween Elcon to prove that they also have a stake in this match and want to proceed into the top 8 of the tournament here.
Yeah, I mean, currently it's Gwen seemingly just starting to just extend that lead, building a little bit of a safety net, trying to secure a spot in the next round already as soon as possible. We've only got 2 more spots here. 2 people of this match are going to be dropping out of the tournament already, which is a crazy thing to say looking at this lineup. And so far, it's going to be Elcon, the one who's feeling that the most, currently in 4th place, only sitting at 27 points, not really finding his groove. Now, once again, like seconds behind the rest of the pack, as it's going to be Pack and Gwen.
Let's see if
in
Pack
the
manages
race
to
lead.
push the 3rd turn round now and deny Gwen his 4th.
Oh, no!
It's the pole instead, but Gwen goes 4 for 4 in Blueprint and manages to secure himself 40 points for a map. That is
yeah. Tween
almost unheard of.
Tween
What a
actually
consistency.
manages to snipe Pack there at the end.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay, Pack is not going to be happy about that. Blueprint 3 rounds with big mistakes at the very, very end in those last 2 turns there. So
And just looking at the leaderboard after 2 maps, Gwen is already 26 points ahead right now. He's looking absolutely dominant, fully focused, and I want to see...
over 20 points.
Oh yeah,
Holy
26
cow.
points.
Yeah.
He's been absolutely dominant right now. I want to see if we can continue that sort of consistency on Domino, which is the longest map in the map pack, so there might be a bit more wiggle room for catching up to Gwen, or maybe he's just pushing these lines a bit better, finding some more consistency.
Yeah, Domino consistency is gonna be the thing that counts the most. I feel like every map it kind of tests its own things. Some are about precision, and this one's definitely most about consistency, being obviously the longest map. I mean, 70 seconds of pure driving with the pace that we've been seeing, like just a few points behind the world record, is absolutely insane. And Pack, I think he's going to be the one to look out for, to try and find his groove again. We know that he is an incredibly fast driver here, among the fastest, of course. And you know, on Blueprint, where we just were, he wasn't feeling it. I mean, he was making mistakes in those last few turns where he really needed to grab those points, and it had allowed Gwen to build quite a sizable lead, and it's also allowed Tween to quite substantially catch up. They're almost tied in points right now.
Yes, I think I don't want to say Gwen is going to run away with anything. It's only 2nd map right here.
Third.
Yeah, 3rd map.
Quick maths.
Good focus. I'm happy. It's still early on with the first broadcast of the day. We allowed a few math mistakes right here, but at least we got some of the simple stuff down. Into the first round on Blueprint here. All the pack is closing it together after 20 seconds. I feel it's the first time we see this in this matchup right now. This map might look to be super close, as all players are within point 0.1 of each other at 30 seconds.
Not even 0.05.
This is an absolutely crazy round. Everyone is just within each other, pushing the lines completely. I'm super curious to see if they can keep this this energy going for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be coming down to those last few turns here ultimately, as all 4 players are very close together. The bobsled turn is done and over now into the wood, and the top 3 with Elcon, Pack, and Gwen currently still at the top with no idea who's gonna be the race leader at the end. Tween, the only one to drop behind just a little bit. It's looking like Elcon can finally start building a little bit of a race lead as he gets a tire width away from Pack, who immediately starts catching up again. It's going to come down to this finish line. Pack with a little bit of a slowdown. Gwen is going to clip, and so it's going to be Elcon in first, Pack in second. Tween snipes Gwen for that 3rd place, and yeah, Gwen finally starts getting caught up to a bit.
There it is. There's the Elcon pace that we want to see here. Super important 10 points for him.
Yeah,
if he can manage to keep this
quite substantially.
If he can manage to keep this sort of focus in this round that he had, only 0.2, 0.3 away from world record, I think he can do some real damage to the leaderboard here.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely needs those points. He's been playing this game from 4th place position the entire time, and he needs his map to catch up on. And right now, it seems like Domino, at least that first round, looking pretty good for him. He just needs to keep that going. If he can get a 2nd round win here, maybe then the confidence is going to go up, and this, the gameplay from him is going to get a lot smoother from here on out, but it's going to happen first. But this time, it seems like Pack and Gwen finding a little bit of a groove on this map, maybe following, you know, the line that Elcon left in there, as they are in the race lead. Pack 0.1 ahead.
Yeah, into the bobsleigh turn here. Super important that you get as much speed as Bob going into the dirt, and then these players, they're gonna go so tight here. They do not care about the gear. They can hold it anytime they want. They're so tight, and everyone is like within 0.2, 0.3 of each other. Pack trying to boost the pace here. Super important if you want to try to catch up to Gwen and secure himself that first spot in this matchup here. Elcon right behind again, trying to push for a bit more. Will he manage to go for a low jump?
Oh, Elcon
just dives into a pillar.
Yeah, okay, that's gonna be bad for Elcon. I mean, he just won a round, and he kind of needed that second round maybe to focus the head again and try and make a little bit of a comeback into the rankings happen. But with this round, he's going to be staying in that 4th place position at the moment. And
exactly, and as we talked about in the beginning of this one, consistency really matters.
Yeah.
And we have seen everyone can drive super fast times, but just doing these small mistakes that they feel like, you know what, I should not have made.
I mean, we can't call what Elkan had a small mistake. He hit a pole and fell off the map.
It is a small mistake in the grand scheme of things.
In the grand scheme.
Because you want to push everything, and just hitting a pole like that might look like a big mistake, but it's pixels away, and these guys are driving for every single inch of this map.
Oh, so you mean a small mistake caused a big reaction? That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Gwen currently somewhat running away with it. 77 points, quite a lead ahead of Pack. He hasn't been able to build the lead on this map, but he's been able to keep the lead going ahead. But Pack, he's going to be looking to catch up a little bit. He knows that he's got the pace, he knows he's fast enough. Maybe he was still a little bit tired and he needed a few rounds to warm up here, because right now he is in the game ahead of Gwen now, but Gwen with good speed. He's looking to push that a little bit, and he is getting slightly closer to Pack turn for turn here. It's going to come down to the ending, but Pack has a sizable enough lead. Gwen with a little bit more speed, maybe looking for a snipe, and it's going to be close. Pack is going to be taking home another 10-pointer here.
Gwen dared to push for a little bit of extra exit speed on that one, going a bit lower in the jump. Almost managed to catch up there, but super important 10-pointer from Pack here, trying to decrease the gap a little bit, and you can see that he's definitely done that on this map. No longer 20 points between them.
Still is quite a sizable amount of points here. We're getting on to the last round of this map, so
last round of Blueprint. Another shout out to all the mappers in this map pack. Horizon, who made this absolutely beautiful collab, super technical long map that really showcases how classic Trackmania also can be driven, and it's so competitive. You see these people being within 0.1, 0.2 of each other at the start of every single round. And if you feel like, you know what, I have a super good start right now, I'm feeling good, you look at your card, you're 4th, you're like, okay, other people are also...
That's the entire experience. Every time I played competitively, I'm like, oh, I'm so fast, 8th place, there's only 4 players, how does that even work?
Exactly, but into the drift here before the bob turn, Gwen and Pack both trying to push for great exit speed into the wood, and tight third snap here. Pack comes super inside and quite wide. Gwen with a bit better line, it's more airtime from Pack here. Point two between them. Tween and Elkan has both made a mistake. Elkan is completely out of this round, so it's up to Tween to not make a mistake.
Gwen with a big mistake! Alright, sorry. Pack is going to be taking that race lead, and quite a big margin, so he's just doesn't have to mess up this finish, and he's going to be taking home the next 10-pointer, putting him even closer to Gwen. I was about to think that Gwen was going to secure that last round, keep the lead going, but with this big mistake, he's going to drop to 4th place, allowing the rest of the pack to finally catch up to his lead quite substantially here. We see less than 10 points now between Pack and Gwen here. Pack looking to make his way back onto the top, but now it's both Gwen and Pack who've started to build a lead over Tween and Elkan.
Exactly. What an absolute beautiful comeback from the Pack here. Not allowing Gwen to just walk away with all the points, reeling him in a little bit, keeping a close eye on him, and actually being able to maybe, if he gets third to the finalists, maybe if you just deny 1 or 2 finalists, you might even be there yourself. It's so important that you're close and competitive in the points.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like a lot of people, it seems, especially what I've noticed, Epos, I can talk about here. When they reach finalists, it just doesn't quite click. With Epos, it's really noticeable in my opinion. Like, he is really fast. Yeah. One of the fastest at the tournament, of course, and the moment he reaches finalist, he just has a few rounds where he doesn't really get into gear. He makes mistakes, and he makes mistakes that he shouldn't be making. And then for some reason, once another person reaches finalist, that's when he locks in.
Yes, and you know what? It's okay. It's also a little bit of a dominant move. It's like, you know what? I'll just wait until your finalist as well and beat you.
maybe he's doing it on purpose.
Exactly.
You know, I don't want to judge. Yeah, but we're gonna go on to Kurot here. Potentially the tightest map. The risky fin is really interesting on this one with the cruise control allowing for quite.
It is definitely interesting, but at a level like this, I don't want to see anyone hitting that cruise control.
Yeah, well, but we have seen it. Oh no, it's a big mistake in the first round at the start here from Gwen, as he's gonna be dropping back quite a bit. He's almost a second behind the field, which is quite a bit at this level. checking the notes here, you need about 310 speed to clear that cruise control, so that's the magic number to look out for here the first round. Tween, he hasn't really felt himself on that last map, and so he's going to be taking his chances here on Kurot on the map switch, looking for an early 10-pointer here, but Pack is hot on his heels. There is a gap between them, so he needs to hope for a slight mistake from Tween. There it is, Tween with a slowdown, and Pack is going to be taking advantage of that, almost looking for the overtake.
Exactly, not even a mistake by Tween, just an absolutely beautiful grass section into the dirt from Pack. And can he manage to snipe better grip on the inside here? They both get it. Tween looking for those 10 points. It's super important for him, both over the cruise control and into the finish here. Tween manages to secure himself a 59-1, and 10 points goes with that.
Alright, and with that, Tween, he's going to be looking to catch up a little bit to Gwen and Pack here, who have gotten a few less points, but there's still like 15 points between them if quick math is mathing. So he's still got some ways to go, but it's Pack who's actually caught up to Gwen's lead now. It's only 5 points between the two players, so they have... they've got their battle going on. Ultimately, it's most important that you get into that top 2, so it's more interesting for Alcon and Tween to see if they're going to be able to come back. But Alcon only sitting at 55 points. He's not the most comfortable at the moment, and you know, he had a really good round on that first round on the previous map, and now, like after that crash, he hasn't really been able to get back. So maybe this map switch is finally the point where he can get his foot back in the door.
Exactly, and we see him just competing between Pack and Gwen for the first position right here. Tween is also in it. A bit of drift. Pack is going a bit wider, pushing for more speed. Might catch Gwen here before the grass turn into the downhill. They have to manage to weave themselves through some poles and catch a grip on the inside here. Gwen is looking to get the 10 points. Pack right behind him. No mistakes, but Pack has a bit more exit speed. Gwen still takes it.
Yeah, that was a really, really close round. Look, 0.4 between the entire pack. This is the rounds that we're looking for, and we're going to see more of that soon. This time it's Alcon, who still just can't quite catch the pace of the rest of the pack here. Gwen about to reach the triple-digit mark here for the first time of today. And so we're getting very, very close to the first finalist being decided. It's not going to be this map, but it's most likely going to be next map. We're entering, it's round number 3, if I've kept count in my head. And yeah, Gwen and Pack, they're shaping up to battle it out here a little bit. Pack has fallen behind a few more points from that last round to Gwen, but it's very, very close.
And you know what? I have a small suspicion about why some of these people, they might be a bit more aware about finalist modes. To all the people that don't really see it in the arena, whenever there is finalists, you have red lights.
Yeah.
People are not doubting if someone is in finalist mode.
Yeah, just generally the lighting work this year has been incredible. Whenever there's a finish, the lights go all crazy. It's absolutely insane to see, and it seems like it's Pack's chance to catch up to Gwen, as Gwen has made a mistake, fallen over 1.5 seconds behind into 4th place, and so Pack, he would like to overtake Tween here, but Tween is quite far ahead with 0.3. Tween's going to be the one securing himself a 10-pointer. Pack in second, 6 points for him. Gwen, and Gwen actually manages to get ahead of Alcon. Is Alcon going to be finishing? There he goes. It was really, really close. Okay.
Super good match for really good map for Tween right now. Manages to claw his way back to the top 2 right now, decreasing that gap and maybe even putting himself in position to deny some attempts and just deny some points, maybe even getting to finalists a bit before they are.
Yeah, if Gwen can manage to keep his pace going, then he's going to be first to reach finalist, but Pack is very, very close to follow, also reaching that finalist. I would not be surprised by a double finalist here. It's going to be on Tween and Alcon to try and deny that, and the way Alcon's game has been going so far in this match, it's not going to be looking like he's the one to play spoiler there. So it's going to be mostly on Tween, I'm going to be assuming. Last round here on Kurot, the last chance for great points. Gwen might just be able to reach over 110 points and put himself one round win away from that finalist mode. It's going to be quite important for him. Alcon still driving this one from 4th place. He hasn't been able to quite reach that pace. 0.3 behind now. The top 3 is really close, and Gwen with the mistake, and Pack and Tween are going to be the ones battling it out for that first place. Pack is going to be taking over the 10 points. Tween in second, Alcon third, and Gwen, he's going to be dropping quite a few points, only 3 points for him.
A 3-pointer for Gwen in this round is super important for the rest of the gap, because having 14 points right now.
Yeah, we're tied.
Exactly, we're tied.
Pack and Gwen are now tied, and we are on the map switch. Both players 106 points right now, so around about 2-round wins-ish away from that finalist mode, and the double finalist looking even more like a reality about to happen. Yeah.
It does. A double finalist is definitely about to happen, but something that we really need to pay attention to here is if either Pack or Gwen can get the first 10 points of this one, they manage to put themselves in a position where they're the only one that can put themselves into finalist because of the point system. You have 14 points. One 10-pointer, and you just need another third position, you're in finalist. But if you give 2 seconds, you're still 2 points away from finalist. So getting this first place in the first round here is extremely important for Pack and Gwen.
The timeline, you know, if I remember the script correctly, is Gwen takes the first one as a win with Pack in third, and then Pack takes the win with Gwen in third, and then we have double finalist, and then it's gonna come down to round number 3. So that's the round to look out for here, I'd say.
Most definitely. I mean, not really. Also the first one here.
I mean, yeah.
Whether or not Tween and Elcon can play a small role in this one. I know. I saw Elcon earlier in the event on this map. He was looking really good. This one he dared to push, and we might.
It's a map switch. It's a map switch. A map switch can always shake up the positions a bit, and we know Elcon, he's really good on ice. This has an ice turn. How important this ice turn is, I don't want to say. I don't want to put up any controversies here. So yeah, but that it might be a benefit to be consistent on that ice turn. But then again, all of these players are consistent. There we go. First round here on Schwartlaber. Pack and Gwen both looking to finish in first place as soon as possible, so they only need a few more points to get that finalist mode, hopefully on this map, and potentially close it out for them and put themselves into the next round on this map already, and not, you know, so they don't have to go back onto featuring in this round. It's going to look like a close race. Tween, though, he's going to be the first one looking to try and get the race lead. Pack still ahead. Gwen and Pack both with good speed through the tech drift here are going to be overtaking Tween, and yeah, looking for that tight race for the top 3 points.
They're going just into this grass turn, having to do a small drift before the ice slide. Getting as much speed as possible into his ice slide is super important, and we have the 2 culprits in front, Pack and Gwen right now, battling their way for these 10 points. Both with a really good exit. Water flick to improve. It's all about this outside third turn. Tween is even in the mix trying to push right now. Whiteboard Pack touch. He's pushing this so much. You really want these 10 points, and that's what we talk about. Pack managed to secure and Gwen in second.
Oh, it almost looked like Tween was going to snipe that. That's 0.05 seconds there. 0.05 of a second between Tween and Gwen. Tween looked like he was about to get it there, and now it's Pack on a good position to grab himself that finalist mode. He only needs to get into the top 3, right?
And if Gwen wins, we have double finalists.
Yeah, so, yeah, okay. Oh, right. So, if Pack just gets into the top 3 and Gwen wins this round, we're going to be looking at a double finalist mode. I'm obviously looking forward to it, but it's Pack. It's Pack with a big mistake, and so maybe we're gonna see something unexpected with Pack not reaching finalist this mode. He's gonna be helping to hope for a big mistake from one of his competitors, maybe Elcon or Tween.
He has to really hope for mistakes right now, but we know that none of these guys, they allow for any mistakes. This is not a super difficult map, super challenging in tight turns, but these guys are very comfortable with pushing these lines, and I don't think we're gonna see a mistake.
Ooh, never mind, we're gonna see a mistake. It's Gwen who's going to be making that mistake. So to the benefit of Pack here, who might even be able to put himself into third place. There he goes. We see it on the left side on the round ranking that he has reached that third place position, and that is really, really bad news for Gwen here, as Pack is only a third place away from finalist. It's Tween with the next mistake, and Elcon now in the race lead. The editor turn is over, and he only needs to make it into the finish line. 10-pointer for Elcon. Pack finishes in second, Tween in third, and Gwen is going to be the one to have to try and deny on this round number 3 on Schwartlaber.
Trouble, that round looked nervous.
Yeah.
I think these players are feeling it. Gwen knows he's 5 points away right now. He needs a second or first, and these guys realize the lights are now red. Pack is in finalist mode, and it's all focus. Everyone needs to be aware and ready to deny Pack and not make these sort of mistakes in this round. We know Pack, super consistent. He locks in, having a little head bump. I think he's feeling this one. Let's follow. Let's follow Pack's line here. He's already secured himself a 0.1 lead over Elcon. Into the drift here, trying to set up a bit wide so we have more exit speed. Managed it beautifully. Gwen, Elcon, and Tween are all trying to catch up here in the slalom section on the grass. Ooh, very tight lines from everyone. Elcon pushing for a bit more speed. Gwen is just on the tails of Pack right now. Into the plastic just before the little section into a grass section, and you have the ice coming up. Let's see if any mistakes can happen on the ice, or if the flick will manage to go to get there. Pack, mistake.
Pack was a big mistake, and it's now Gwen's chance to try and get into that top 2, put himself in the double finalist position for the last round on Schwadlappen to try and close it out as soon as possible or take it to the next map. It's going to be that close race. The top 3 is very, very close, and Gwen needs to get into that top 2. Edge lord turn coming in, Alcon and Tween, both with really good lines. They're going to be ahead, and so it's going to be Gwen who's 1 point short.
Ilkon just got 20 points right now.
Yes.
It's getting close. It's getting very close right now.
Maybe Elcon is starting to finally wake up a little bit. He is not. He's a bit further away. Tween has reached the 100-point mark, and Gwen is 1 point away. So Pack has another chance here.
He has another chance as being solo finalist, reaching 119 points. It's such a gut punch. It's like you don't want it to affect your mental, but like if you win this round, you're gonna be so annoyed. But don't even talk about that. You just have to perform.
Especially if that round before was a mistake, and you know, if you had made that mistake or finished in 3rd or something, that would have been finalist right now. And so he has to hope, especially since he's currently in 4th place, he has to hope for that mistake from Pack, or for a slower round just generally from Pack, or a fast round from Tween here, who's currently sitting in the race lead, keeping the hopes alive for Gwen for that 1st place position at the moment. But Pack, he's not gonna be giving up just like that, and he's pushing, trying to get ahead of Tween there. He's looking like he's pushing those turns, tight turns coming, and Tween still in the race lead. They're setting up for the ice turn now. This might be the deciding factor. Let's see those ice turns. Tween still ahead, Pack really inside. I thought he might clip there. Now this makes the setup into this dirt turn difficult, and he's gonna be dropping back into 4th place as he has to potentially release there a bit. Tween is going to be grabbing himself a 10-pointer, and Gwen is going to be reaching finalist as well. Double finalist.
Double finalist. Tween with a head bounce. He knows he's in it. Tween is also only 1 round win away from finalist right now. He knows he has the talent to deny it. This could go down to the very, very end. We have 2 finalists, and Tween has been looking really strong right now. He's trying to find his groove. If we can get Tween to just do like 1 more really good round on featuring, we're going back to. It's a map that proved to be a little bit difficult in the start of the day. Let's see if this 45 minutes or 40 minutes of driving can warm them up, and we get some really close rounds.
Yeah, I mean, starting off on the most difficult maps for the 1st round of the day, and quite early, especially if these players were at the after party. I know Elcon stayed around for quite a bit, and so now they've had a bit of a chance to warm up. We're going to see the comparison if Gwen can once again start using his first here, his dominance on his map to close it out right now, put himself in that 1st place position, secure himself that next round, or if Tween can actually be the one to come in out of quite a 3rd place position that he was in and put himself in finalist. A triple finalist is very, very much possible here. We've got the last few seconds of warm-up before we're gonna see the critical round. We're gonna see what's happening.
Yes, one thing that I really want to pay attention to here is I don't want this to be decided on device turnaround. We want to see all 4 players make it through,
make it to the end,
to the very, very end. We have seen some very, very close rounds on this map. We've seen heartbreaks on this map. I know a fellow Dane of mine who got denied finalist mode because of name diff on this map.
Yeah,
it has been heartbreak for some people, and let's see if it will be heartbreak for some, and it will be absolutely glory for others here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most difficult maps is still produced some of the most exciting endings, especially with the potential for mistakes every single turn on this map. It's gonna be double finalists, Pack and Gwen, looking to close it out, both of them, but Tween also 1 round win away, looking to deny that chance here as soon as possible to try and get into that triple finalist and put himself into a good spot to get into the next round here. And right off the bat, Tween, 4th place.
4th place, but he has not made a mistake. He's 0.1 behind, he's still in the game. There are so many lines to push for this map. Let's see into the water box slide here. If you can manage to go super tight around this pole, Elcon is pushing that so hard. If we know anything about Elcon, is he is used to weird lines. He can drive these in his sleep. And Tween is trying to push up. Pack and Gwen is actually in the lead right now. Elcon and Tween 2.2 behind. Top, I think we might get our first finalist here. Gwen and Pack into the final drift of the map here before
Pack! No!
And Gwen looking to get the first spot through here unless Elcon sniped.
There we go! Gwen is going to be taking home the first win of the day. Quite a good performance from him. He had a really strong start there, getting off into an early big lead, over 20 points at some point. But Pack, he was the one who was looking to come back. He really made his way there. We had a double finalist, but this time Pack with a big mistake, and Gwen is going to be able to close it out. Now Pack is looking out to close it out right now, ahead of Tween here, who's one top 3 away, 1 round away from finalist mode of himself.
Literally
So Pac
one
wants to, Pac wants to just close it out right now. No big mistakes in those first few turns, but Pac with the best start. He is 2.2 seconds ahead, and but most of the map is still to come with Elcon overtaking Tween. Their Tween really wants to deny Pac. Elcon's not going to be the one to deny, as Elcon has clipped there, and so it's going to be on Tween to try and deny it right now. This might be the very last round if Pac drives this very cleanly. Point 3 is not something that you can just get up in there without a mistake from your competitor, so it's gonna be on Tween having to hope for that mistake. We've seen it happen last round. The drift here coming in. We're approaching the end of the map. This might be it for Tween and Elcon's run. Pac still ahead. Point 2, that last drift coming in. He doesn't make that mistake again, and so it's gonna be this last turn through the wood, and it's gonna be Pac with the second place.
Holy, congratulations to both Pac and Gwen for making it through here. What an absolutely insane matchup we had here.
Tween almost getting back in time, but he doesn't quite make it, and so Gwen and Pac are gonna be able to make it onto the next round. Tween and Elcon are gonna be out for, they're gonna be out.
What a run they've had. And what a match this one. We saw Gwen run away with the points early, and then the entire lobby just reeled him in. Pac going to finalist mode first, Gwen getting 1 finalist attempt and just snapping it. He was so lucky.
It was Pac's mistake ultimately that led to Gwen getting it down there. I mean, I think he was in the lead, but it was really not by much. It would have come down to the finish line, but because it ultimately, the mistake, Pac, he tried to push it. He really wanted it, and ultimately, he's still through. He's in second place. He's got the next round. He's still got everything to play for.
It's insane. What a beautiful first match of the day. I am so excited to see where we're going to take this from now. I want to see if Gwen and Pac can push this pace to might even get to the finals.
Yeah, I think those two are going to be some really, really big people to look out for, other than, of course, the reigning XPEvo champion, Otak.
Exactly.
And I think we've got an interview, right?
Maybe not yet. We're just talking about the match and stuff.
Yeah.
I think something that I really want to pay attention to this map is Gwen's 40 out of 40 on Blueprint.
Yeah. I mean, that was a very, very convinced. That's where he built his over 20-point lead, and after that, it wasn't quite there anymore. He was still dominant, of course. Exactly. I mean, there's a reason he got first place, but that Blueprint round, that was really the convincing part, I think.
Yeah. And for that, it's we'll go over with an interview, and off we go. And I want to thank everyone for watching.
Hello, everyone. Here I'm with Pac. Congratulations on advancing on the next stage. How did you manage the pressure of maybe knowing that this could have been your last match?
Yeah, that was a horrible feeling. And when Gwen sort of went so far ahead, I kind of thought, God, he's really just done everything right so far. And I needed to somehow come back and just refocus, and somehow managed to do that on Domino, which kind of helped me and just sort of not crash after that. And then, yeah, the nerves hit on finalists, that's for sure. But I was happy to get through, luckily.
Does that double finalist give you more intense feeling, like, oh my God, I'm just right there, but how can I manage for the other ones to not overtake me?
Yeah, the feeling when you get to finalists is, please, can the other players just not step up right now? Because they all tend to just go crazy, like Elcon driving a .3 and then no one else crashing when I'm finalist or when Gwen's finalist. So it's intense, and it's just trying to manage that and keep the number 1 on the card. It makes you feel a lot better.
So you're moving into the next stage, right? How are you feeling about maybe competing again with Masa, Mime, Otak? Is any one of them that you wouldn't like to face, or maybe someone that you are actually excited to face in this competition?
Oh, excited to face. I haven't thought of that. No, I kind of just go at it one match at a time. When I know who I'm playing against, I'll look forward to that then. I'm not really looking... If there's no one now that I'm like, I'd love to play you, because everyone's good at this point. So I'm sort of just taking every match as it comes, and hopefully I can carry on and keep winning.
Just keep winning, yes, exactly. Well, I think we have one time for one more question. How have you been feeling overall on this event this year?
I think this event is probably one of the best in the calendar for the entire year, because it brings over 200 players together and you get to meet people that, obviously yourself who streams, and other people that stream, and then all the people that I don't often get to see on the scene who do all these other competitions that I'm not in. And so it's really nice to be able to play all these new faces and just sort of see everyone in the community. And I really enjoy it, and I do like meeting everyone that's here.
Yeah, it's as well anyone that you would have, you had been excited to meet again, maybe, or to see your teammates or.
Yeah. So I always look forward to seeing Spam, Tim. He's one of my best friends, so it's always good to see him. And it's unfortunate that Carl can't fly all the way over to come here as well. But those two are the ones that I always look forward to see the most. And I do really look forward to seeing Massa and Grenadi as well. So it's like, and Tween. So like everyone that's not been in the scene for many years, like I've seen them so often each year, and it's nice to see the faces again because I don't often get to see them. And also with the UK guys, Wizzy and Epos, love to see them, and love to see everyone else that I haven't met before in the scene as well. So it's always good to meet new faces and old faces.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your interview, and we're going back to import.
Thank you, Lime. Thank you, Pack. Congratulations to Pack and Gwen for moving on to the losers finals. And now we already need to start getting to the next match here. So that next match will be coming up very soon. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back, and we'll be ready for the next matches. We'll see you then.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und
Yes, I
fürs
said break.
Homeoffice bauen.
Okay. That's what you
Nicht
wanted,
einfach nur
right?
Möbel, sondern wir
Okay.
sagen dazu Livables.
Unless they're ready now, we can go ahead and ready them now.
Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here. I wasn't sure. Oh, okay, what is going on, guys?
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Do the moves, let it show, feel the rhythm, take control, grow the beat is involved. Move your body. Move your body, feel the flow, do the moves. Feel the rhythm, take control, grow the beat is involved. Move your body, feel the flow, do the moves, let it show. Move your body.
just a knocker. Step in on the dance and I just my dance. Everything scatter. Right? Right?
Come cross.
Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Test me now. Cut out the slackness. Active style and pattern. That's how man there. Active. 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 One live like massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When me step out, old face get active. 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 Style now. Clocks on the each side. Bad bitch on each side. Big splits chilling on the beach side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out of peace line. Freestyle now, millions for each line. Too cool, man, I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. We bring the flame like a mattress. Let's me know. Cut out the slackness, active. Stand up and that's a man there. Active. 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 One live like massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When me step out, whole place get active. 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 Active.
You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everyone. It is now time for Losers Semi-Final 2 between Mime, Feed, Otak, and Masa. Two players who are looking for that qualified World Cup spot, the last spot available for the World Cup at the end of the month, and two are already qualified. Masa and Otak are here for the prestige and, of course, the prize money, and the other players also as well, but they want that World Cup spot more than anything and that trip to Paris at the end of the month. Who is it going to be is going to be the question. Long journeys for all four players. Otak having to run through the losers bracket a little bit longer than the rest of the pack here. Mime as well. And we've seen Masa unfortunately drop down in a little couple rounds earlier yesterday. Who is it going to be that's going to make it? We'll have to find out. But I cannot think of any other duo for this next segment to carry us through to the next match and commentate us for us. It is going to be Mr. New Lake and Mr. Legion. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Impor. We are delighted to be bringing you the second of our lower bracket semi-finals. And Legion, we're potentially eliminating last year's champion outside of the top 8. Otak, as Import said, has been running through the losers bracket. And I mean, sure, yeah, he's got the World Cup spot already. He's not worried about that. But there is that extra little bit of pressure on him not to get eliminated. He wanted the chance to defend his title this year, and he still has a long way to go if he wants to get there.
I know. I was surprised when I was looking at the brackets. I was kind of glancing at them as the tournament was going on, and I saw Otak drop into losers, and I'm like, well, wait a second. This is the king from last year.
Yep.
Why is he down there? I mean, maybe he wanted a bit of an easier run to get back, which is, I
don't think he's had it.
No, he hasn't. It was a miscalculated, if that was. But, yeah, he's on the brink of elimination, which is a little startling. But I don't count him out at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's not going to get easier from here. Obviously, the winners of this match will move on to face up against Gwen and Pac before they get even to the consolidation final with the players that dropped down from the upper bracket at the end of yesterday. But to kick things off, we're going to head on over to Blueprint for this one, not featuring in our first map for once. And it's not even in the first 2. We have to wait until map 4 before it pops up.
Oh, but I was really hoping to just see it right away, but I guess I'll settle for seeing it 4th. But yeah, nice little change of pace. Blueprint, that risky fin. We may see a few rounds decided by that, and we are going to be getting into this one. Ladies and gentlemen, the second semifinals of Losers Bracket is underway. Otak trying to defend his title from last year. Mime looking to usurp the throne. Same with Masa, same with Feed. 2 of these guys already qualifying for World Cup, but the other 2 haven't, but they surely would love to punch their ticket. And as we do go through checkpoint number 4, less than a 10th separates all 4 of these drivers.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Blueprint, it's going to give close rounds. In some ways, a nice map to start off on, build your confidence for the rest of the match, but this finish is going to be brutal. If anyone's looking shaky, it is going to separate them out, and there goes Masa, first player to make a mistake, to make the clip, and he drops behind. He won't be too far behind, though. That was not the most brutal clip we have seen this weekend. Mime with a similar clip a little further down the track, and it's Otak and Feed then battling it out for first place in round 1, and it is neck and neck between them. Less than half a 10th separating them at the moment. It's still less than half a 10th through the final checkpoint. Coming up to the finish line, Feed has more speed, and he will not quite. He will.
No, he will.
By 0.003 of a second, he got him.
He had a more outside line on that uphill. Otak was playing it a bit safe, but Feed, recognizing that the opportunity was there, had no problem taking it and does get that first 10 points. That's going to be a big confidence boost for him going into the next round. Of course, Masa clipping early. It was half a second we saw into the next checkpoint, and for some people, that doesn't seem like the biggest gap to overcome, but when you are talking players who are top of the top of the top, that is miles, or I should say kilometers, of distance between you and the guys ahead.
It is an awful lot. Once again, we're starting off with everyone close through the first half of the map. Masa, who was the first player to make the mistake last time around, this time leads the pack by about a 10th of a second, but Mime is gaining on him as we head further down. This time around, everyone looking safe out there at the moment. This is where the clip came through from Mime last time around, but he is also surviving. The 2 players who made the mistakes last time around leading the way this time.
Yep, good changing of the guard here. The 2 Frenchmen having to sit in the back, but opportunistic for both of them. Masa, I think, had a little bit of a release there going through the chicane. Mine extends his lead. It's just under 0.07 of a second into the dirt. Uphill we're going to go. Look at Feed's line. Look at Mime and Masa. Feed has a little bit more speed. Mime hits the wall. He's going to go from 2nd to 4th, and Feed actually wins the round. It's a tie. What?
Feed. Okay.
Feed's starting to pop off a little bit. He's got the.
No, Feed got 6 points.
Oh,
Feed
what?
got 6 points.
Okay.
So Masa wins the round.
But if you look at the best times, it's tied for both of them.
Yeah, I guess. Look, they managed to tie on that one. Like, absolutely fine for Feed, and he'll be happy with how the rounds have gone. He's cooking at that finish. He is looking very, very clean as it comes down to the end there. But I mean, hey, Masa still managed to pick up the round win, and he gets the 10 points, and he'll be delighted about how things have gone there.
Oh my God, we're very early, incredibly early on in this semifinal, and we are already seeing a lot of heavy punches being thrown, and it's kind of surprising right now if you look at the scores with Feed leading the way. Otak, the guy we were just talking about not too long ago about being kind of the big ticket player here is down in third. He's maybe looking to warm up a little bit. The kitchen's a little messy. He's still getting the ingredients out, but if I know anything about French cuisine, it is going to be damn tasty by the time we get to the end. And speaking of the end, we are coming up very quickly on the end of the map. Oh, and there's a touch. It was, I believe, Feed. Masa gets the round. Otag, a much-needed second, and Feed goes third. Mime, having a touch earlier on, is going to end up at the back.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Feed had been living on the edge and surviving and getting away with things a little bit at the end of the track there in the last 2 rounds. It had to come back to bite him eventually, and in round 3 it will. The touch on the uphill dirt sent him spiraling down the leaderboard, but he'll still be happy about how these first 3 rounds have gone, and I think Masa has to be happy about how these first 3 rounds have gone as well, sitting atop the leaderboard with 23 points now, and I think after round 1 with the first clip, to clean it up, to end up with a very close round win in round 2, and then to run away with it a little bit at the end there of round 3 once Feed made the touch, feeling very good.
Yep, it's it don't have to be remarkable, you just got to be consistent. Masa is one such driver, but we are into the last round here on Blueprint before we swap on over. Masa leading the way ahead of Hotak, just barely. What an inside line. That's going to close the gap up. We go into the penalty grass, down the hill, and then to some regular grass here. Feed keeping close on third. Look at these guys, just about a 1/10 of a second between them. We'll see what the gap looks like. It's come down a little bit. There goes one, there goes two. Mime leading the way. Does Otak have a response for this? We're going to see what happens going up the hill. Both of them, similar line. They're going to grab the reactor boost through the hole. They both make it through. Oh, Mime almost hit the border on the inside.
And so Mime picks up a round win as well. Otak will take a second. Masa dropping to third, and Feed finishing a lot weaker than he started off on the track there. Back-to-back round wins into a 3rd place, into a 4th place. It's into 2 4th places in a row, in fact, I should say. And 26 points then as he leaves the map behind. It could have gone a lot better. It could have gone a lot worse. We're going to see Blueprint again by the end of the match. But for now, we do get ready to move on to our second track. We'll be heading to Kurot for the second one. And I'm excited to see what happens now. I mean, Blueprint, obviously, as we were kind of saying, a little bit of a relaxing map to warm up on. None of these maps are relaxing. They're all brutally difficult. Not at all. But at least, you know, it's very drivable.
Yes.
If you're not feeling comfortable, Karate is going to start punishing these players. If anyone's kind of feeling a little bit shaky after how things ended there, maybe Feed getting in his own head about how those clips happened in the last 2 rounds there, this map is so tight. It's so precision heavy, and you're going to need to be focused.
Yep, and not only that, there are some corners you're getting so low in that 4th gear.
Yes.
I mean, I'm somebody who, when it comes to certain styles, I don't like that low gear dirt tech, and there are points on this track where it does feel like that. I get a little bit of that, like PTSD.
Yeah.
And I've had plenty of times, even when I was playing the maps before I was confirmed casting, and I was struggling with some of these corners. So these guys, thankfully, have had plenty of time and plenty of skill to make this work, so those gears won't be a problem, but they're going to be pushing a lot of these corners, and while, yes, it's tight, it's very rewarding, but it's very high risk. One little touch, all that momentum's gone, you're going to the back.
Yeah, and of course there is outside dirt to clip on as well, just in case you
just
wanted
to make
that,
it better,
you know?
just to make it even better.
Uphill outside dirt, we love to see it. I mean, we saw Pack in the last match absolutely pushing every single outside dirt in the map pack and getting away with it a little bit. It looked like the wheel was in the wall a few times, and somehow the car was still going. See if any of these players can start to match that energy this time around. Masa has started off just a little bit slower, but it's less than a 1/10 between everyone, and I mean, look at that gap. It's already gone all the way. Who will be the first to separate themselves on Karot? I don't know. Honestly, hard to call it at this point because they are all cooking.
It is, but Otak is leading the charge. Mime is sort of in his own little world. Feed and Masa, they're starting to argue back and forth into the chicane of drifts. We go. We're going to hit this grass uphill. A little bit of penalty to slow you down. And now that outside dirt, as we talked about, it's Feed now in the lead. Otak from 1st to 4th in just a couple of corners. Masa going to go for an inside line. Feed touches the wall. He's going to go to 4th. Mime and Masa, the M&Ms, they are battling for 1st. Down the hill we go. We're going to be going over that cruise control. I think Masa just clipped it, and Mime picks up the round win. Masa goes for 2nd, Otak 3rd, and Feed somewhere in the background. There he is, 6.4. He had a couple more errors there.
Yeah, must have clipped something just before the cruise control. Of course, then you have no speed. And the cruise control makes sure that you do not get the speed to ever go for that risky fin, having to go all the way around the corner to the safe fin in the end. Feed, that's 3 rounds in a row that he's gone 3rd place. And, you know, I mean, sometimes you're hoping for the map change change, if things have gone wrong for you on the previous map, then maybe you can clean it up and start to feel better on a new map. Not looking like that for Feed right now, and if he wants to kind of continue on, keep himself in the match, he's going to need to start picking up some better rounds.
He does, and if you take a look at the points, we haven't had a switch in quite a while. Even though we've had some very solid results from these drivers, nobody has moved. Masa's still at the top, Mime is in second, Otak has stuck in third, or fourth, excuse me, with Feed just barely ahead of him. They are tied in points, but the gaps we're seeing already between the top two and the bottom two, within, well, if you're talking the bottom two, Frenchman, Otak, oh no. He's going to have to settle for fourth this round. Masa glad to run away with this. Mime, oh, that was a close line. Look at Feed there on two wheels. Down we go. The poles aren't going to take anybody out. Another inside line, Masa and Mime over the cruise control. Oh my God, Masa making amends for last round.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mime got away with it a little bit at the end there, you know, kind of sliding sideways onto the cruise control, kept the car under control. That is something I've talked about, you know, over the weekend, and in the last match as well, seeing it, there were some rounds where players were saving themselves, right? It didn't quite look like they were going, they didn't have the line. And somehow, some way, managing to turn that into still a finish, still a second place there for Mime, when that car could have so easily gone sideways, slid out of the corner, and ended up with a fourth place. To hold on, it's very impressive.
Oh, and
that's
there's
what you need
the
to
touch. That was Feed, hit the inside wall.
Yeah, he's gone again.
Oh, God.
Still beating Otak.
Oh, of course, yeah, he's up by a few points.
Probably won't be after this round.
No. If Otak wins, he needs these points. He is starting to fall behind Masa and Mime quite quickly. And he is right now in a little bit of a duel here for second place. Mime wanting to get ahead. Masa is more looking ahead than the rear view. He knows the gaps aren't going to be closing up anytime soon. Oh, I thought it was going to be a touch there for a second. But now we go into that Sasha's Road transition. Mime wants a more inside line. So does Otak. Mime on two wheels. Through the triangle part of the checkpoint, down the hill through the poles, over the circle to give him just a little bit more grip. Mime with a much more inside line. Otak with the overtake into the finish. Oh God, I thought Masa was going to just bonk the finish and just give Otak a free 10.
These players absolutely love jumping as low as possible to finish on this map, and every single time it has been giving us a heart attack all weekend long. That is Otak then moving up into third place on the match, but up front Masa just continues to extend that lead. He has not really looked back since about halfway through Blueprint.
Nope. That's if you get that momentum on your side, you just start rolling with it. You just keep doing what you're doing, keep it consistent, keep it on the road, keep it out of the walls, and you will be rewarded. And Masa showing that. There goes Mime, another early touch. I think almost the same spot as we saw last round from Feed.
Yeah, and that will be Mime. I mean, look, down but not out in this round, half a second away from the rest of the pack. And if there is a bigger mistake from anyone, that will be Mime jumping in to capitalize. But it does mean unlikely to pick up the round win, and that probably means Masa out in front is looking for another 10.1. Continue to grow that gap out in front. He's looking quick. He keeps all four wheels on the ground through that grass section, but Feed's line was fast. He's cruised through into first place as we round the last few corners off the track. This drift can go a little bit wrong, and it has survived as Feed keeps the car out of the inside wall, holding onto that lead. Through the pillars we go with one corner left to go. It looks like Feed has locked it in. Good speed from Otak. He'll overtake Masa around that last corner, and Otak, with one turn left to go, made his move and picks up second.
This is good news for Otak. He's starting to get into the rhythm. The engine's warm, the oil's flowing, gasoline's going everywhere it needs to go. And despite that, he's still in last. He's at 41 points, Feed's at 43. Masa starting to run away with it a little bit more. It's not the biggest point gains for him, but it's still something.
Yeah, absolutely. Mime and Feed then tied for second place on the match for the time being. We'll get ready to head on over to our third match. Starting to fly by at this point, right? We're creeping up to the halfway point on the match. Before you know it, we'll be hitting those finalists. It does look like in this match, as opposed to our semi-final one that just happened, which ended up being very close. Players kind of hitting finalists at roughly the same time. Pack struggling to close out finalist once he got there, even though he had a little bit of leeway with it. This time around, I mean, it's starting to look like Masa should have a bit of a buffer by the time we get there, but obviously a lot can change over the next couple of maps, and I suppose this map change going into map 3, how's he feeling on a third map in the pack?
Well, it's going to be a time to turn up, and you know, these drivers, everybody has different strengths and weaknesses depending on the map. Maybe this is something that someone like Otak or Feed can start taking advantage of. If their dominoes are staying upright, they're kind of hope their opponents start falling over. I never actually properly played dominoes outside of stacking them up and knocking them down. on. But
as far as I'm concerned, I think that is the only way to play dominoes.
Yeah, I think so.
No, there is a game as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
Do you match the numbers? I don't know.
You match the numbers. Look, doesn't matter. The map is called Domino, and that's the important thing. And we will be heading into it. Our longest map in the pack. Massa with a lead on the match for the time being. Will he be able to keep the focus, keep things rolling, extend that lead out from the 14 points that he currently has?
We'll have to wait and see, and as you said, we're kind of at that halfway point. And I've noticed sometimes it feels like when you are at halfway, you think, wow, that was really fast, and then you start getting closer and closer to that point limit, which for this is 120. I've watched it, and it's like, okay, this person just has to win like one more round, and then it turns into like 8 rounds, and they're still not there. You're like, well, wait a second, he's 10 points. How is he not done yet? How is he not in finalist mode? But I don't know, maybe we come back on finalist mode here. Otak, great line there on the booster. Wow, he just opened that gap right up.
Yeah, and Massa is sitting in third. Everyone is still close together, but it is small gap, small separation. Feed, I think, slightly better line than Otak through there. Great speed, and on the bobsleigh, Feed will overtake into first place. Otak, I like that line, though. He is ending up wide, and he'll come through this section with a lot of speed as a result. Feed has managed to hold him off. The gap, a car length out in front at the moment. Mime and Massa waiting and hoping that these two push each other into a mistake up front, and Otak starting to lose a little bit of ground to the two M's that are chasing him down from behind. Feed has the line, Feed has the speed, and he will win the round, but behind him it is a mess as Otak ends up dropping to 4th place, and he could not hold off M&M for too long.
Nope, he's not feeling like a rap god. He's feeling like maybe Slim Shady. I don't know.
Okay.
But Otak, he was in second. I noticed as we hit the dirt downhill after the transition from the wood. Mime and Massa, they had just a little bit more speed. If you watched it, you saw that gap all just creep right up until they were on top of Otak. And then by then, when you hit the grass, that momentum's still there. They got a lower jump and were able to hit the ground earlier and get that overtake. So Otak from second to 4th in just one, not even a corner, a jump.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit rough, and you'd be feeling bad about that one. I mean, you know, there are the rounds where you have a shaky round, but other people have full crashed, and you still end up picking second, up or even first. And then there's the rounds where you're like, I drove pretty well. I deserve more than 4th place for that one. But unfortunately, that's how it goes. Sometimes your opponents absolutely peak in the rounds you'd really prefer they didn't. We heard Pac talking about it in his interview there at the end of the last match, you know, that sometimes you hit finalist, and that's the moment that everyone else in the match decides that this is the time to set PBs.
Yeah, it just seems like every game has its own version of that. It doesn't matter. And you're always on the receiving end. You're never the one that's actually in that advantageous position. It's every time the gaming gods go, it's your turn again to have problems. But speaking of problems, there have been absolutely none. All 4 of them, Otak, Mime, and Feed. It's going to be a drag race. The line into the jump, and Massa gets first. Mime, Otak, and Feed separated 3/100ths of a second.
Jesus.
That's
insane. That was wild. 4,000ths separating those at the back as well, as everyone within a 10th crossing the line in that round. And I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about, right?
Yep.
Like, I drove a good round. Why am I 4th?
Well, it's gonna be hopefully more or less heartbreak if your Otak really struggling the points still last. He's got to find an in like now, because before we know it, Massa's gonna be on finalist. Feed and Mime, I predict maybe they get finalists the same time. Hopefully maybe we get triple finalist, quadruple finalist. I asked for it earlier. I didn't quite get it, and I was a little upset, but I'll live. For right now, though, Massa, despite having the points lead, is in dead last. That gives Feed the lead of the race. Mime and Otak, look at these guys. They're barely within a 10th of each other as we go into the bobsleigh. Slightly different line. Oh, that was very close. I thought Otak was going to go off onto the wood for that little bit of extra grip. Downhill into the dirt. This very tricky little chicane section, and coming up to the right-hander, very easy to hit that wall on the outside. Look at how wide Feed goes. All the speed for him as he heads through. Mime with great speed as well. Same with Otak. There is less than 200ths of a second into the grass. We're heading up to that final jump. Mime leads the way. Then it's Feed. Then it's Otak. Early landing. Mime clipped. Feed gets first. Otak gets second. Mime tripping at the final hurdle, and Massa will round out the pack.
Credit to Mime for managing to survive that.
Oh
and get
my
to the line in 3rd place. So it would have been so easy to fall behind Massa, who really was not that far behind, about half a second down from the lead of the race. And Mime, despite clipping, still got there, still managed to hold on to 3rd, pick up the 4 points available. Moral victory, if not a massive one,
of course,
for the scoreboard. but feeling good about that, and it's kind of happening again. The rounds that we have been having here on Domino have been absolutely wild so far, and these players are continuing to push each other. If we can get this going for the rest of the match, that idea of triple finalists potentially popping up, I don't think feels too unrealistic.
Yeah, this map feels like the ultimate karma boomerang. Every time we've seen players sort of come back and start getting the points they need, it has been on Domino. And it always happens at the same spot. It's always the last jump. We have seen sort of the that transition from the, I'm going to call it sort of the spectator block to, feed. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
From the spectator block to the platform for the ramp. We have seen that that line, that low jump, evolve as this tournament has gone on. I think during the qualifiers, we had people playing it safe. They were going crazy. We had top 128. People were getting a little bit more brave, and then top 64. And now where we are with losers bracket semis, we're going to get as low as possible. And if you're someone like Mime, you're going to see what happens, and that is you're clipping. Yeah,
absolutely. It is going to be so close to the finish line. We got to jump on board up at the front because they are wheel to wheel. Otak had the pace, though. He had the line and he had the jump, and he'll get rewarded for it with a full 10 points this time around. Massa was so close behind him, but has to settle for second place, and it is a big drop off. 10 points for first, down to 6 for second place. Massa still has his lead, but hasn't grown. If anything, it's shrunk while we've been on Domino.
Yep, but he's maintained it. If you're him, as long as you can hold the line, I think you're good. We saw Otak go up into third, and of course Feed, nice set of points there. We always appreciate that. But we are moving on to featuring. We had it first. We're going to have it fourth here today by, some pretty talented individuals. And this is a map that I personally enjoy just because of that little ice 180. I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff.
It is pretty entertaining, at least to watch. I don't know, some of the players are not massive fans of driving it, but hey, it does provide some entertainment because, I mean, really what it does as well at the start of this map, and we've seen it all weekend long, is that there is separation created in most every round on this map. Someone is going to be a 10th or 2/10 behind by the time you exit that backward section and head into the rest of the track. And at that point, we get to watch people pushing. We get to watch people having to make the comeback in rounds where it matters. And that is always exciting. That provides the drama that we're looking for in our lower bracket semi-final, as if we needed any extra drama after the rounds we just saw on Domino.
But that's the fun of it, get a little bit more hype building. One thing I wanted to mention with that Ice 180, the respawn here I think is the longest out of any checkpoint respawn this campaign. And what we've seen a lot of is players jumping that one low.
Yep.
But the problem is if you jump too low, you might clip. If you jump too low, you might go too far into the landing and actually fall off and have to go all the way back. So there's a couple of ways that you can get it wrong. And then with the rest of the map, like you had mentioned, I feel like the way it works is you're always diagonal. You're always going through something diagonal, and it's just barely a car's width, like enough. And, sometimes we have seen rounds decided, whoa, Massa got a little bit close there into that second checkpoint. Mime has had an issue, so he is going to be a long way back by the time we get to any sort of update on the checkpoint standings. But Feed leading it.
Yeah, Feed leading the way for the time being. Otak sitting in third place, but it is wheel-to-wheel action up at the front as Massa takes on the two Frenchmen fighting for his life out there. He is winning, though. You have to give it to him. He is in the lead for the time being, as we do know how tricky the finish can be here as well. We've seen less clips on it, I feel like, here on Finals Day. The first semi-final didn't really see many people failing that one, and hopefully that continues on here, as we'll see if Otak and Feed can make the move on Massa. If they can make the move on each other, their battle very much between themselves at the moment as well. Massa got so close to the outside, not the line. Feed has held off Otak, not by much, but by enough.
That's all that matters, as long as you're at least 0.01.
Yes.
Yeah, mine got enough. We got the 3 points. That's going to extend the gap a little bit now. Otak gets a 2-pointer up on the Polish driver. So one thing I want to mention is that wood at the end.
Yes.
We have had, I can't even count how many rounds. I stopped counting. I stopped counting after one. I don't know any numbers more than that.
Okay.
So we've had plenty of rounds that do get decided because of the wood. You're just a little bit outside, you do a little bit inside, you get very different speed amounts as you go through. The acceleration doesn't change, it is just the grip level. And sometimes being able to take that wide line gives you a straighter jump into the finish. And some people say, you know what, I think I have enough of a gap to go inside and end it sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw how close Massa got on the outside on that last round. It looked like he was about to hang the wheel, but managed to hold on. This time around, he has a little bit of work to do if he wants to pick those 10 points up again. Currently on 90, sitting 30 points away from finals. That's 3 wins. Not going to be handed to him in this match, though, as Feed and Mime sit 1 and 2 at the moment. The gap between them, 10 thousandths of a second. absolutely nothing is really the point to make there, as Massa is gaining a little bit. Feed was very wide on the outside there. It's an awkward setup then for this final jump. Mine leads the way, and Massa will snipe. He's got him at the line. We said that setup was awkward. We said a little bit wide for Feed there, and he could not hold Massa off with it.
No, going into that last drift, I saw Feed go a little bit higher before going through the checkpoint. He would have more speed coming down, and that almost worked out, but the problem was his exit was compromised.
Yes.
So I think he might have had a slight release, or maybe just sort of banked on the car, actually being able to grip the way he wanted, and Massa did sneak through with an extra couple of points. Great for him in the bank, and almost clips there. A clip there. There goes, that was Feed on the inside. I think he should be able to get the checkpoint. No, he had to respawn.
Yeah, that's tough. We have seen some people over the course of this weekend as well. If you make it far enough, you drive forward into that checkpoint and then double respawn to go again. But obviously, massive time loss, even that way of doing it. There's really no good answers once you've made the mistake there. Otak going for what I'm going to call the ratchet line on the outside of that bug slide there. We've seen Ratchet doing it a lot, going very, very wide on that plastic, and a little bit riskier, but if it does work out, there is a little bit of a time gain to be had there. It's not giving Otak much separation in this round. Massa still on his tail lights as they head around the last few corners.
Yep, and it's going to be dead even into the drift. Otak still leading. Massa starting to creep in, though. Mime's going to be looking for something, anything. Massa on the inside into the jump, and Massa picks up the 10 points. 007. It's not James Bond. It's Massa. Big Massa.
Okay. Nearly stuck the landing there. Oh, he didn't finish.
Oh,
does not finish. Feed does not get the points. And look, he's on 79 points. He's 1 point behind Mime. If he had 3 points, he'd still be second place right now.
Well, it was close, but close only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades. He is still in the fight, though. He's still in the fight for the win.
The single most American version of that saying I've ever heard in my life.
Listen, I'm a walking gimmick. I've been told I'm a walking gimmick, all right? Leave me be. But into the next round, Massa has gotten the start. The best. Otak, though, a nice quick little overtake before we get into the dirt. Outside as you go. You can see how close to get to the wall there. Important to keep that fourth gear. We are going to be dropping down another triangle bit of the checkpoint over the water to make sure that this bug slide over the plastic is as efficient as possible. And we drop back down on the dirt, get those tires dried. Look at Otak and Massa right on top of each other. Otak with a bit of an inside line there. It's going to be a crisscross, but Massa carrying more speed into the drift here on the platform. We'll get the overtake, but Otak's line, again, it's that crisscross. It's worked out for him. He stayed ahead. Massa having more speed. These guys can't figure out who wants to be first, but they're going to have to figure it out here. Into the last checkpoint, onto the wood. Massa with the overtake. Otak with the inside line. Into the jump, and Massa still holding on for another 10 points. This dude is an absolute animal.
Man, Massa has the line on the end here. He is being clean with it in every single one of these rounds. A couple of snipes holding off a late surge by Otak in that round. Massa has not quite gotten the 3 wins in a row that would have gotten him straight from 90 up to, the 120. He got damn close, though. He's sitting on 116 at the moment. He is looking very comfortable in this match at this point. I say that, he's not that far ahead.
No,
There's
he's really
absolutely
not.
People creeping up on him.
Oh, yeah. As long as he gets at least third in this round, he'll get finalist, although we have seen the dreaded 119s. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
I am.
Okay. I'm trying to have a little bit more faith in the guy than just like, nah.
That's fair.
But
he probably has earned the faith without driving this match.
Oh, yeah. No. That's why we're in the booth and he's on the track. So I've also noticed the points for second, third, and fourth. Otak was trailing by quite a lot. Now he is right in the mix with Mime, with Feed. I think it's, 2 or 3 points that separates second from fourth. So Otak starting to come alive, get a little bit more consistent. It's consistent points. It might not be round wins, but at the very least, he is doing better than his competitors, and that has brought him back into the fight. You saw early on, he was third, he was fourth, that was all he was putting up, but now he's getting some firsts, he's getting some seconds while everyone else is struggling. So if there's a time for Otak to really turn up the jets, it's got to be now.
You got to go fast. And the other thing I do want to highlight is I think there's a temptation then to say, moving forward into the next round again, the winners of this match go on to play up against Pac and Gwen. And you kind of go, well, the person who comes second in this match, Massa has cooked them. Whoever comes second is maybe a little bit of an underdog going into the next round. I just don't think that's true. I just don't think that's true at all. I think any of these players can absolutely have a match where they just end up popping off. If they can peak at the right time, the entire competition is still really anyone's to take. The guys who are sitting in the upper bracket final, sitting in the grand final already.
Massa!
Big crash from Massa.
119.
Yep.
Wow, you were right.
I was so right. I was so correct. He
But,
hadn't earned our faith. He didn't deserve it.
No, what are they? Caster something or other? I don't know. It slips my mind. But what's not slipping right now is these three guys absolutely steadfast racing here. Otak pulling out a lead on his fellow Frenchman Feed. Mime getting the overtake done inside line though. Puts him from third up into first. Feed and Otak. Now they want to figure out who's going to be second, but now it's a 3-horse race into the platform. Easy to get a no drift here, but they're all going to get it just right. We are going to head into the ice slide. Mime leads it. Feed's in second, wants a slightly different line. It's a little bit of an inside line. It's going to give him an outside exit into the dirt uphill. We have seen rounds get decided, people hitting the wall. Otak, how did he not hit the wall? But look at Feed, look at Masa, the jump into the finish, and it is going to be Feed with a... Did they tie?
Hang on, wait and see who gets the points. They've tied again.
The server broke.
It's again.
Server machine broke.
Mime gets the points.
Mime. Oh my god. I thought Feed.
Mime got the points. And Mime did win that round.
Isn't name diff a thing still? Or did they nerf that?
No, because Mime won the round and got the points. So Mime wins the round, gets the 10 points. He moves up into a clear second place. 94 points for him, 88 for Feed, and 87 for Otak. They were all just separated by 2 points going into that round. And Massa is 1 point away from finalists.
Surely he gets it. Barring some massive blunder that happens multiple times in a row, yes, he will probably be getting finalists here, and it's going to be up to everybody else to sort out who wants to get it next and who's actually ultimately going to take home second place here and continue on in the tournament. 2 drivers today are not going to continue any further, and right now Mime's making a very good statement as to why he should keep going. So does Otak. Masa, yeah, he's got 1 point, but he wants to push. He doesn't care. He wants to try to get a 10er at least. Oh, he had a good chance there. Mime was a little bit slow. Otak as well. Double, triple inside line. They're all going to have pretty much the same exit. Now it is Masa right on top of Otak. We are going up that dirt hill again. They're taking it as wide as they want, but it's actually a pretty conservative line. It is going to be a drag race into the jump, but Otak getting the much needed 10 points, gets the round win, and Masa goes into finalist.
Yeah, he will hit finalist. I mean, look, wanted to get as high as possible on the round because, again, the others are not that far away, giving himself as much runway to land this plane on as possible. He has a bit of a buffer. It's 98 points for second place at the moment. Mime is sitting in second, and Otak has immediately closed the gap back up 1 point behind Mime as well. The fight for second place is about to get bloody.
Yes, it is. Especially if Masa wins this round. That is a 3-pointer that is completely removed. It does not exist. It is only 10, 6, and 4.
Yep.
And from what we've seen between the other 3 drivers, it is going to be very tough to call. Masa, I would say the clear one to win this. He started early on. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's finalist, but even early in the rounds, we're seeing him, getting a lot of firsts, getting a lot of seconds, and it's been a very consistent ride for him. Otak wants to not let that happen. He wants 10 points for himself. He's very slow. I think he just had a little bit of a release. Feed coming into the picture, but so is Mime. So close to the flag there for Otak. Masa leading the way. This is going to be the chance for somebody to overtake. Is Masa feeling comfortable? Is he feeling ballsy? How wide on the outside? It is going to be a perfect drift for everybody into the uphill. Feed's got a chance, so close to the wall. I think he has just a little bit more speed through the checkpoint. We're going into the jump, but Masa gets the job done. Masa locks in his ticket to the next round. Feed getting 6 points. Otak with 4. Mime having a touch at the end. He's going to get 3, but Masa can breathe a sigh of relief. It didn't take him that long.
Yeah, first time of asking. Pack could never.
Oh, no.
Masa will move on through to face up against Pack in that next round. So now we got to decide who's going along with him. Mime and Otak will fight it out. Feed has started to fall a little bit behind. He's having a rough time of it. Currently 4 points behind both of these boys who sit on 101. 2 round wins for either of them gets them to finalist.
Yep, it's a tie at this point pretty much. Feed on the outside looking in, not just in the points, but here in the round. The gap is about 8/10. It's probably, it's actually going to shrink just a smidge, but that's not really going to do much in the grand scheme of things. Where did Mime go?
He crashed. He's gone.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
that's
why Otak just driving alone to the finish line. It's lonely at the top. The Karmine Corps driver will be heading alone to this finish line, picking up the first of those 2 wins that he needs to get himself to finalists. We will be shortly saying goodbye to Svadlap, heading back to Blueprint, which will be our final map, I think, at this point. It's fair to say.
Possibly.
And I think going to be interesting because we saw Feed looking incredibly quick to start the match off on Blueprint. And if he can rediscover that form, the end of this match is about to get real exciting.
Do we see all 3 finals though? That's the question.
Well, if Feed can rediscover the form on Blueprint.
But Otak, 10 points. That'll put him in the lead here of these final 3. Mime getting second, and Feed, that early touch puts him down in 3rd position. But all drivers triple digits. Otak has to win 1 more round to get into finalist. Mime's got to do it twice, and then of course there's little old Feed.
Yeah. I mean, you say that. He's not that far behind in the points still.
But this is, think about who's on stage. Think about who's playing.
Yes.
To everyone else just looking at the numbers, yeah, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
But when your competition is Otak,
reigning world champion.
Reigning world champ, not just of XPEvo.
Yes.
But the World Cup.
Yes.
He's got to do it again.
And then the vice president of Trackmania himself.
He might as well be the president at this point. But yeah, with Feed, looking at who you're up against, it's a huge gap.
Yeah.
It's not going to be simple.
It's scary going into this last one. Feed had 2 rounds on Blueprint to kick this match off where he was very quick, and his ending was really impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Managing to catch up right at the finish line. And then he had 2 rounds that really fell apart.
Yep.
It did not go well. Which version of Feed are we getting? That in and of itself is going to do a huge amount of deciding how this match ends and who ends up joining Massa in advancing through this lower bracket just a little bit further. It feels a shame that we've got to say goodbye to 2 of these players right now, but that's the world that we live in.
Yes, it is. And Otak is, well, I'd say one of the favorites to get through. The king has to keep going. His kingdom starting to burn, but sometimes the best warrior on the battlefield is the man in charge himself. But here we go, on to Blueprint. We are so close in the points. Otak could be getting finalist in this round if he wins it. Mime's got a couple of rounds to do it, and Feed has the most work to do, but it's been good for him. Mime not getting the best start.
Yeah, that's one way to call it. He has dropped quite a long way behind these other 2, and that means Mime on 107, picking up probably the 4 points in this round. He'll be on 111. It's an awkward place to sit. We'll need a win from there. Otak trying to catch up to Feed. If Feed can hold him off, he's denying Otak finalist in this round as well. That's good speed from Otak entering the grass, and his exit will be better than Feed's as well. He's able to straighten the car out, get that accelerator down, and head on off into the distance.
But he's got to be careful, can't rest yet. There's plenty of spots that you can clip or you just full on bonk. But Otak looking solid here up at the top of the hill. We go down into the dirt, and what is it going to be? It's going to be another outside uphill dirt turn. Otak with a great outside line. Feed a little bit more safe there. Through the hole we go. Otak is on to finalist. Is this the end of the match? It's going to come down to Feed. It's going to come down to Mime to keep things going.
Our first lower bracket semifinal. Messy once we got to finals.
Very.
Took a while for things to wrap up once we get there. The players, I think, were just enjoying the stage atmosphere for a little bit too long, frankly. Massa closed his match out as quickly as he could. Got to finalist, out of there immediately. Otak now on finalist. Can he replicate the feat? Will he get out of here quickly? I mean, we saw Feed. He was up there alongside him for a long time in that first round. It was the middle of the track. It was Otak's lines, just giving him that extra acceleration as we headed out of the grass that really kept him going. Feed this time around has had a better start. He is up by about a tenth and a half. That'll turn into still a tenth and a half as we head through this checkpoint. And this is where Otak really started to make his gains last time around.
Yep, and an inside line might reel the Feed man in closer. Yeah, that gap's
there you go.
Chiseling away a little bit. Mime is waiting in the background though. Otak going for the attack on the inside line. He's gonna pull just right about even with Feed onto the plastic to the right. Now we go back onto the tarmac. We're going to go into this drift into checkpoint 10. There's Mime. Feed still leading the way. We are going into the last checkpoint here on Blueprint. Can Feed hold up Otak? Otak's so wide on the uphill, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Feed gets the round win, denies Otak. First time of asking, but necessary 10 points for Feed.
Necessary.
That's big.
Yeah.
That is big.
Absolutely. He moves to 117. He's actually overtaken Mime in the match for the first time in a while. Feed is not sitting in the bottom spot, but Otak is still finalist. He could just wrap this up at any time, put an end to the Cinderella story that is Feed attempting to perform the comeback in this match. And Feed really survived that last round with an excellent start by being a couple of tenths ahead of Otak early on as Otak made that push in the middle of the track. He just seems to have a better line as we exit the grass through the middle. And this time around, he's kind of doing it again. Feed is up.
He is, and if the standings actually stay the way they are, we are going to have triple finalists.
We are going to have
Feed is at
finalists.
117. Mime's at 115. If Mime gets third, he's not there. He's 1 point short. The
Hang on, this is the Otak push. This time around, it's not as clean. He's not quite managed to do it.
Both of them!
Both of them clip! Both of He's into first place. The gap is 3/10 as long as he does not crash. This is it. The world champion, the current reigning XPEvo champion, is looking to move just a little bit further on this deep lower bracket run. Just one more hole to fly through, one more line to cross, and Otak will advance.
Oh, you can see the relief on his face. I think he was a little bit nervous going into that round, but Feed and Mime, this same time of clipping, and that's all it took, and it was right at the end. That's almost the worst time. I know you can lose a round at the start, but when you are that far into the map and you make that mistake, that kills.
Yeah, I mean, whew. Oh, both of them clipping at the same time. Crazy moment. I mean, just it looked like Massa had somehow, or sorry, Otak rather, had managed to somehow just find a booster, given both of them slowing down in front. They're slowing to take the next corner. He's just heading straight into the wall. No, just the same clip. And I do feel that was the part of the track that they had to both know Otak had been gaining on. Round on round on round. Otak was gaining a couple of tenths back there. I do wonder if there was something of just knowing they had to push that a little bit harder in that section of track. And all of a sudden, you overpush just a little bit, you end up with those clips, and Otak cruises to an easy win on the rest of the round.
That's what I was about to say. That's the time to push. If you know the corner where your opponent's strongest, sometimes you got to get a little bit crazy. You look at the gaps, you see it grow a little bit, even if you've been pretty consistent, you say, you know what, I've been within that 100th or so, I've got to push. And sometimes it works out great, and what we saw there is that sometimes it doesn't.
Well, this is going to set up an absolutely fantastic next clash as well. I mean, we have Massa and Otak moving on from this match. We have Gwen and Pac moving on from the other match.
Oh boy.
And I don't know, you try to call who's going to be the two moving on to face the players who've dropped down from our upper bracket as well. It's crazy. We're into the top 8. We are officially into the top 8 of XPEvo. We've had over 200 players playing up at this point, and only 8 players remain. It's going to be an absolute banger from here on out. But for now, we're going to head on over to the stage for a quick interview.
Hello, and welcome back. I am with Massa. How are you feeling today?
Feeling pretty good, to be honest. I felt bad yesterday after like 4 or 5 hours, but now I'm back in shape, I think, and let's see where this goes.
Having good sleep, having good everything?
Yeah, I would say so. Sleep was okay, but I'm feeling rested, so that's all that matters.
I've been checking you this year. It has been a great year for you so far, and I've seen a lot of improvement by your side. What has been your main focus point on getting yourself in this level that we have seen lately?
Well, I keep saying it, but like I feel like I just play like always, just that there's no identities, so I have a bit more confidence. So I think just this confidence boost helps me a lot, and yeah, just play my thing, and I'm doing well, I would say.
Maybe we see you winning this year? Could it be? How are you feeling on that confidence that he's been growing?
I think I feel confident enough, yeah. I think I can win, but it can also just go out next match, so now it's do or die, right? But I think I have the level to win, so we'll see how it goes.
How do you manage that pressure of maybe, oh my god, I'm going next, I'm going out next?
Years of playing, I would say.
Go big?
Or go home.
Thank you so much, and we'll go back to import.
With our top 8 now locked in, I welcome you back to the hosting area for a quick post-match analysis of the second lower bracket semi-final. I am your new host, 50 Laren, and I am joined by the illustrious Shorty and also a returning guest from yesterday.
Yeah,
that is Tona. Guys, what a match it was.
Yeah, it was really close, but Massa really succeeded to win the round he needed to win. Like he sniped Otak twice, which like was really good for him, and then he was really good. Then it was I think like quite close for the second place, but yeah, it was a good match.
Yeah, you said Massa was actually kind of dominating the match a little bit. Sorry, by the way, I excuse myself for my voice. I don't know, I think I'm getting a little bit ill, but everything fine. Yeah, I spoke to Massa actually, and he was not happy about his performance yesterday. Even he was like, I don't like that way. Like I survived kind of, but that's not how I want to play. And they even like fixed apparently some lines from him. Worked very well. He was very impressive, and funnily enough, like when you said you sniped Otak, he actually sniped Otak 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
That must have hurt for Otak a little bit.
Yeah, and mentally that's very good. You know, you just like having more points, you are in the lead, and there is like a safe place. You can do some mistakes, but still have different shot for finalist mode. So yeah.
Yeah, even though he ended up on 119 points, which obviously is the number that you normally don't want to hit, after he got finalist, he was still 30 points clear of the next. So
yeah, domination.
yeah, very dominant. And I think, as you also rightly pointed out afterwards, it was quite close. I think after Massa got through, it was 84, 85, 86 points, something like that. So it really could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was just a couple of points. I mean, obviously unlucky for Otak on that map on featuring it was, like with the ice 180. But you can see like they were obviously waiting for like Massa to just finish the match, and you could see that Otak was just the best prepared player for it. He was ready for it, and he directly like used his chance there.
Yeah, really good match from Massa, and I think that the match we saw just before was a bit quicker in terms of pace, but Massa will be like contending the guys for the spot.
Yeah, very good consistency. Funny enough, with that 119 points, I mean, if you only need 4 points to get finalist, then maybe you shouldn't crash the start.
Shouldn't full crash and having to respawn.
Yeah, but he had such a big lead, he could afford it. That's all good.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That is fair enough as well. Quick mention maybe about Mime. He came back to the lower bracket. He dropped into the lower brackets quite late yesterday, if I remember. Yep. He went through 2 or 3 rounds, but couldn't quite make it. What do you think? Why do you think that was?
I mean, obviously it's far too like Massa just playing really well, just always taking the first places, so you can't really just build gaps like the other 3 players. Like if one player is dominating the match, it's really difficult to like separate yourself from the other 3. And then it's really important once that first dominant player is out of the match, then those rounds are really, really important. And we just have such a stacked field now that even someone going out like Mime isn't really a big surprise, I guess, because it would have been also a big. It would have been the other way around, the same with like Massa going out. It's just a very high level of play. Anyone can go out any round now.
Yeah, I think that Mime was quite like maybe underperforming compared to yesterday, but but it was, as you said, it was really close, and when Massa was qualified, he needed to win rounds and not doing mistakes. Sadly, he did some, and sadly it wasn't the day for Mime.
That's true as well. Yeah, we talked about it before, if maybe the playoffs had something to do, but then I remembered Massa was playing the playoffs, and Otak is probably also full practicing for the World Cup, so that's probably not a valid excuse in this type of situation. But I think there are only 3 matches left, and next up will be the losers bracket final.
Yep.
And I think we will be talking about that after a short break.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
just wish he knew. Just wish he knew. Fight for my ascension, for your ascension, you must prove. 'Cause if you can find it, you don't confine it, you let it move. Make way for the genie, scream for the dream, may come true. Have you ever played with a queen? I can show you what I mean. You your hair with your hand. Gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
And welcome back once again to the hosting area. The players are getting ready, we are getting ready. 3 matches left for 2024 XPEvo. And now it is coming down to the wire. 8 players. Any early favorites now?
From what I saw this morning, I think that Gwen and Pac, I think, are the fastest guys. I will hope it will be Gwen and Otak, because yeah, go friends. But yeah, I think that Otak and Gwen and Pac can go to the grand final and win like both matches.
Okay, we just quickly saw all the 4 players on the screen as well that are playing now in the lower bracket final. Interesting that you've pretty much mentioned all the players except for Massa, who just had a really strong performance. Is there a particular reason for that?
No, I just had the feeling that Gwen and Pac were driving maybe a bit like quicker than Massa. I was really impressed by the pace of both players. Like, it was really amazing, and I think they are. This is my take, but I think they are a bit stronger than Massa.
All right, Shorty, what do you think?
I mean, what I want to know from Tona now as well, since now he's here. We talked a little bit yesterday about if it's like we talked about the grand final already. If it's like helpful to just be rested and have a first match of the day, or is it maybe even helpful having to play before? Do you think that Massa, now that he's like in the groove and he didn't really have like a long break after the match, do you think that's gonna help him just transfer his performance into the next match, or do you think it doesn't really matter?
For that match, I don't think it will be like a huge advantage because the guys all played one match already today. But for example, against Neprime and Ratchet, which we will play the next match, I guess this will be an advantage because the guys who will qualify for the next match already have won 2 matches today. So I think this is like, for mental, this is like good thing.
I've talked yesterday, I think it was with Nico, also a French player, and he said that he dropped out in the match because he has been playing for quite a long time and fatigue started to set in. So you think it is more of an advantage to play beforehand, or do you think because it's only 2 or 3 matches that it's not that big of a deal?
Exactly. I think for 2-3 matches it's okay. Maybe they will be a bit tired for the grand final. If they reach it, but yeah, for this games, I get this is like good for them.
All right. Anything to add?
No, not really. It's gonna be hopefully a really cool match. I mean, you saw that the pace from Gwen and Pac is really good. Then now you have Massa joining as well with a really consistent, but maybe not as fast pace. But we know that Massa can be very fast, so maybe he's gonna push a little bit more. I'm looking forward to that, and I also hope that Otak, like, last match maybe wasn't really also his best performance. I do think that he can perform even better than that. So I'm really looking forward to the matchup.
Yeah, the question is going to be if Massa can get there, right? Because he was really good. We were talking about him yesterday being a little bit, how you say, underestimated by a lot of people. So
kind of. At least it's like a feeling, obviously. I mean, he also, like with Big, he has a lot of fans. So I wouldn't say he's like really underestimated in general. But I feel like you kind of still have this feeling of, yeah, Massa, he's the guy that is like really, really fast, but he crashes a lot. But that's like years ago. Like, he's really consistent, and we just saw that.
And I think that Massa is like living his best year in Trackmania and is playing
so far,
so for a long time, qualifying himself for the World Cup. I guess that not a lot of people have expected that, and maybe he can like go until the grand final and maybe win the XPEvo because he's in a good momentum.
Talking of XPEvo and winning, obviously, I'm going to have to come to a bit of a different player. We already mentioned him slightly. It was Otak. Do you think he feels extra pressure trying to grab the trophy for a second year in a row?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah?
I'm sure. I've talked with him, and he want to win it because he won the first edition and he's here to win the second one as well. He's like, this is what he want to do, but is it the player at the this moment with the favorite? I don't think so.
All right. Pressure is obviously also a thing. Some people deal better with it. Some people don't really deal better with it. You know Otak? Do you know him a bit more personally as well? Because I barely know the players personally at all. So you think pressure is good for him for him?
I think so. I think so. It can help him a lot. But when it's hard in match, for example, the last match when Massa sniped him 2 or 3 times, I was like, maybe it will be hard mentally to come back from that, but he did it. Now this is a new match, like points are reset, and maybe it will be like, okay, this time I will not be sniped, I will snipe them.
All right. I'm obviously not a competitive player, but I have 2 former, sometimes still competitive players. How is the dynamic between if you go into a next match and you obviously come second or even won the first round and then have the same player once again in your bracket? Does it also give you like a confidence boost, or does it give you, if you're the winner, obviously a confidence boost? And what does it do if you got second in that first match? Does it also kind of like in the back of your head, does it like try to...
I think at this moment of the competition, you finish first or second, you will anyway play against the same players. So I think this is interesting to finish first, of course, for the confidence, but also to say, okay, I will have less players who have won their match, only 1 and 2 second guys. But now this is like, if you're first or second, this is a victory because you go through.
Yeah, like Tona said, like early on in a competition like this with so many participants, you kind of want to be first because only for the seed, and when it's still like very unbalanced the matchup, so you don't necessarily want to like play against like 2 first seeds when you get second potentially. So, but right now I don't think Otak is really thinking much about it. I think he's just resetting himself for the next match, and maybe the fact that he got second against Massa can even be like a confidence, like a motivational boost. Like, okay, I lost once against him, not this time.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, I think, with Mime, who got second in one of the rounds to Jaden, I think, and then completely
very early on,
and then completely dominated the next match afterwards. It was like, okay, now I have to lock in. Now it has to be serious. So it's going to be interesting to see how this kind of will unfold. I asked for your prediction. Did I ask for your prediction, or did I get your prediction?
No, you definitely. No, you didn't ask me.
Oh, don't do me like this. Come on.
I'm gonna obviously have to go with Massa, and I'm just gonna be controversial. I think Otak. I think Otak and Massa.
Yeah, I think that's not really the most controversial.
I disagree.
I think, man,
anything can happen.
I remember back to the first day when we all had Otak in our top 4, right?
Yeah, I think we all did. I think
we all did. We all had Otak, and 2 of us also had Granadi. And Granadi obviously already out. But now that we are in this stage and I look at the match, I kind of have to agree with both of you. So it's going to be really, really interesting. I think I agree with you on Massa. He was just really impressive on stage. But I agree with you. You said Gwen, right? So
I said Gwen and Pac. So
yeah. But I don't really want. I think I also had Pac in my final 4 on Friday. So
I don't think we had Massa in our final 4.
No, I don't think.
Speaking about underestimating him.
Yeah. None of us had Massa in the final 4, I think. But with the performance he just dropped, he definitely has to be considered one of the favorites to go through to the next round.
Something also to keep in mind is there is a World Cup slot to take. Gwen is playing for that. Pac is playing for that, and there is still No Prime and Ratchet who can get it. But this match, it will be like for Pac and Gwen. This is we need to continue to get our slot, and there is only one slot.
It's going to be really interesting to see not only who takes the trophy, but who is going to take that World Cup spot as well. The two finalists already qualified, right?
Yeah, exactly.
With Binks and Epos, and then in the second match, the match after this one, we will see, as you already pointed out, New Prime and Ratchet, who are in a good position to take that final spot and potentially already nearly have a hand on it, because there we have... Wait, now I have to think.
There is Otak qualified, of course.
Yeah, Otak and Massa qualified.
Yeah,
And that was your prediction.
Yeah.
Was it? Oh yeah. Yeah, true.
But yeah, it will be also interesting to, like, if my prediction is good, like having Pac and Gwen, having the final consolidation with 4 guys who are looking for one spot at the World Cup. It's like a competition in the competition.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very, very interesting to see if that will actually happen. And I think at this point, like, we gave our predictions. We mentioned every single one of the 4 drivers to go through, at least one of us did. So it is really open in the air right now. And for those who are wondering, we are trying to switch out a monitor on stage right now. So we should be able to go there in a few minutes though. So let's see how long this will take.
I mean, interesting enough, with like we said that once that Gwen only discovered the maps on Monday. How would you feel having discovered the maps on Monday? Do you think you would have still performed the same, or?
I know is like feeling really good on these tracks. These are tracks which are easier than the World Tour ones. And is feeling really, really good, not crashing a lot. Like Gwen, we all know him, is like maybe one of the fastest guy, if not the fastest guy on Trackmania. But sometimes he can like crash a lot. But here is very, very confident on those tracks, and look at Gwen, is not doing many mistakes, and this is why I think he can go until the grand final.
I just remembered you saying yesterday that Gnadi doesn't do many mistakes, and then we saw him crash 3 times in the first 5 rounds. So hopefully
you
that was
be
not
careful
bad
with that.
over
Yeah,
there
you should be very careful
for Gwen. But he was obviously really fast. He did have some mistakes, so the consistency with that short amount of practice is going to come in now. But what I actually want to know is, we are now this late in the tournament. Will this short amount of practice now really like show in like, not necessarily pace, because we all know how fast Gwen can be, but just in the level of comfort that you can have?
Gwen is someone different, like is building confidence with games, and like mostly every games he played, it was like new PB on one map or so. But for example, the last match he played, he won all 4 rounds on blueprints, like 0.5 on every round, and that's crazy fast and very consistent. So yeah, I'm really impressed how Gwen is able to deal with that less training, but it's Gwen, and is like different, really.
I mean, we talked about a couple of players like training together, and obviously they have a lot of practice matches. So obviously the best kind of practice that you can have in these kind of environments is like literally playing the event itself. And he played so many matches now that just that experience of playing those matches is also kind of practice in itself.
Going to the lower bracket to play more matches, to be more ready when you get to the grand final.
Maybe that
I like the strategy.
Not a bad strategy. Not a bad strategy for sure.
But very risky one.
Well, yeah. We've talked about Gwen. We've talked about Otak a little. We've talked about Massa. Final player missing is Pac, right? So what do we think about Pac? How do we see his chances? He dominated the first match today.
Yeah, and well, he dominated
parts of it.
Yeah, part of it, because the start of the match on Blueprint, like, he did 3 mistakes in a row in the final corner. But we know Pac got the pace, got the consistency. Yeah, I think like is really fast and really he can do it. The match I saw with Gwen and Pac, once again, I think they're a bit quicker than the 2 other guys.
That's interesting, because I think you said that the first match was pace-wise a little bit slower. Do I remember?
Oh no. No.
Oh, then I remember it correctly. Then I heard it somewhere outside, probably. So that doesn't then really matter. But then it's maybe interesting as well. You mentioned Blueprint twice now. Once with Gwen and once with Pac, having completely different performances on this.
Yeah, exactly. And then it changed. Pac got like really good rounds on the next maps, and Gwen was struggled a bit. But at the end they were faster than Twin, for example, but Twin did like a good end of match, but not enough because he was a bit too far to come back. But let's see. Yeah, it's hard to compare 2 different matches, and Massa like finished like really quickly his own match. So now it's different. Is it? No, it's not. It's still 120. I guess
it's 140 from now on.
140 from now?
Yes, from now
and
on.
And this is like really different. Like this is.
Yeah, you will get through 1 or 2 more maps, so it's just going to be interesting. I will be looking out for the Blueprint matches and to see if your kind of analysis is coming true there with Gwen and Pac's performances.
Yeah, Pac was fast, but he did mistakes that he doesn't do usually. I think he fixed that in the warm-up, and I'm sure he will be like really ready for this new match.
You said it correctly. He will be ready, and we are ready as well. We are going to hand it over to the casters now to get into the lower bracket final, and I think that one of the casters is going to be Import. But who is the other one going to be?
Oh! Wait, where's my other caster? Oh, there he is! Hey!
Hi.
What's that? How are you?
I didn't know I was going to be here today.
Oh, well, thank you for coming.
No problem.
It's crazy that you magically flew behind the counter. It's wild. Oh.
No, I was on the streets just like about 5 minutes ago, and then here I am.
Well, here we are, the American duo. Let's go. Bringing freedom to this event. Let's do it. Yes, the players are getting loaded in. We're still going to be yapping just a little bit here. There was that monitor issue coming from Pac, and he is still getting that fixed and everything, so we should be able to get into the match hopefully soon.
Yeah.
But holy moly, this match is going to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, I was just over on the B stream. I was casting over there, so I got to see some of the match, like half of the match that we were going to be seeing today. And, I have to say, I'm rooting on for a fellow English speaker. So I'm looking for Pac, because I was talking to Pac earlier this weekend, and he was like, I don't even think people know I'm here, because he was never on stream. He wasn't even on the B stream. He just never was on stream. And now we finally get him on the stream, and he scared me like the last few matches, because I actually thought we were about to lose him because he kept making like silly mistakes.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's Pac. Like, are we surprised?
No, not really. I mean,
Exactly.
I look at playoffs last weekend and where he was constantly sitting at third or fourth even sometimes, and then he would like kind of finally climb at the very end to get into the second slot for and continue into the playoffs last weekend, and then now moving. Unfortunately, at the very end last match, he was in the lead and he cursed himself. He did the exact opposite where he was in the lead and they lost the lead, and that's how he got out and didn't get the World Cup playoff. But hopefully he'll be able to be consistent. But he has a pretty tough field that he's going up against.
I mean, speaking of consistency, another player that's been scaring me has been Gwen.
Right.
Gwen either...
Mr. like 5 days trained, by the way.
Yeah, Mr. 5 days trained is either in first place or fourth place. There's no in the middle. I mean, a couple times he's in the middle. But, like, Gwen has just been able to do insanely good lines, constantly push, and then just have, like, 2 rounds where he decides he's going to check out this wall, make sure it works, make sure that the game is still working properly, and crash a wall, crash a neon light or a lightsaber.
I think that's just the Gwen special. He, likes to give it a little bit of excitement. Like
or
we were talking about
heart attack.
Yeah. Like you were talking about Pac. Yeah, Gwen's kind of the same ilk of that kind of breed, and then we have kind of I feel like kind of the opposites. In the other two opponents with Masa and Otak. And Otak, he's usually I think from what at least I personally noticed, and maybe somebody can correct me here, or you can, since you're the only person here. But at least for Otak, it's kind of a feast or famine type of deal with him. Yeah. If he is dominant in a match, he stays dominant. But if he's struggling in the match, he's going to stay struggling. I mean, he was able to manage to make it through in the last match, but at the beginning he was struggling, and even then, it wasn't until the very end of the match where he finally found himself and was able to get through along with Masa. But hopefully, as our returning champion, by the way, which we haven't really talked about much, he is the champion of XPEvo 2023, and he's trying to win it again. He already has the World Cup spot too, so he definitely wants to be able to make it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I got to be honest, there's a little bit of bias because I am looking for the two-peat. I love when people can get like a two-peat, a three-peat, and then we see if someone can take down the Titan. We still need to make sure that Otak is the Titan of XPEvo. And but you were right. Like last round, especially, Otak has like a towel on the desk.
Yes.
And I started to get nervous when I started seeing him grab that towel a couple more times than normal.
Drying the hands.
Because I know that feeling. When I compete, I actually have a hand towel like on my lap. And I'm constantly like wiping my hands, wiping the controller,
wiping on the pants,
wiping on the pants, on my head. Something is going on, and so I get that feeling. So when I saw like the extra grabs, I was like, oh no, you got to bounce back. You got to mentally get yourself back into that one. And honestly, that's going to be one of the hardest things going up against a player like Masa, where like even when Masa makes a mistake, you can just see it in his player cam. He tilts his head back a tiny bit. And it's like it almost looks like that like cool action hero moment where it's like the hero gets hit in the face and he's like, it's game time. That's what Masa does. Like Masa's like, I'm ready. And we saw it last game. He just flew.
Sometimes it looks like that, and then other times it just looks like sighs of relief. But I think Masa is also kind of one of those players who also is feast or famine. If he's not doing well, he's not doing well. If he is doing well, he is doing well. But I mean, for the last 2 weekends now, he has been doing insanely well. I mean, he unfortunately he is on the loser side of the bracket, but since then he still has been pretty dominant in his matches thus far.
Yeah.
So we should be able to see a really good matchup between all 4 players. I genuinely don't think there's a favorite here per se. I would say maybe just like in terms of peak value or peak performance, I think Gwen has the overall peak compared to everybody else because he can be so insanely fast. But as far as consistency is concerned, I would actually lean towards Masa in this regard.
Really?
Because I feel like he, at least for this tournament overall, has been more showing a consistency compared to everybody else.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would say it's for me, it almost feels like it'd be a bit of a tie between Masa and Pac.
Right.
Because Pac was also doing a lot of consistent runs.
Correct.
But I mean, consistent with pace, and honestly, there's always the debate like what's more important: is it pace, is it consistency, is it both? And I feel like when you're able to do both, it's one of the hardest things to pull off, right? And like that's what makes them pro. That's why they're on stage and we stand here because they can do both. But even then, sometimes you can, like you were saying, like how it's like some players, they start to lose that pace, which then gets them worried because then you start looking at the times, so you start looking at the checkpoints, which then your consistency starts to fall down the window. And then from there, how do you bounce back? How do you get like that rebuttal feeling, especially when you see someone else get into finalist mode and you're like, oh man, I gotta get back in this.
I think that's the cool thing though about this type of level of play, considering the fact that now we're at the level where it's like finalist mode. It does have that added pressure, but these are all guys who are used to that added pressure.
True.
So at this point, it's like finalist mode, I would feel more pressured if I was behind, because when these guys get finalist mode, the odds of them choking is a lot less likely compared to somebody else who is not necessarily used to this level of competition or just used to being on a stage like this in general. And since all of these individuals are very seasoned in this, I feel like that is not going to be as a major factor going
unless the finalist curse kicks in, which it's always, you get finalist, you had like the best round of your life,
right?
You may even got a world record, and then the next round, first turn, right in the corner, out. That's it. You're done for that round. You know, so maybe at this point these guys will be able to kind of not have to deal with that, and will be able to just see someone get finalist and get through on the next round.
Right.
I know as one of the players that would be the best feeling ever, but we're only going to have to wait and see because the matches are going to be starting in momentarily.
Yes, so we're just given the notification that the matches should be starting very, very soon. Pac should be good to go here in just a moment. He is in the lobby or about to join the lobby right now, so we'll give him a few moments when the players are ready up. I mean, you can see it behind the screen too, so you know.
We got some fancy camera work going.
The magic, the technology this year for the event is insane.
Yeah,
compared to last year, I look at our production last year, I'm like, oh, that was interesting.
You know, and like that's the beautiful thing about this game is that there is so much work you can do in production. You know, like we got the fancy lights, we got all the setups, we got the nice mics, we got the nice suits, we got the nice cameras. But then there's so much in the game that's also provided to us, so where we can get these cool little camera effects going on. I just discovered that myself this year, so I probably have like caused some people like headaches from just spinning the camera a million times. So it's a good thing you didn't call me to do this because I'm telling you right now, this camera would have just flown away.
Fair enough. Yeah, the media tracker camera is pretty cool. I know people were freaking out on the qualifier waves. It's like, is it gonna happen every single round? It's like, no, guys, it's okay. We're gonna focus on POVs more going forward.
I kind of like it because sometimes you can see things that you can't see. Like OTAC just crashed there. I wouldn't have seen that.
I mean, in some instances it works, and some instances it definitely don't. I mean, it's always a balance with that when it comes to production. But overall, I mean. Oh, hey, look, it's Next Kings and XPEvo. By the way, a bunch of people are taking photos. Hey, look, it's Maji as well there. She's taking photos right now at the wall. Again, we are still almost there. Pac is now starting to drive to test out his setup, so we'll get some ready-ups here soon. But until then, hopefully you guys have been enjoying the event thus far, and hopefully you have been enjoying the stream and the cast as well. I worked really hard to get everybody from across the world here, especially Mr. Randomize.
Yeah, I don't know how. Again, I was on the streets, a little snap, and I popped up here. I don't know how it happened, but I'm here.
Yep. But okay, all right. We are guys.
It's here.
We are here.
It's here.
Losers Finals is about to start. Warm-ups getting in right now. Games getting in. Everybody get in, huddle in, get the popcorn. Let's get going here in about 40 seconds. All right. Predictions.
140 points too.
140 points.
We got to keep that in mind. But if we're gonna go into predictions, there's the want, and then there's the I believe it's gonna happen. And I'm gonna tell you, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. It's a toss-up. I can't even make a prediction.
I'm going to give a prediction, and I'm just going to throw two names out there. I'm going to say it's going to be Masa and Pac.
Ooh.
All right.
But I'm gonna personally say I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna go Pac and OTAC, but I think Masa and Gwen are gonna be like. I predict at least a triple finalist. I don't know what you folks think out there. Do we think we're gonna get a triple finalist? Do we think we're gonna get quadruple finalists? Because this game is about to go underway. We're gonna start on Karate is the way I like to call it, and here we go. We're gonna be on board with Pac. Take it away.
All right, starting off with the first round, we're going to keep it a little bit low here. Now, a lot can happen in a match like this with 140 points, so we're not going to get too hyped just yet, but good starts from everybody here. OTAC and Gwen leading into this dirt section. And now Pac making the first clip on this round. Unfortunately, going to be slightly behind, but still within striking distance if others are to fail. Everybody getting through this precision pole. Gwen making a mistake, touching there, also going to fall back by Pac. Pac is going to now catch up. We get to the uphill grass, and we see Masa get a little bit of a airtime, and that forced him into that wall. So now OTAC is going to overtake here at the tech drift, holding on thus far, gets really close to that right side, but manages to keep it in. Now we're getting to the latter half of the map. OTAC holding thus far. Pac and Gwen, second and third respectively. Otak is going to get the first place though, and it's going to be Pack. It looks a little scary, but the perspective, Otak definitely had it there, and Otak's going to get that first 10 points.
Yeah, that scared me a little bit. We've seen it already happen, especially with this finish, where someone will go up, it looks clear, it looks fine, and then all of a sudden, everything goes wrong. And so that scared me a tiny bit, but we got it to work, and thankfully, he was able to get in there. So it works out for us all, and we're going to be on board with Gwen for this round. We've seen everyone looking really strong at the beginning, but slowly but surely start to fall away, start to peel away, as we just saw, as unfortunately Otak is going to go flying out. So Masa will be leading up in front, Pack and Gwen will be following. These turns are very tight, as you got to get this drift on the inside and make sure not to take too much air time, because you can start to lose a lot of speed as you come around to the lightsabers or the neon lights. And of course, the precision part, we get a wide turn from Gwen. That's going to allow him to really take that speed downhill, but Pac and Masa are going to be taking advantage of the outside door, doing a really good job being side by side as we come around to the bend. You got to balance on the two wheels, and a nice done precision moment for all three players on your screen, but Masa is the one that's up in front. Does anyone touch that one? No, Pac is going to be losing a little bit of speed, but Masa was still able to get up in front.
Masa able to get that 10 points. Gwen holding into that second place with that 59.308. Overall times are looking okay, decently, compared to the world record that's still held by Feet, if I'm correct here, with that 58.912. Let's see if we're going to be able to also see some world records beaten here, as now everybody needs to unleash the pace going forward into these coming rounds. So far, good start, pretty easy start for everybody here. As we get to the first couple drifts, Pac is going to take a momentary lead for now, but this section here is who's going to decide. Otak already going to touch on the inside, fall back to the fourth place. Pac on first, as he is sitting pretty comfortably right now, but pressure with Gwen and Masa on his heels. Everybody looking pretty solid, no touches here for Gwen, since like last round, as now Gwen holding first place. Pac sitting second behind him. Masa, unfortunately, going to take a little bit of that corner there and is going to get ejected to the back as well. Otak might be able to overtake him. We will find out later, though. Gwen holding off Pac for now. Wheel pop coming in. Everybody in control thus far. And now, tricky part here. Gwen taking a little bit less of that curve. Pac going down the inside, trying to snipe. Isn't going to be enough, though, as Gwen is going to solidify himself in that 10 points in that first place.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge for him, because he's definitely going to need to start pushing with those points, falling on the bottom half of the points at the moment. So it's going to be nice for Gwen to kind of get back with the leaders up there and get that 20 points. So now we have a tie in the bottom. It was tied 13-13 for the top two, 10-10 for the bottom two. So now we are starting to shake things up, as we are going to be moving on to like one of the last few rounds of Kurot, and looking like it just seems to be, we're not getting all four players to make it all the way to the end. Something keeps snagging every single car, especially Otak. Otak has been having a bit of a problem on this map. Hopefully he's going to be able to shake that off and keep going. All players are really looking to actually strive and push this one. Gwen ends up hitting the lightsaber, so unfortunately he's going to be out there. These neon lights are crucial, and they're so mean. They're not just little taps and you keep going. They pull you away. But Masa, Otak, and Pac up in front, really going for that outside dirt. Pac just finding himself centimeters away from the wall and doing a really good job staying up in front. Otak takes a bit of a scary line, somehow still in this race and doing really close plays, able to get a little bit more speed. Pac isn't going to end up falling behind, and Masa is going to be in first place for this round. All right, so with that, Gwen is now falling a little bit behind. Masa is going to be able to take the lead with 27 points. Pac starts to fall a little bit farther behind into that fourth place. And it's a bit of a rough time, but you know what? The first map, as we said, Kurot did a lot of work on these players. Every single one of these players had some moment with the map that they were just not agreeing with. Otak hopefully is going to be able to bounce back a little bit better on this next map, as we're going to Schwaderlab. I'm sorry, I'm not German, so sometimes my predictions, or excuse me, my pronunciation aren't the best, but we're looking for a bounce back. Again, this is up to 140 points, so it's not going to be too much of a problem if these players are going to have a little bit of mistakes as at the beginning, but every player is going to have to try to create that lead. And the sooner and the earlier you can create the lead, the more comfortability you're going to be able to create for yourself moving forward. Because when the pressure starts to kick in, I mean, this is the loser bracket finals. Anything can go wrong, and these players want to create as much cushion as possible.
For sure, and also now with the warm-up coming in on Svadlapa here. My favorite map personally, I'm a big Roxy Mapper fan, but also this map, especially towards that end after the ice slide, it's not so much the ice slide that necessarily gets everybody, it's the exit speed of the ice slide that goes into that dirt turn. Let's see who is going to perform and not get caught up by that ending here as we get into the first round here of Svadlapa. Gwen, Otak, Pack, and Masa. Pack going to be already the first victim in the first turn, unfortunately for himself, taking it a little bit too crazy at the beginning. Gwen and Otak now sitting 1-2 respectively. Masa on the heels, waiting, preying on him at the moment right now. Masa looking pretty solid though and calm and collected. Now, unfortunately, as I say that, Caster Curse, as Gwen now is going to hold into first with Otak not too far behind him, and Masa even stops driving or is very slowed down at that point. Pack is going to overtake him there. And so now it's just Gwen and Otak here sitting first and second respectively. Gwen holding right now. Gets a little bit of a clip on the inside at the tower. Otak now just alone on an island basically at this point, as only Pack and Gwen are about 0.4 behind. And that is unfortunately going to be probably Pack getting second for him, Gwen getting third, and Masa.
Otak is wiggling a little bit. That was a little scary.
Yeah, but he should be able to get it. He should have enough speed there, and yes he is going to get that first place there for himself. And is Masa going to be able to finish?
Yeah, that scared me a little bit, I'm not going to lie, because, you know, Pack had an early mistake.
Right.
And that's the thing about Trackmania, right? Even if you make a mistake early, just keep going, because he was able to not only just get away from fourth place, he was able to run away with that into second place. So, you know, it's one of those moments where, sure, early mistake, early tag, but and it's nice because you have the rest of that map to build as much momentum as possible. So it's working out for Pack. He was able to recover, and we still see him up here fighting into third place. But Gwen and Otak are in the front two. Masa fighting in the back again, hopefully looking for Masa to be able to get some good momentum out of this one. He is currently second place, and Gwen is going to be the one that's really going to need to make a push here to try to not allow Otak and Masa to run away with these points, because Otak is falling a little bit behind. Gwen really doing a good job out in that grass part, and we're going to be looking at trying to keep as much speed out of these drifts so that you can fly right through this ice, because as you said, it's the ice exit speed. When you have a lot of that, you also don't want to be slipping around with those ice wheels, and then the outside dirt, you try to get as close as you can, build as much speed. Gwen's going to be able to take first, but Pack is going to be able to snipe Otak and again go for that second place with the +6 points.
Pack going a little bit more riskier on that end, allowing himself to keep that momentum and allow himself to get to that second place. Now Gwen sitting at 37 points, Otak at 36. It's still a very close matchup thus far. Only 5 points separating first through fourth at the moment. So let's go ahead and see. I'm sorry, I kept on putting up the UI. You guys can see that I'm a little yuck here. That being said, everybody getting a good start off thus far. And Gwen, Pack, Masa, Otak, who is going to carve a lead for themselves going into the coming rounds thus far. Like I said, very close match, very close round. Nobody giving an inch to each other. Tricky spot here with that grass slalom. Everybody gets in cleanly. Otak takes it a little bit tighter on the inside. Masa is holding on as well. Gwen and Pack just a little bit of brevity in front of the other two. Gwen leading yet again with that insane pace. Who's going to survive? Everybody manages to avoid that clip there. They got super close, and now it's going to come down. Such a close round. Pack and Gwen now with a 0.1 lead over the rest of the pack. Gwen and Pack sitting side by side here as we get to the final drift. Gwen just a little bit behind, Pack going a little bit more outside at the beginning. Pack is going to be able to maintain the speed and should be able to get first place. He is going to get first place, and Gwen is going to get that second place right behind him.
You can even see the excitement out of the two of them right there on your screen. Yeah, Pack just going for that outside line, really pushing everything he could out of that one. And look at the score, 43-42, 40. Yeah, sorry, I'm blind. 43, 42, 40 out of the top three. Masa falling a little bit behind, but not too much. At 36 points, it is such a tight race out of these guys. We're only on the second map, and these guys are just constantly swapping positions over and over. Are we going to see anyone be able to take a lead?
And we even have still 100 points left to go in the match. Let's see who's going to get extra points for this round.
I don't know. We're going to have to figure that one out. As we just saw, we lost a few of the players in the backpack. Is trailing a little bit behind, so it's going to be Masa and Otak are going to be battling this one. Unfortunately, Gwen is going to be pretty much almost a whole checkpoint behind, or at least half a checkpoint behind Otak and Masa, doing a really good job up in front. Masa looking to try to find any of the inside lines to try to keep his car as forward as possible. I don't know how they keep avoiding that little gap in the donut part, but Otak is just starting to run away farther and farther. Masa's going to have to go for that inside line on the ice part. He does try to get it, but no, they're going to end up going a little bit wide. It's going to come out to this outside dirt. Otak has a really good lead. He's not going to have to push too hard, but Masa with a 0.2 behind. It's going to be Otak who's going to start to extend his lead.
Otak having a solid round for himself, though, with that 107.455. Again, the world record for this is 107.172, so a couple points behind, but for rounds, that's an insane fast pace that we're getting each and every round. And honestly, even with some of the mistakes here, it's only little touches, it's not massive crashes that we've really been seeing thus far. Now, moving on to the next map. Yeah. Let's go into featuring, ladies and gentlemen. It's Clown Fiesta time for the next map.
I mean, even in the name, it's a bit of a Clown Fiesta. Yeah. I think the mappers just decided to have a little fun. You know, there were so many people getting featured in making this map that they were just like, featuring.
You get a part, you get a part, you get a part.
Essentially.
Literally featuring everyone.
And featuring multiple styles of driving.
Exactly.
Backwards, forwards, bug slides, you know, there we see on your screen just whee. Yeah, I love this slow-mo.
If you get to the first part, congratulations. You pretty much decide how the rest of the match is going to go unless something crazy happens, as it's so hard to gain any momentum back after the first couple elements, such as the quarter pipe jump, the reverse into then the plastic bug slide. Yeah, outside of that, congratulations. That's pretty much the rest of the map. You just drive a little bit, do a little tech drift, and then bada bing, bada boom, you're in the finish suddenly out of nowhere.
All right, so you say that, and then you're going to see someone get a no slide as
probably
they try to go over, you know, the sausage.
But that's more exciting, at least.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the things that definitely helped from last year in the World Tour was the fact that people were forced to learn how to Neo slide. So hopefully all four of our players here, I know for sure they all had a Neo slide. So maybe we'll start to see that. Maybe we'll see the little bit of the wheels wiggling to get that Neo slide going. But we have our clear leader right now with Otak, who is up with 50 points, but Gwen and Pak sitting right behind and tied up. This is such a close match, as you can see here in the race. Masa will be the one who's going to be leading this pack.
Masa leading the train right now. Little trolley, but not anymore. No. The locomotive has left, and now it is down to the rest of the cars to make it through and get to the destination. Gwen and Pack side by side here up on the uphill. Who's going to get the momentum? Who's going to be able to hold the tighter line and get enough speed? It's going to be Gwen. Pack has to make a little bit of adjustment and a little pop of the wheel, but he is going to still be within striking distance if Gwen were to falter. Gwen now leading right ahead, just with a wheel's length between them. Pack trying to get a little bit out of that tech drift, but it's not going to be enough. Gwen is going to go really tight here. Pack's trying to get tighter, but it's not going to be enough. And Gwen's going to get that first place in the 10 points.
Gwen did a really good job. He was able to whip out quick enough to get around on that inside line and not allow Pack to get around him. That's very important to be able to pull off those kind of lines in that moment. I don't know if people play with HUD on or off or anything, but I can imagine just flashing that HUD on and knowing, okay, I need to make this push. And the fact that here on the event we have the world record from Masa with a 101.7, and then we have Pak, who has the best time here in the event with a 102.0. Sorry, I'm still blind. I need glasses. Turbo, please, can I have your glasses? Thank you. But Otak is going to be the one following behind everyone else in this next round here on featuring. The players have been doing a really good job keeping this one tight. Hopefully Masa is going to be able to get through. He does. So now we'll get to see what Masa can do and what kind of damage can happen as we go into the bug slide. And a nice job by everyone to line themselves up. This is where things start to get a little scary because you might snag a wall or here, a corner there, and a nice job by all four players, but it's Gwen and Pack who are starting to push and get a little bit of the lead. You want to make sure you try to keep as much grip as you can here to continue continuously build that speed as you're going to be coming into the final tech drift of the map. Pack and Gwen, again, the two of them fighting up in the front. It's Pack that's leading this time.
Holding.
Who's going to go for the inside
Masa
line?
coming.
Masa almost went for the snipe, but he was just there and he could not find his way inside.
Masa almost getting in there with that 1100ths of a second, but yeah, that was the gap for him, and unfortunately, it was almost there. But now we're tied for first place, excuse me, with Gwen and Pack at 62. Otak, honestly, right there with them, and Masa, unfortunately, is the one that's falling behind in this leaderboard. So he is really needing the map that he has the world record on to kind of help him in his favor. And so far, Masa already out. He crashed already at the quarter pipe. So now it's Gwen and Otak Pack, the top three at the moment, still the top three in this round.
And again, it's that question of consistency versus pace. Sure, you can have world record, but can you do it over and over again? Can you stay within 0.3, 0.2, anything like that? And unfortunately, he's not able to do that. I'm not sure what happened. We saw one of the players,
Otak DNF.
I think, ended up DNF accidentally.
Yes, he DNF'd. I'm not sure if it was an accident or whether that was intentional, but now we still have to keep casting the rest of the round. Gwen and Pack right in front of one another. Gwen holding the lead just now. Pack trying to get a little bit more momentum. Should have a little bit extra speed here. Has to go a little bit wider on the dirt. The wood entry, but it's still going to be Gwen holding there at the front with a 102.96. Hopefully Otak is okay here. Seems to be typing. Hopefully we're going to be okay and he's going to be able to play the next round. We'll see here in just a moment. We are waiting. He's holding right now, looking at the screen. And he's going to be playing, so we are still going to keep going.
We're good. Otak had a little bit of a falter there. He didn't lose his position, though. He's still able to hold third place. That allowed Masa to kind of creep up a little bit. And so Masa is still at least over a round difference away from Gwen, who's currently sitting at 72 points. And unfortunately, we lose Masa again on that backwards part. It's such a brutal moment. It's one of those moments where sometimes you're trying to go backwards, and I think what ended up happening was he still had the forward gear turn, because I saw the wheel turn the wrong way. Unfortunately, that is just one of the hardest parts about going forward to backwards in Trackmania. But we still have the two players that have been leading this entire time on this map, which is Gwen and Pack. It seems that featuring is their map, and they're doing a really good job up in front. It has been a tug-of-war between Gwen and Pack, constantly back and forth on who's going to be leading the pack, and Otak is just following and trying. Basically, at this point, has to hope someone makes a mistake.
Hopefully somebody makes a mistake for Otak. Gwen and Pack, though, not going to have it, not going to take it at all, as that Gwen is still going to hold yet another first place. That is his third place, or first place on this map, and that is a solid 30 points in his bank going forward. I do believe that was the last round. Yes, it was on this map. We are going to go into a map switch next. And what should it be? It should be...
You should be reading the blueprints.
I should be reading the blueprints, and I don't, because I am, like, illiterate. So that is why. But we are now moving on to blueprints. Excuse me. It's literally in front of my face, and
I threw it to you.
It's such in small text. My eyes no worky. Sorry about that. But yes, we're gonna move on to featuring by. We're losing it. Blueprint by Rocket is now the last map of this rotation here. And let's see, is Masa going to be able to recover from his performance on the previous map is going to be the question going forward, as now he has a unfortunate gap for himself with the rest of the pack.
And you mentioned it. He was one of those, it's kind of like a freight train. If he keeps going, he's keeping going. If he starts to slow down, it starts to chug slower and slower and fall back farther and farther. And that is rough. And this is like, we're in the loser bracket finals.
Right.
You finish, you lose, you go home. Well, obviously they'll just go sit in the crowd, but you go home metaphorically.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we can start to see Masa come back in. Again, I want to see a triple finalist. I want to see a quadruple finalist. You know, that's what makes a loser bracket final so epic. So I'm hoping for that.
Well, I mean, with the trend it's currently going right now, we still have the high possibility of a triple finalist with the top three, Gwen, Pack, and Otak. They're performing really well. And also, let's just point out that this is basically a TMGL match of previous seasons, like when it was single player, because literally all these players have been in the pro scene, and this is just another match day in a TMGL season. And so the level of gameplay is so high, and every little thing matters here. Now let's move on and go ahead and see what's going to happen here with this next round.
Okay, I am never going to switch that camera back to Masa. I apologize. That was a camera curse at this point. So now Pack and Gwen again with Otak in the middle this time. We saw in the last map, Otak has been kind of falling a little bit behind, but now Otak is finally putting some pressure on these two as he is leading into the plastic part. This is one of the scariest parts of the map because it's so tight. You can clip in so many different directions, but these guys are pros. This is nothing to them, and Otak is going to be the one that leads us into the outside dirt, but anyone can push to try to get as much speed. Gwen and Otak going to go for a photo finish, and Gwen is able to finish that one, but it was so close. 0.01. That was so close.
Yeah, very close round, but Gwen still holding on yet again. Multiple close rounds happening over the last, I would say, about 10 rounds even, and Gwen constantly being the first place finisher oftentimes going forward, and now Gwen and Pack, Gwen specifically, gaining a little bit of lead over the rest of the pack, sitting at 92 points. Pack right behind him with that 78, and then Otak and Masa a little bit further behind, but now they need to dwindle the lead of Gwen, otherwise he's just going to run away with it and get a free spot into the consolidation final.
I mean, that was one of the things I was mentioning earlier. You want to get to a point where you can create a good lead. You want to be able to start to create that security, and Gwen is doing such a good job of building that security, and Pack is falling, unfortunately, as we see going over that jump. Masa ends up clipping his wheel, so he's going to be out of this one. Again, Gwen and Pack are the two that are leading this battle as Otak is trying to find his way in it. We saw in that last round, Otak had a really good striking chance, but it's starting to look like it's becoming a Gwen-Pack game.
Gwen and Pack are just running away with it. Gwen running away with it in first place. Otak is also going to touch as well, as Gwen just drives it in simply, gets another first place for him, 1:03.73. And
yeah, but the good thing is, you know, is that Masa was able to jump into third place. It was really working out for him. Masa was able to, you know, like he made an early mistake. And again, that's one of the things I would say. Like when you're the one that makes the earlier mistake, you got to just stay focused and try to come back because, yeah, there's only like it's +4 for third place, +3 for fourth place. But you know what? It's still an extra point. And at this point, where if you were Masa, any point is going to matter.
Yeah, of course, and Masa needs to turn it on right now here in the second round of Blueprint. Masa leading out first in this introduction of the first half of the map. Otak on his heels. A little bit of a reverse of what we've been seeing for previous rounds here with Masa and Otak sitting in the front two spots. Gwen and Pack trailing just ever so slightly behind in this train conga line that we see here. Masa getting a little bit of brevity at the front at the penalty grass, but holding still. Otak, Gwen, Pack. Oh my gosh, it is side by side, but Pack is going to be the first one to die. And now Otak and Gwen side by side with Masa leading up into the front. This is going to be a big drift here. Masa isn't going to be able to hold his momentum. Gwen tries to go really quick there in the inside, not able to get much out of it. And now we get the final outside there. Gwen is going to be the first victim of that, and Masa is going to be able to hold on and get his first place and hopefully get back with the leaders.
Good morning, Masa. You are back, and we are happy to see that kind of round. A good time from you as well with a .4. Yeah, that was a good time. I'm happy to see that, Masa. It looks like he's bouncing back. I would love to see if he can get a repeat of that and get that first place again. Start to collect those points because he is now within 3 points of third place, but he's still a little bit outside that first place +10 range to Pack if he wants to try to secure that second place.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to continue and grow this point lead that he just started on the first round. Right now, again, everybody's still leading. Masa getting really tight there on that corner, but managing to avoid it. Pack holding the lead for now. Everybody waiting for any mistakes. We go through a little jump over the hole. Everybody holding thus far. Penalty grass, avoiding the corner here, getting really tight sections here, avoiding another corner. And mostly everybody getting through cleanly. No touches on that inside wall like last round. As now Pack and Gwen are sitting in the front two. Masa and Otak fighting for that third spot. Gwen pulling ahead there after the tech drift, and Pack coming back with the amount of speed, but goes wide on the dirt. Now everybody getting it clean on the uphill, and it's going to be side by side with Pack and Gwen. It's going to be Pack getting it with the 300ths of the seconds, and Pack is going to get that 10 points.
Pack is back in first place, and that was a really, really good outside dirt, and you saw he was able to get that exit really clean. Just barely touch the reactor down and get that inside line to be getting through the hole without clipping anything. And that was what allowed him to just get right in front and get that beautiful snipe.
Yeah, Pack needing that to prevent Gwen from running away with it there. And now we move back to Domino, my personal favorite, by the way.
Yes.
As this is a map that has a lot of elements. It is pretty much an endurance map in a way of itself with how long it is, with that minute 11 world record time, minute 11 and a half. And so average times we're going to be seeing is minute 11 or high or low minute 12s. And so yes, a lot of things happening, a lot of tech drifts, also of course a lot of loose surface transitionals as well.
I mean, this is the one map that I personally like driving, but it also scares me because when you go up that plastic part, all you can look at is neon light and a flag, and you just pray you go through. At least for me, I'm a camera one.
True.
Is there any camera one people out in the crowd, or am I just alone?
I think you're alone. I think you're alone.
Okay.
Also, they can't hear you because usually the crowd is always having a good time, chatting to each other while watching the match, and that's okay. We like that. So yes, a couple more seconds before we hop into the first round. Again, Masa needing to climb back. Gwen trying to run away with it, but Pac was able to kind of stifle that lead just a little bit. But still, Gwen still holding that lead solidly.
Yeah, so we're going to be on board with Masa. He is the one person that, especially for me, I'm looking for that bounce back and to get out of that fourth place position and try to put more pressure onto Otak as well as Pac and try to get that second place in points total, because right now Gwen is sitting at 112 points. He is getting closer and closer to becoming the first finalist and fight for the spot into the grand finals. But Pac is going to be the one leading the pack, I shall say. Masa to follow, and a lot of nice drifts coming out of them. This is the scary part where you don't want to get stuck on the booster. All of them able to get around nicely and continue going around. A lot of moments where you can clip from the grass, and then we have the bobsleigh coming up. You don't want to hook your wheels up on the top, but you want to try to get the best exit as possible, because then with the wood part you just get whipped around on this dirt part, and a nice job out of all four players. Pac still up in front by a 0.1 lead. Masa, Otak, and Gwen are pretty much tight against each other, so Pac is going to just kind of run away with this one as long as he's able to keep the lines, because now he's gaining or creating a better lead. And he's starting to fall a little bit behind, but who's going to go for the inside line? Who's going to try to jump inside? It will be Gwen, but he can't get there in time. So Pac will be walking away with this one with a 111.8.
111.8, that's a really good time from what he's getting 0.3 away from the world record there, and getting another 10 points, getting closer again, once again, to Gwen, as now we're at 118 for Gwen. We're just a little over 20 points, at 22 points for Gwen before he reaches finalist mode. Pac not too far away as well. Unfortunately for Masa, like we were saying earlier, 79 points, not really good place to be in at the moment here, but he is leading the introduction of this map for this round.
It's looking really good for Masa. Gwen will be the one that actually falls a little bit behind, and that's okay because he has a little bit of elbow room. Even if Pac is able to start to climb up closer to him with points, he has some room. Both of them have a nice leeway. Otak and Masa still trying to find the groove and get up in front of the two players that are Gwen and Pac, who have just been the titans of this match, constantly playing tug-of-war. Pac now up in front. Otak and Masa are the ones to follow. And Pac, again, this is looking so good for him as he's able to continuously build up speed and constantly get away from the players, really pushing this outside dirt and trying to keep that fourth gear, and they all do a really good job. Masa's going to go for an inside line, but Pac is going to try to use that downhill to build up some speed. It's not going to really work out for him, so Masa will be up in front, Otak as well, but Pac is probably going to go for the low line and try to get in front of Masa. No, they're both going to go for it, and Masa was still able to hold that lead. Otak was just behind Pac.
Wow, that was insane. 0.05 of a second between all three, and Masa able to hold on by each other there. 88 points for Otak now. Masa overtaking Otak. Masa is now free from the chains of fourth place. Can he continue his climb to Mount Everest and reach the top?
He's building that momentum now. Masa's starting to feel it. Masa's starting to wake up. He's starting to really feel that one. We had some good rounds out of Masa, some really bad rounds at the beginning, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to get that out of your way. You got to get those jitters out of the way. No, we did end up losing Gwen, but again, Gwen, I guess this is not really his map. I mean, I don't know. Gwen and Pac have just been dominating everything, so I can't really say it's not his map. He's just having problems here.
Yeah, and Gwen, unfortunately, with that mistake, is going to fall back, but that's great for everybody else who's trying to catch up to him here. Pac is going to lead in the first place position with Otak and Masa, respectively, right behind him here. Bobsleigh coming in. Not too tricky, everybody gets in just fine, but now a little bit even trickier spot. You have to aim that just precisely as you get down into the dirt section. Little clip here on the inside corner to avoid the outside here. Pac looking pretty solid. Not making the same mistake he made last time though, but somehow gets a little bit of a slowdown. I think he did. You're right.
It was the dirt. He ended up coming a little bit too hard on the left, took a bit of air, and unfortunately falls behind. But maybe
Masa!
Oh no, Masa ends up clipping, but Pak was going to try to go for the snipe. He wasn't able to get there. Otak still able to hold that lead, and that is a 10 points that Otak definitely needs right now.
Yeah, Otak now reclaiming his lead over Masa, and Masa unfortunately having to fall back now, back to 4th. He's going to have to climb back yet again. Gwen sitting at 125, folks. He is 15 points away from finalist mode. Pak is not too far behind.
And Otak and Masa are now very close to also getting in that triple digits. My dream of a quadruple finalist may
It's
actually
so
happen.
close.
It's getting there. The script is working, guys. We're doing it. Masa will be the one who's going to be leading here at the beginning of this map. This drift is such a difficult moment because you have to try to keep that gear 4 as you come up around into the plastic. Watch for that neon light. Watch for the flag and the clip. All 4 players able to do a really good job. But Pak falls a little bit behind as he loses some speed to try to aim for that precision moment. And again, another precision moment with a drift this time. Masa's doing a really good job staying up a bit in front. Masa's always been really good with a lot of his tech turns, so that's going to allow him to really try and push more and more speed out of these guys. He gets a really bad landing. Somehow Masa stays alive, but he's starting to lose a lot of more speed, and that's going to allow Gwen and Otak to start fighting his way up. Paku is even going to be joining in. Masa starting to really lose that lead. Gwen is now trying to close in and capitalize on the mistake. Pak was actually able to get this third part correctly. So now all 4 players are going to be neck and neck tight against each other. It's usually Pak and Gwen up in front, but now Masa is looking like he's going to try to go for that inside line and try to stay inside. It's going to be too
He's going to snipe him!
Gwen gets in there and snipes him!
Snipe right at the end, 100th of a second, with Gwen getting that first place. Masa unfortunately conceding second place there for himself, and now 135, 5 points away. Gwen only has to finish third. Or, sorry, excuse me, second.
Second.
I can't math.
Caster math.
This is why we're Americans. But yes, has to get second or better in order to move on to finalist mode. Pak is still not too far behind, folks. He is just right there in the wings waiting. We still could have our triple finalist moment.
At least.
At least. But now we move to Kurot.
Yeah, and Masa is right there. He's right on the edge of getting the triple digits. That would have been a great round. Unfortunately, Gwen decided to just jump up and say, you know what, nope, this is mine. Gwen now at 135 points, Pak following with 123 points. We have 2 players in potentially in just this map right here could get that finals and even close it out. We could finish it here.
We could finish it on this map, or at least see one of our players move on to the consolidation final, and Gwen is looking to be that one here. He wants to be that one. He has tried so hard to farm these maps, essentially. He's been farming them, boys, because he's only been doing it for 5 days, and boy, has he farmed them, because now he is here in the losers final, and he's in first place, getting ready to move on to the consolidation final and try to grab that World Cup seed.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wish I could do that. I wish I could play a map for 5 days and then just start.
Just be good at it?
Yeah,
okay.
You know, like, let's do 0.3, 0.2 behind world record. Why not?
You know, people like that honestly disgust me. It's just like, it's disgusting how good you are, and it's not fair, Gwen. But do you know what, Gwen? We're still rooting for you. Let's see if you're going to be able to close it out in the next couple rounds.
Yeah, so we're going to be on board with Gwen here as we are trying to see what can happen on Kurot. We're back at the top of the list. You know, we've seen all 5 maps. We know what everyone can do, and we've seen that Kurot was definitely one of those maps that have been claiming lives left and right. Players have been just kind of falling in and out of nowhere. So hopefully we're going to be able to see all 4 players now that they probably feel even more warmed up to really get up there. Pak is going to end up being the one falling a little bit behind. Gwen is looking to put a lot of pressure on both Masa and Otak, the 2 players who really need this first place to get back into the fight. But Gwen is not letting it happen. He's not only trying to get his finalist now, he only needs to get second, but he's going to deny points as we go into the final. It looks like it could be a photo finish, but Masa could not get around Gwen.
Gwen solidifying his finalist mode here as the lights go crazy and the red starts spinning around the players, as now Gwen is looking to get into that consolidation
Consolidation Final. Is he going to be able to close out in the next round? We are going to see here soon.
Pac, unfortunately, will not be able to even lock into finals at 127 points. He's going to need another round or two to potentially get us into a double finalist. And I'm really hoping, knock on wood, that we're not going to see that finalist curse as Gwen now already in the pack. It's Masa who ends up making the mistake. I might have accidentally thrown the curse over to someone else.
All right, well, let's see. Is it going to be able to be Gwen to be able to finish this? Pac gets a little bit down on the inside of that hole, but manages to avoid clipping there, as now we see Gwen trying to get in here. He is still holding his first place. Otak right beside him. Pac trying to overtake. Might be able to overtake with that speed. Yes, he is. Now a couple drifts coming in uphill. Gwen is getting chased down by Pac. Pac saying, no, you cannot get into the Consolidation Final. I will not let you. You're going to have to fight for it as we get to the tech drift now, as Pac and Gwen side by side. Wheel pop coming in. Precision now coming in as we get to the last couple turns. Gwen is going to crash there at the final turns, as Pac is going to be able to snipe into first place, and he's going to be able to get 10 points and defy him.
He denies that moment. Unfortunately, the finalist curse came in. Gwen made a mistake right at that last second. So Pac is now 3 points. He just has to play around. It doesn't matter what happens. He has to play around and get through that finish line to secure himself a finalist. Otak and Masa not too far now. 110 points for Otak, 107 points for Masa. In just a few more rounds, we could start seeing more people putting pressure on Pac.
And we see a crash!
Oh, Gwen is crashing again. This is not going to be good for Gwen. The pressure might be building up, but Otak, Masa, this is a great moment for them. They are both up in front. It's Pac that's going to try to make some work on them. Again, Pac just needs to finish. He doesn't need to take first or second place. This would be great for Otak and Masa. They really need these points. And Otak and Masa, you can barely even see. Thank God for the checkpoints on the bottom right corner, because I wouldn't even know who's in first place. Both of them fighting on that outside dirt. It's getting closer. Pac is trying to close in. Who's going to be able to push out of this one? They're going to be tipping over. Masa somehow still able to hold that grip. Going in through the precision. Otak still holding that lead. Masa trying to find the inside line. They gotta hop over this part. Neither of them were able to touch it, so Otak is gonna be the one who gets in there and extend his lead away from Masa.
Otak being able to extend his lead over Masa, but we're still in finalist mode. Pac has achieved finalist mode. We have at least our double finalists. Can Otak come and get 2 more wins to grant the triple finals? It's gonna be really hard, but he has one more round at least on this map to be able to do it.
Yeah, I was just enjoying the flashy lights. I didn't hear what you said. I love those flashy lights. But yes, double finalists. Gwen looking to try to close this one out as he made 2 mistakes as his finalist mode. This is the 3rd round that Gwen has a chance, and that allowed Pac to get inside and fight to potentially be the first one to get through.
Gwen getting really close on that inside right barrier, manages to avoid it with the skin of his teeth. As now we get into this next round, will we see Gwen or Pac move on to the Consolidation Final? They're sitting in a good position right now. Gwen is holding his lead. He's turned on the turbo jets as he's holding on, but Pac is saying, nope, I'm coming back. Here I am, as he's looking to overtake here at the tech drift. Masa's also in the picture, looking to play spoiler. Pac is able to take the lead just for now. Gwen takes the pole. He hits the pole.
Wait,
Masa is going to push as well. Masa overtakes. Masa gets it first.
Oh my goodness, Masa just came out of nowhere. You can see how the emotions coming in for Pac. He had it there, but Masa says, I'm not done with you yet.
Not done, and less than 20 points away for both Otak and Masa. What if we got a quadruple finalist? I don't want to jinx it just yet. There's still a little bit to go, but holy moly, we're moving on to the next map.
It's featuring, though. Masa was having such a problem at the beginning. I'm so... I can't say this map. I can never say it. So no. We could actually see a quadruple finalist.
That's true. That's true. Because it was Masa that I believe was really good on this map. Yes, and he was getting a lot of points from this. So there might be an opportunity to get this. We gotta calm down. Okay, we're getting a little too excited. We gotta bring it in, folks.
Bring the happy back.
We're bringing the happy back. I'm not freaking out. You're not freaking out.
I've been dancing over here.
We've been jumping up and down and freaking out this entire time. But honestly, with this kind of competition, it gets so exciting. We're right at the end of the tournament, and this is where the players have to lay down everything that they put towards their training and everything and show that they are the best. And are they going to be able to do it is going to be the question. And right now, for Gwen and Pac, yes, they're looking to be the ones moving forward, but Masa and Otak said, I'm not done yet.
No, they have just constantly been finding way. Like, every time I think it's done, every time Gwen or Pac is up in front, just somehow Masa or Otak find a way to fight their way up in front again. They just won't give up. Like, this almost feels like a grand finals, the way it feels like the hero just keeps getting bashed down and fight his way back in.
Crowd, if you hear me, if you're wanting that quadruple finalist, I better be hearing you, because Otak and Masa are looking to get in here and prevent Gwen and Pac from being able to get the finals. Masa, no! He's gonna make a mistake. Otak is gonna have to play spoiler to prevent one of them, and he's doing a good job right now, sitting in front. And right now, holding on thus far, Gwen right behind Pac at the moment here. Low train coming in, slalom section. Everybody has been getting that cleanly so far, and so far they continue to do so here. Couple extra little transitional moments here. Otak and Pac looking pretty good. Gwen looking right behind still. Pac moving a little bit ahead here, but this tower can be tricky. Pac goes a little bit on the inside. Somehow manages to not to get the clip, but Otak still having a little bit more momentum. Goes really deep on the inside. Pac getting a lot more momentum though. Otak unfortunately is going to fall back. Gwen not getting the best eyesight entry. Actually was okay.
The outside dirt.
Pac.
The outside dirt.
The outside dirt is coming, folks. Pac looking on the outside. Pac holding on the outside, but Gwen is also pulling up as well. Pac is going to hold it. It's going to be Pac. Pac is going to get into the consolidation final.
Pac is the first one through. He was able to do it. Gwen has been struggling to close it out for himself. Pac got into finals and got himself in there. Otak and Masa are potentially 2 to 3 rounds away from also hitting finalists. This is getting too close and very uncomfortable for Gwen.
Gwen sitting on the hot seat now, seeing his opponent Pac get ahead of him. Otak is going to be the first mistake there, as Masa now is the only hope for the rest of Germany here in this match. Masa going really deep in that line there. Gwen going a little bit further on the outside. Masa has a nice lead over Gwen for right now. If Masa continues and chooses to keep his lead, Gwen getting a little bit closer now as we get to the grass slalom, and he's getting even tighter and tighter now. He has a lot of momentum. He's right on Masa's heels. Is he going to be able to overtake? It's going to be the question here as we get to the plastic. Gwen still holding his position right on Masa's heels and inching closer and closer. Masa getting a little crazy, and Gwen, he makes the clip.
He makes a mistake, and Otak is even going to be pushing in. He's going to be looking for that second place now. This is going to be a huge moment for both Masa and Otak. They need to collect these points. Masa especially is the farthest one back right now. He is currently sitting at 126. This is going to put him at a 136. This is going to put him in a good position for Masa to close this one out. And it looks like with this one, clean lead, he's in. And it's a good round for both Masa and Otak. Gwen, unfortunately, you can see the frustration on his face. He just needs to close one more round. But the gap is closing in smaller and smaller. 136, 134. In one round, we could see triple finalists.
In one round, we could see triple finalists, but not in the way we initially thought. Gwen trying to collect his thoughts here as we go into the next round. Is Gwen going to be able to do it? Was the holding of his hands? It wasn't going to be enough. Gwen must be tilted. He cannot allow this to happen, as now he has the opportunity to force himself into a triple finalist position, and now it's just up to Masa and Otak to clinch it here going forward. Is it going to be Masa that secures it first, or is it going to be Otak? I think it doesn't matter at this point. Looking at the points, it's 136 to 134, so Otak just needs second place. Masa just needs second place as well, so it doesn't really matter who gets first or second as long as they both get in there together. Yeah, so we will get our triple finalists here, folks. Sans any mistakes. We are going to keep it calm. We are going to see if they're going to be able to do it. Gwen has already DNF'd. There's no point in him driving any further anyways. He doesn't get any more points. Masa is going to be holding the lead here for this round. Otak is going to be right behind him. We get into the tech drift. Masa taking it a little bit too risky. He doesn't need to. He's going to be getting finalists regardless of what happens here. Both getting good eyesight. Masa getting really too close to that light pole there. There's no need, but guy, you have the finalist mode on your hands here, and they are going to be able to save it at the end, and they are going to be able to get the triple finalists. We have triple finalists.
We have triple finalists, folks. It feels like the eye of the storm right now. It feels like everything has come down to this moment. Everything is about to explode, because this is it. This is the final round of the losers bracket final. Who will be our winner? Let me know.
We're going to find out here as we get into the round. I want you to tell us, though, who is it going to be? It's not going to be Gwen, though. It's not going to be Gwen. He already made the mistake. So now it's going to be Monster
And he
Otek.
DNF'd already. He didn't even give the chance. There's so much pressure on this round. He could have just waited, but unfortunately he decided to DNF. So it's going to be Masa or Otak. Gwen, unfortunately, is already signed and bought his ticket to go home. Masa and Otak are neck and neck. They are so tight together. We really don't know who's going to be able to get this one. Otak going closer and closer. Masa doing always a good job getting that exit speed. Otak is being able to follow him.
Tower coming up.
It's getting closer, and this is the moment that gets really scary. Hang on, shush. Okay, we're good. We made it through. We are now going into the last moments, and that is getting as much speed as you can out of the drift. Masa starts to get ahead, but Otak will go a little bit more on the inside. It's just a scary moment, but it's going to give you that good lineup as Masa is going to fall behind. Masa ends up sliding. It looks like it's going to be Otak. Otak has a chance to come back and become the 2P. He moves on!
And he stands up and shows up to the crowd and says, "What did you think? I'm gonna make it anyways."
Otak just never gave up. The man, the Titan himself, will move on to the Consolidation Finals. This is the script. It's wrong.
Just
Everything's
rip it.
wrong.
That's at this point.
I don't know what to say anymore. I can't follow anything. I threw it out because at this point I thought Otak was just going to run away with this, and it came down to a triple finalist moment.
And of all people, I don't know if necessarily everybody thought it was going to be Otak, because obviously the crowd is here, the German crowd, they were really rooting for Masa. You could hear it every single time he would get around. But unfortunately, just right at the end, just the smallest mistake. I think it was a curve that he took on a dirt area.
He slid.
Oh, he slid. That's right.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, just a small slide decided his fate right there. But for Otak, our returning champion is going to be moving on forward into the next match.
Yeah, I mean.
Debrief me on
take a breath.
this.
Take a breath.
Yeah,
take a breath.
we
need to take a breath. I'm sweating. I actually need a towel. This jacket was a terrible idea. What were you thinking about telling me to get a jacket?
We were like, yeah, let's wear jackets. It's going to be great. We're going to look cool.
It gets hot in here, folks, and that game was intense. The heat was so high. These players played so well, honestly, no matter what. And even Gwen, he has to keep his head high. Yes, unfortunately, it all just kind of bit him in the butt at the end. It happens. It happens.
Honestly, what just happened? I'm like trying to think back of what just happened. It was just one after the other, overtakes over overtakes, especially when it comes to the lead points and everything. And Gwen, he just had that lead. He had a 20-point lead already up to when he was at 90 points. Yeah. And then round after round, he just started to lose it. And now he's not even in the contention anymore for the World Cup qualifier seed. That is Gwen's end to his World Tour journey.
That's it. Honestly, that felt like a winner's finals. It almost felt like that. But I guess we're going to have to find out from the man himself who was able to clutch it at the very last second. We are going to get word from Otak. So G-Geek, take it away.
All right, well, thank you very much, Randomize and Import. I'm here with P2 in the match. Otak continuing on his journey into the Consolidation Final, of course, in a short amount of time. Otak, first of all, congratulations. It looked to be a little bit shaky on the start before having a really great last third of the game. How are you feeling about this? Donc, comme je disais, il y avait vraiment un départ peut-être un petit peu compliqué sur les premières et deuxième phases, puis après le dernier tiers, tu as vraiment pop-off. Comment tu as ressenti un petit peu le match de ton côté?
En fait, je me sentais bien sur tout le match. C'est juste, bon, bah voilà, j'ai troll une map featuring. Et je me suis dit, bon, c'est pas grave, de toute façon, je sais que je peux revenir, ça va être un match serré, c'est du 140 points. Donc tout va se jouer en fait en finaliste et bah, ça s'est un peu déroulé comme prévu, quoi.
So yeah, he struggled a little bit at the start, of course, kind of trolled on featuring, and he thought, well, you know what, it's 140 points, there's absolutely nothing to lose at this point. It was still very much early game, and yeah, it seems like the game plan got in pretty much as he was expecting. Donc tu disais featuring, so he was talking about featuring being his weakest map. Have you already kind of figured out what you need to work out in that short downtime before the Consolidation Final? Donc comme tu disais, featuring, c'est peut-être là où tu as un petit peu trop. Est-ce que tu sais un petit peu les points à régler pour pouvoir vraiment performer directement lors de la finale conso?
Déjà enlever le bouton d'aile qui serait pas mal honnêtement, voilà, j'ai oublié de le faire en match et le round d'après j'avais les ghosts donc c'était superbe. Non mais je sais ce que j'ai à changer. Après c'était un match où j'ai bien joué, j'ai trouvé que j'ai bien joué, c'est juste les autres sont insane quoi, on a fait des temps de fou, je pense à Domino, je suis 3e en point 8, bon bah voilà, c'est un peu embêtant mais bon ça arrive, c'est des rounds comme ça, c'est comme ça.
So yeah, just a couple of binds, of course, to change regarding some of the incident rounds. But yeah, he felt like he played really well over the course of the entire match. Is that the level is so stacked, like coming back to Domino, or even like the .2 that was dropped by Pac midway through the match was absolutely insane. So, of course, now, Consolidation final after a little bit of a break. I guess the plan is just to not slow down. Comme je disais, donc du coup, final conso. Maintenant, le plan, c'est juste pas de ralentir, j'imagine.
Ouais, bien sûr. Bah, je suis venu pour chercher mon titre.
Ouais, t'es venu pour le défendre, effectivement.
Évidemment, évidemment. Et puis, les joueurs qu'on va affronter, Nuprime et Ratchet, sont des super joueurs aussi. Donc ça va être aussi dur, donc il faut se concentrer autant et rouler aussi vite.
All right, well, he wants to defend his crown, and of course we can't blame him with that, but he's going to be also wary of Ratchet and Nuprime, who have been very promising, especially on day 2, and they're going to be very tough opponents. So, encore une fois, félicitations, et puis bonne chance pour la finale conso tout à l'heure. That's going to be it for our interview with Otak. We're going to throw it back to the host couch.
Wow. Just wow, what a match that was. Incredibly
This is Trackmania Esports.
This is Trackmania Esports. Me and Shorty were sitting here. We weren't able to predict what was going to happen next. We heard Import screaming and Randomize screaming in the room next door, like a few seconds before we could actually see on the screen up here what was happening. So it was really intense. Yeah, first thoughts about this amazing match that we just saw.
Oh, it's really difficult to watch such a match and then be like, oh yeah, this happened, that happened. It's just really hard to process. Very, very cool match. I really like to see it like from a spectator point of view, from thinking about the players and especially Gwen in this match, which we're going to talk about, I think. A little bit sad, of course, on the other hand as well, but really cool rounds, really cool match overall. A lot of drama, kind of as well. Amazing.
Yeah, you mentioned Gwen there. Gwen, obviously, we talked about him in the pre-match as well a little bit. Starting practice on Monday, playing for his life and soul, basically, trying his best to go through towards the World Cup through this tournament. And I asked before, in this high-pressure situation, if this short-term practice that he has had, just 1 week of like full-on boot camping, will now start to play a role. And I think we kind of saw that here.
I'm not too sure about that because he did play really well. He was leading the match for the longest time. I mean, I maybe had a little bit of a slow start in the first maybe 4 rounds or something, but afterwards he was consistently at the first place for the whole match. He had a couple of finalist rounds, even in fact alone, uncontested. Then a lot of more finalist rounds together with Pac, and then at the end, of course, against Otak and Massa. It's just always this love and hate relationship that everyone has with finalist mode. Like it always gives everyone the opportunity to be like, okay, he's finalist, okay, I'm gonna lock in now, I can still get this. And from the other point of view, it's like, okay, just one more round, just somehow get this one last final round. Like he won so many rounds in that match, and at the end, it's just this one final one that is missing. I just think that's just the game. That's just how it works. That just can happen so fast. I'm not 100% sure if it has to do with the lack of training at all. I don't think that played a big role in that situation.
All right, man. We can agree to disagree on this one. I think it at least has to play a small part in that. He had about 8 or 9 finalist rounds.
It were a lot of finalist rounds.
You said he won a lot of rounds, but the one then when it counted, he was not able to take. So unlucky for Gwen to go out. Another player who went out who was close to completing a comeback was Massa. He was that very last round. They were Otak and Massa were pretty much like this, going the entire map, and then just Massa sliding out slightly. German fans are gonna be very disappointed in the arena, but they were not the last German players, obviously, because the 2 players who went through, that being Otak and Pac, are going to face off with Nuprime and Ratchet.
And that's going to be very interesting because you just said with Gwen that he just lost his chance at going to the World Cup. Obviously, Pac now still in the running, and we're actually going to have 3 players facing off against each other, and potentially after that match it already could be decided as well.
Oh, you're right. So the next match could actually be the decider, and I think it might be, because I think that Otak would be one of the players who is definitely one of the favorites going into that match.
it wasn't really his best match right now, but obviously very good comeback from both him and Massa, kind of working together a little bit, which you have to do in that situation. But they did have a point deficit of around 30 to 40 points to Gwen. That is quite a bit, but obviously it's possible with cup mode. Everything is possible. How to say? Really difficult to say.
I was thinking at one point when they were like 30 points behind still and Pac just got through. The issue is then you're working together, you're both trying to deny Gwen, but at the same time, if one wins, then the other one wins. Then you're taking points away from each other at the same time. So it makes it very much more difficult as well to then get to finalist stage yourself. But they both made it, and they rewarded us with a huge triple finalist round in the very end there. What else is there to say for the last match?
We talked about a lot of things. Obviously, maybe a little bit of a bad start also from just Otak and Massa in general. Pac just played a solid match. Gwen was just not really running away with it, but they were the two better players for the majority of the match. But you just have to affect the way the finalist mode works. Something I wonder what you think about. We saw Gwen DNFing the last 2 rounds after he made that initial mistake. Obviously on this level of competition and the other players probably being very aware of that mistake, they are not gonna make a mistake either. But you just never know. And I think the reasoning is that some players like to DNF, not necessarily because they're like, I'm tilted or anything, but they just, instead of continuing to play around that they know it's not really worth it in like 99% of the cases, they just want to use that time to just refocus for the next one. What do you think about that?
We talked about it as well, because if we just would have continued on and beat out Otak, who didn't make a mistake, as you rightly said, but with DNFing, there's way less pressure. So if you're a second behind, then you're a second behind. But if you're DNFing, then you have like 15 seconds where you just need to finish. So then the pressure on the player is completely gone. And without that, Otak wouldn't have been finalist in the last round, because he was on 134 and then jumped to finalist because he got second. And I'm not sure if I agree with like the refocusing, because if you DNF, it's like you rage in that moment slightly, right? You're like, God damn it. And not playing then for this little bit of period. I mean, there are different players. Some spend warm-up doing nothing. Some drive in warm-up. I'm definitely more of the category that drives in warm-up, because I want to stay in the rhythm. I don't want to then interrupt myself. And maybe these types of things can play a role in this type of situation.
Like, I personally also just always continue driving, but every player has their own kind of quirks here and there, and if it works for you that you just want to DNF those rounds, like maybe not because you rage, but simply because you're like, okay, I don't want to drive this round, I just focus, I just, you have your routines. And if that helps you, then great. It doesn't have to be perfect. But sadly, in this case, it didn't help Gwen.
It didn't help Gwen, but it helped Otak to get through to the next round. Him and Pac are going to continue fighting. We will now go into our lunch break. I'm very hungry. But for you folks at home and you folks in the arena as well, there will be some stuff happening on the stream. We will be streaming the Pathfinder Cup here right now. So stay tuned, and we will be back afterwards for the Consolidation final. We are in the top 6 now, actually. Very nice. See you then. I never know what I'm doing with my hand.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
The B stream is already there, which is really nice. Hello B stream. Not sure about the A stream. That probably should be soon there. Okay, there you go. Perfect. Very, very nice. Alright, so I think we can start, Tom, but maybe we can introduce ourselves. I'm Lucas Turbo. You have maybe seen me on the A or B stream already, and I'm joined in by Tom.
Yo, yo, yo.
Who could not
Tom,
make it
Tom.
because you have COVID.
Yes, I'm sick at home with COVID. I was there last year at EVO, which was fun. But yeah, couldn't make it this year. But you might know one of my many maps, RPG maps, Tompus, whatever, also hosting the Pathfinder Cup. And we have a special Pathfinder Cup edition today for EVO only. So only players who are at the EVO right now can attend today with a €100 prize pool coming up.
Yeah.
It's just one map. Camp 7 is disabled. Cars are forced on, so everyone can see everyone else's car and they can just follow them. But yeah, no one knows the path. 16 checkpoints coming up. And I think we're just gonna start the map now.
Yeah, let's go ahead. So we have 31 players, or like 33 players on the server, and then of course us excluded because we're just spectating. So good luck. Prize pool is €100, and there's 50 for first, 30 for second, and €20 for third position. So still something on the line, and happy to see that this cup is still happening, even though you're sick and you could not make it.
Yeah, sad at home, sleeping a lot, but also building the map that we are about to see.
Yeah, that is for sure. So we have Lars also streaming it. Then we have a lot of OK boys on the server, Marius and Firestorm as well. Definitely want to focus on Firestorm.
Yeah,
He's been doing.
I'm interested to see him because
yeah,
I think he didn't play any previous Pathfinder Cups, as far as I know.
No, not too many, but also in spam competitions and in every like fast turn cup, he was always there and tried to do some damage. So he's really good at this. He's really, really good.
So, on who should we focus first? Cam, because we're about to start. We're in the map.
Let's go with Bird. P4. Let's go with Bird.
Bird.
Bird is the word. Also, I don't have name tags. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Name tags are also disabled, so you can't follow a specific player. That's also why skins are disabled. So everyone has a German car here. Yeah. Because otherwise people would just follow Hazard all the time. But he's not on the server today.
Yeah, he's not playing as well as Yannick's, who's not at the LAN. Currently Bird trying to get across. I mean, you can already see some snow cars there that might become useful. But of course, Tom, you also built a lot of baits on your maps where you think it's the correct path, but at the end, it's not.
Most of the baits are just built for Lars though, because he's very good at following my baits. But yeah, always happy to see player falling for the baits. So Bird went through the engine off and went into a... Yeah, there's nothing there, dead end.
Yeah, so he did not make
So
it.
there's a script on the server which will post a message in the center of the screen when someone finds the first CP. Some people are jumping up there with a snow car.
Who was that actually?
A few people there, but they are probably engine offed, because you need an engine. Otherwise you're just stuck on the ice there. But yeah, taking the snow car is a good idea, but how do they gonna avoid the engine off here?
Yeah, you can see the cars there. I just go into free camera right now, so the checkpoint is there. But how did they reach that? Not gonna give away too much of it. You can see some Easter eggs as well. There's a high, but I don't want to go into that one because it could give away too much information. And yeah, let's go with Simon. I'm currently following him. He's on hotkey number 1. And has the snow car right now. And decides to go over the engine off. With that having no speed. And will not go further than this. Going for the respawn. Also, maybe mainstream. I hope the audio is fine. I hope everything is good. And that we're audible to the stream. And it's in sync.
Let's have a look at Firestorm. I'm just interested in how far he is. He has the snow car. Just went through an engine off though.
Sound is a bit
Which is-
low, okay. I mean... But yeah,
Most
go.
of the time, it's not a good idea to take an engine off unless you know where a checkpoint or reset is. Oh, someone found the first CP. Who-hen? Who is Who-hen? Who is Hen? Who is this?
Hen? So my microphone is a bit quiet. Okay, I'm gonna increase the volume to max. Maybe it's better now. And let's see what Firestorm does. Not really. It's trial and error for him. But Who-hen has found the first checkpoint.
Firestorm restarting. Sometimes the cars help if you see them. Sometimes they distract more than they help.
Okay.
Firestorm finding a cave down here.
And another secret passage that is there.
And some nice pink evil lighting here.
But still no snow car attached. Still no snow car attached for Firestorm. Maybe you don't even need this. Maybe it looks like a bait here. But Firestorm has found something. Something
but
could be important.
Every path he discovers matters because if he remembers those paths, they might come and play later again. Because later you have to know if you've been there before or not. If it's worth dropping down there or reusing that route or not. So every new path he discovers here could come into play later.
Yeah, that's for sure. That is for sure.
So we get quite a few players at CP1 now. Maybe jump to Marius, who is at CP1. We have
Marius made
21
checkpoint
players at CP1. Yeah.
Okay.
If you press tab, you can see on the scoreboard their live checkpoint.
Yeah, so we have not seen the solution for checkpoint 1 actually.
Nope.
So
Firestorm.
Does he get it? Does he get it now? I want to see like the solution for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go back to Firestorm, see if he...
Let's see if he
to
figured
find
it
him.
out. He's not aware actually. Like maybe this is the exact way, but he just goes for the respawn. Maybe he wants a snow car, but currently he's stuck. A lot of players are getting it, going over the.
I think almost all of them know that you need a snow car to climb up there. Oh, and he has a snow car and he has engine again, which is important. So drop down onto the reset, and he's aware of the cave.
Yeah.
So he goes into the cave with snow car and with engine.
And
So
now
let's see. And the snow car trick, we climb up here, which people learned on the lobby map. And now he's back in the original area of the start with snow car and with engine. And now he should be able to do the checkpoint climb jump thingy.
Yeah, this one
which
here,
we're about to
exactly.
see now, yeah. And now he's up here
Huh?
and he has engine. So he can
Yeah.
take CP1. Nice.
Hello and this one here. Yeah, it's a mainstream. Because I don't know, it was not plugged in. I couldn't bother.
And we got Granadi.
Yeah. What should I say? Got to Granadi. Tom?
Just say hello and he should play Pathfinder Cup.
You should
But,
play
he's
Pathfinder
too afraid
Cup.
to lose to last, that's why he always...
Yeah,
sits
go
out.
ahead. Why? Okay. Okay, I'm currently following Marius. I think he has a good idea, by the looks of it, for the second checkpoint that still has to be found.
Yes, so you need snow car first to get through this gate, which is a very small gap. Only a snow car can fit through. Then he's in this new main area here.
Yeah.
And there's a way to get a stadium car, which he is aware already.
Oh.
Hidden behind this big black block.
And he goes for it. He goes for it.
Which is a good start. So we have the stadium car back, and he sees the CP2, which is right in the distance as CP2. So players should be aware of where it is. And he goes for speed, goes through here, goes for jump up
Oh,
here.
nice. But has
Also interesting,
has
but
wet wheels.
Still wet wheels, yes. There's a dirt block though to dry your wheels.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if he's aware of that. But yeah, he respawned and you see a lot of snow cars are aware of.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening in the background,
part.
but it's just Granadi and Massa yapping as always. So it's a bit more laid back. It's a bit more chill, right? So
Yes.
it's all right. But I think Marius has a good idea here for checkpoint 2. I think this is looking really good. And yeah, he goes for the water wheels again, but
now...
Found the dirt, though.
Found the dirt.
Oh,
And
someone found CP2. Corso.
but I think Marius is also very close of getting checkpoint 2.
Yeah, at least most of it. There's still one puzzle piece missing after he's up here. So let's see if he's aware.
Oh, I see something. That's, I think, where the high was.
Yes, exactly. That's why I put the high there.
Yeah.
Just for people to draw some attention to that.
I agree with that. So, but let's see if Marius finds it, actually. Because I'm not sure if he watches the stream. I don't think so. So, let's go. And does he jump there? Is he aware of it? He sees it now. Will he go into it? No.
And there's also a way to get to the high water pool, but with engine off. So people could go through the engine off and scout that water pool.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Alright, but let's go with Marius. Still not aware of what to do. You can see a little bit of the path there, but of course Cam 7 is disabled. So you cannot use Cam 7 to your advantage. Isn't that
He's
hinted?
aware of the high, though, and he sees that the water pool extends below the high.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he can't get there
try it.
again, right?
Yeah. And he sees people just try exactly that, I think. So if he just copies the other cars, he should be able to go there.
Yeah. I love. Oh. But he's still not... There's not enough speed, I think. It's there, Marius. Just jump. Just go for it. And probably this speed is not enough, as I know you, but let's go and see what he does.
Classic. Marius. Missing the pool.
Yeah, not steering to the right. That was great. That was great, but hopefully Marius is aware now, so let's continue with him, because, I mean, there's already, I think, 7 players who have crossed the checkpoint. Nope. 5 players. 5 players. One of them is Lars.
Including Stiel am Eis, though, Tapor and Lars.
Very cool. And soon Marius. Surely he knows what to do now.
And there's still 5 people stuck at the start. So we had 5 people on CP2 and 5 people who didn't manage to get to CP1 yet. And it gets harder over time if you lose like the bulk of players, because there's no one you can follow anymore.
Yeah, it's very advantageous. Like also if I play your Pathfinder Cup. Like look just how much time Marius wasted just because of one jump. It's like it's crazy. He should have just committed and should have gone for something.
Now he's about to get CP2.
Yeah, there you go. Marius into checkpoint 2. Very nice.
But yeah, for the first few CPs, it's just important to stick to the pack of players, to not fall too far behind, because there's still big CPs coming up towards the end, which will probably decide. It's also hard for someone to get away from the pack, so someone like Lars or someone, if he manages to get ahead 2 or 3 CPs, that's very big, because no one can follow him anymore, but yeah, it's hard.
I agree. Alright, let's follow Kelv. Also tended the LAN. Kelv also playing. And has
I'm
stadium.
sad that I didn't meet Kelv.
Yeah, very sad, right? But probably next time. Probably next time then. Has the snow car. There was one other person who... okay, so I think that's the... Oh, I see it. Okay, I think Kelv has an idea. Because with that, a new area opens for you that you have with more speed, by the looks of it. So Kelv could use this important piece of information to his advantage to get checkpoint 3, if this is the correct way.
If it is, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know yet.
But is he aware? Is he
Try
aware of that?
something else now, though.
Yeah. And this might not be the correct way, as Corzo finds checkpoint 3. So, Kelv now doesn't stick to the plan. Maybe he was not aware that you can overjump that freewheel.
He is on a nice track as well now. He sees CP3 now, which is good information to have. So he's aware where he must go.
Oh. Does he know what to do?
But he goes back into the cave again.
Okay.
Not overjumping the freewheel this time.
Turning around.
And trying to jump there, but I don't think that this speed would be enough. I don't think it is enough. So
I hope
Kelv's...
it's not enough.
So Kelv is not making it here. Stiel am Ice, maybe. Let's go with him. Also see checkpoint 3, but I want to see his approach.
Stiel sees a small gap below the scaffolding where he just went out.
That's so mean. This is so mean. This is
because you see a CP3 in front of you when you turn around.
This is so mean. Oh man.
Classic Tom hole.
Yeah, that's a classic Tom part, but having two of them in one map, it's so weird. But yeah, that's
probably not the last one. Okay, but Stiel Ice sees a snow card check, which is the small gap here.
Yeah. Oh, but the ice is not leading towards anything.
Ice on ice.
Ice on ice, yeah, true that.
Stiel on ice.
And has probably to respawn. This climb will be very long.
But we do have 8 players on CP3 now, and Lars just found CP4. That was quite quick.
Yeah.
And consider CP3 one of the hardest CPs, so it's surprising that Lars wasn't that fast.
Yeah, Lars has the snow car, so let's go a bit with Lars. And I do think that you might want to do a trick here that we've seen in the lobby, but Lars just discovers this area here for seconds. And Lars looking good. I mean, no one else at checkpoint 4 so far. Simon found a cut, apparently. Oh.
I mean, it's just an alt route, I guess. But
what is Lars doing now? He made it to the next area and drops down into the water pit. Here's some scaffolding.
And now he's actually back to the CP3 area, but now has a snow car. And
Oh,
CP3
okay.
CP3 is a stadium car area, so he's back on an old known area. You see other players here with the stadium car.
Mm-hmm. But what is he doing now? I mean, you have more speed with the snow car backwards.
But there was a snow car check that Stiel guy found already. But I don't think Lars saw that because Lars found CP3 so fast that he wasn't aware. But he sees CP5. That's where he wants to go.
But does he go backwards? He goes forwards. And that's enough. Enough for Lars. But what to do now? Oh, you can't pass the gap. And Lars gets checkpoint 5 as well. Very nice. Very good. So we have seen a first time discovery. Maybe we can follow someone else because we know the solution now for the checkpoints. Maybe let's go with Topor.
Yes.
Topor.
Tapo guy. CP3. Climbing this hill very slowly.
Oh! Maybe not.
But yeah, that's the way to CP5. He will soon discover that he needs a snow car for that.
Checkpoint 6 for Lars as well. How many checkpoints does this map have, Tom? 16?
16, yes.
16, okay. So Topor sees a gap there. This might lead to checkpoint 4. But he decides to not go into it. And there's checkpoint
But now he is
5.
aware of CP5 and there is a snow car there, which is important information if you get to CP4 and get the snow car.
True. Okay, but I mean...
Yugi is offering a water to Lars. Maybe he just wants to go to Lars' PC and have a look.
Yeah.
Do some real life cheating.
I agree with that. I mean, checkpoint 3 was already really mean. But I don't know the solution for checkpoint 4 at all. But there's an hello there, so...
Yeah, Topor is following someone, but they both engine offed. And there's someone not engine offed going to the hello.
Yeah.
But I think Topor should know how to get there with engine. Yes, he is aware. Goes around this pole, there's a small gap. But now he... Why does he do a circle?
I don't know.
Looking
Seeing
at
his
a tree.
options.
Yeah. Why doesn't he go where he just went? Back to the hello, but with engine this time? I mean, it's taking speed, I guess. Trying to do some kind of half pipe jump thing. No. Going to the hello. And does he see this small hole?
Oh, he
behind
saw
the
it.
half pipe?
He
Yes,
saw it. Another Tom entry. And this one
Yes.
is correct. So Tarpor to the next checkpoint.
If he doesn't drop down there, otherwise he would be dead. He has to go through the engine off. And he sees 04 there. CP4.
That's always the best feeling.
Tarpor. Yes.
And now he knows.
Taking Snowcar, and now he should be aware of where CP5 is and Snowcar check there.
Yeah, but how? I mean, we have seen the solution already.
Yeah.
Oh, zack. The bumper, giving you some speed. I mean, Tarpor knows where he is located right now on the map. And goes in there, which might be correct, might not be.
Stilam Ice only found, also found CP6, so we get 2 players on CP6, 2 players on CP5, and Tarpor about to join the CP5 gang.
Yeah. He surely is. Yeah.
Tarpor going through this gap, that gap. He's
Very
aware.
smart. Like this is very clean toward checkpoint 5.
Yes.
Dude, as if Tarpor watches the stream.
Good job, Tarpor.
Very good.
Tarpor cheating. Report Tarpor.
Yeah, report Tarpor. Very nice from Tarpor, catching up a bit, gaining 3 positions. And checkpoint 6 looked to be a bit easier, as just concerning how fast Lars found it.
Yeah, to be honest, this CP was just for Lars because I used this trick, I think, 3 times already, and every time Lars was blind and couldn't find it, even though he was aware of the trick. So I thought maybe he didn't learn, but looks like he did. He's aware of the plastic bump there, and Tarpor on CP6 as well. So no one on CP7 yet, but he can follow players now, which is like quite some progress here towards this new area.
That's
So
huge
report
progress.
information now. Let's see.
Sees checkpoint 7 as well. But how to get there? How to get to checkpoint 7? Let's see. Looking good.
People chilling in the cave here.
That he will make some progress. He finds out if there's something correct or not. But I think you want to avoid that free wheel there on the left side.
Yes.
Discovering. Is there a gap there? Yes, there is. Tarpor drops down.
Into the nothingness. The
yeah,
void.
It's the void. Yeah.
Tarpor needs to sleep here.
Yeah.
Recover from yesterday.
Tarpor's EP. Okay, but let's go with someone else because I mean,
yes.
Who to spectate? Maybe Marius? Marius struggling.
Here that's CP3. Okay. Over to Marius. Oh no, he dropped down. The CP4 is just above there, but he should not drop here. So he is correct, but yeah, he shouldn't have dropped there.
Checkpoint 4 is there.
Yeah, he was probably afraid of the engine off there, but wasn't aware that right behind the engine off there is the CP.
Yeah.
So let's see if he's aware, and we'll try it again.
Hopefully.
Because I think those are the meanest things. If you completely discard a whole region because you think it's wrong, and never go there again. Okay, he went this way.
Oh, you can. So that's a 2-route way, or?
No, you can.
You cannot make it
this
from
area,
there.
but yeah.
Okay, Marius is not aware that you can go. Oh, that's such good mapping, Tom. That's very good because you are in this area with
CP4
Snowcar.
there now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
you got to use this area with Snowcar to come back to the main area.
Yeah. Because you cannot cross the one area without that. That's so good. This is very good. Very, very nice.
Exploring the water for some underwater bumper or underwater holes. Both things I haven't done before.
Oh, and...
Oh, Simon! Simon in the lead.
And Firestorm.
Firestorm! What the fuck? I didn't
family
see
friendly.
Firestorm.
Family friendly.
Sorry. Damn. But I didn't Firestorm at all.
Yeah.
On CP5 or 6 or something.
Yeah, he was close
up
by.
there. So let's follow Firestorm for a bit.
Yeah.
Let them discover CP7, even though we didn't see CP6 solution yet.
Yeah, but look
so maybe first go back to Lars, maybe?
Yeah. Good idea. Then we can see the solution for checkpoint 6. Oh, Tarpor finding checkpoint 8. Nice.
Someone stand up and check Tarpor's PC, please.
Check in PC. And Lars about to
turn around. He is aware of the turnaround. He goes back to the very start. Does the water jump to this pool, which he couldn't reach before.
Looking great, but what to do now? Going over that small ledge.
Tries the wheel, and he is aware of where CP7 is. Is he?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I
Yes,
can see
he
it.
is. Okay.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
Lars.
okay, Lars on 7th, so back to Firestorm.
Yep, definitely.
Who's also on
back to
CP7. Oh, who just solved CP7, but CP7 is quite easy. That's why Tapa was that fast to solve it. So we have 4 people on CP8 now, including
Yeah,
Firestorm.
CP8 for Firestorm. And I want to see the solution for checkpoint 8 actually. I want to see what Lars does. Okay, he goes over the jump, gets the ice, but goes into the reset. So he is looking good to get checkpoint 8, and there you go. Lars catching up quite a bit, only 1 minute behind Tarpor.
And I don't know if you saw, but above the ice there was the finish, the ring finish.
Ah, yeah. So people should be aware of that as well. Yeah, yeah, right.
Yes.
You're right.
At some point they're gonna need to know what the finish is.
True that. Oh, Lars jumping there, freewheel. Considers his options, but doesn't think that this is worth it. So goes to that part again. Maybe try something else. Okay, slowing down.
Tapor again.
And he
Nice.
sees the gap there. And jumps there. And also gets to checkpoint 9. This is a very good race. Look at
Very
this.
close.
Also, Simon is there. It was 3,000 in this checkpoint between them. 4 players in between 10 seconds going into checkpoint 9. This is so close.
And now we're in a completely new area. We went through the big mountain there, so this is a whole new chunk.
Lars looking really good actually. Simon,
that was
checkpoint
quick
10.
from Simon. Interesting. But that's just probably Simon knowing my mapping style.
Yeah.
Very classic Tom CP here.
Yeah, I'm following Tarpor at the moment. So guys, the prize pool here is €100. 50 is for first, 30 for second, and 20 for third position. Just that you are aware. And the casters are Luckers Turbo and TM Tom, who has been building quite a lot of maps. Like for me, the best RPG maps that are out there. Tompus 1 and 2. Also other maps, Epiphany and...
New Heaven, 4 Towers. 150 CPs, my very first RPG back in the day. A few months after TM 2020 released. Ivan on CP11. In gaming.
Yeah, Tarpo also joining it. Kelv! Wow. Checkpoint 10 as well. Okay, so yeah,
So
Simon
sticking
is...
to Lars though, for now. Okay, Lars found. He just dropped to the water. And he sees the small underwater gap there.
Yeah, Kelv looking really good here actually. And only the top 3 is getting prize money out of it. Yeah, but everybody's here. Everybody is here trailing around. Trying to get to checkpoint 10. Trying to catch up to Simon, who's still leading. But this is just checkpoint 10 again here, Lars.
So this CP is kind of a copy of a CP I built 1 or 2 years ago, which was the first CP to hardstack Hazard. This type of CP.
Simon was
Hazard
aware.
usually wins the Pathfinder Cups, but Lars finds the CP.
Oh, I remember this one. It was just following.
Yeah, just long driving, following the road, which is very unlikely on my
Yeah,
maps.
it is. It is. Like it's a very open area here as well.
Yeah.
It's very open. Yeah, I should have gone to
Interesting.
the
We got 6 players on CP 10 or 11, so very close.
Yeah, I should have gone to the other room actually. Or is it loud for you guys? Do you see the yapping in the background?
That's fine for me.
Okay.
Just occasionally some words, some mumbling. But that's good.
Yeah. Also Tarpor, checkpoint 11. Getting it. Let's see what Shilam Ice does. Currently he's stuck a bit. And
Lars
Fred
going back for some reason. Not sure why.
could be good actually, but doesn't seem to work out. So we're getting closer to the finish. 16 checkpoints.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Thank you, Turbo and Tom, for hosting the Pathfinder Cup. It's still going on. They don't hear me. It's okay. But they are still continuing on the Pathfinder Cup. And if you still want to watch all the action on that, you can head over to the B stream. Hopefully, it's still on there. It should be on there. So you can head over to the B stream and you can continue to watch the Pathfinder Cup. But we have to get the show on moving forward. We have to move on to the Consolidation Final. And now with OTAC and Pack moving on, they're now going to be meeting up with New Prime and Ratchet from Shift. Oh boy, it's going to be a doozy, and I am not going to say anything for this analysis portion because I will just be inherently unbiased. So, or inherently biased, excuse me. But yeah, me and Randomize, we're still recovering from last match. It's even with the break, we're still kind of a little lightheaded. But thank you, 50, for taking over for the previous segments.
No worries. I hope that I did a good job as well. So, interesting match coming up.
Yep, and he said, "No worries, interesting match coming up." So just okay, just making sure. Normally I can hear you guys. And you know what? The day changes, and I am exhausted. But anyways,
we're almost there.
We're almost there. But Shorty, what did you think of last match? How did you think? Like, I wasn't able to hear any of the post analysis, but like, do you want to bring us like kind of give anybody recap who was missing, like just kind of what they just missed?
All right, so basically, small recap. Gwen was kind of leading the whole match, ahead of Peck, and then Autak and Massa had a really bad start into the match. They had a big gap to both of them. I think at some point they were 40 points behind Gwen. Gwen was finalist first. He had a couple of finalist rounds alone. He had, I think, in total around 7, 8 finalist rounds and attempts. But he did not manage to close it out. Instead, Peck just finished, and while Gwen was struggling, Otak and Massa used the opportunity to just catch up, and we had a triple finalist round in the end. Gwen made another mistake, and sadly, Massa also made a mistake at the end. So Otak is good. It's true.
That was fantastically summarized. Thank you so much. Now with it, moving on to the next match here with OTAC and Pack meeting up with Ratchet and New Prime. I'll head it over to you since I brought you on the cast at the last minute here for this segment. Who are you looking forward to performing in this next match? Do you think it's still going to be Pack moving forward and OTAC moving forward, or are Ratchet and New Prime going to be able to stall that and move into the grand final?
Listen, like I want to see the two-peat. I would love to see OTAC be able to bring it to the grand finals and really, become the Titan of XPEvo. I think it'd be really sick. I got to talk to Pack a little bit after the match, and Pack, I told him, are we going to see a world record? And he kind of gave me that look, like that, like, I was like, okay. And I've said it from day one. New Prime has been staying 0.5 of the world record from literally the first round of Wave 1. So it's going to be really hard to really say who's going to move on. But if I really had to say it, I think it's going to be Pack and OTAC. I think they have momentum. I think the nerves were there for sure. But I think after that, they're going to be able to shake it up a little bit. I mean, they're veterans.
Yeah.
They really know what it's like. Ratchet and New Prime, they're good. Don't get me wrong. But I think the veteran gameplay is going to kick in because there's only 2 rounds away from taking the championship.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the players are pretty much ready at this point, and we need to get into the next match. But really quickly, I want to pass it to you two as well. Going into the match, who are you looking forward to?
I definitely will predict, and I know that you won't like it, but I'm going to predict Pack and OTAC. On Friday, I predicted that both of them would be in the final, and I also predicted Bing, so I could go 3 out of 4 here.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be sneaky and avoid the question, but I will say that. No, but I say I really hope that at least Ron, Ratchet, or New Prime is gonna make it.
Yeah.
It would be really nice to see, also because I think they both would deserve it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's going to be Ratchet and New Prime because Germany still has hopes for those 2 players. They are Germany's last hopes for making it to the grand final and winning the XPEvo trophy. So you boys better win or I'm going to find you after the match. Anyways, that being said, let's hand it over to our casters to kick it off for the Consolidation final. It is going to be G-Geek and Legion. Take it away, guys.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Import. Welcome back to the Consolidation Final, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, someone has had his blood pumping, not only witnessing the matches, but also getting there in the first place.
Yep.
How you doing, buddy? You doing all right?
I'm doing great. I hate cardio, and I did it. I was too impatient to wait for the elevator because it was like the floor below me, and I'm like, knowing my luck, it's gonna go down. So I went down every flight of stairs from the 6th floor, mind you. From the top of the premiere all the way down, and then sprinting down that ramp, sprinting around the building, running in here, like just doing like the shoulder on people and just like throwing myself past.
Yeah, trying to get the extra little bit of boost coming off of the people's shoulders.
Yeah.
But yeah, glad that you're able to make it there. Don't worry, you're gonna get some time to recover, and you're gonna need it because Pack, Otak, Ratchet, New Prime is gonna be your matchup for the Consolidation Final. With of course 3 out of those 4 still in the running for the World Cup slot, and in my opinion, I feel like I'm gonna be, after seeing of course the previous match where both Pack and Otak were implicated, it's going to be a bit more one-sided than when people think. Even though New Prime had some pretty solid performances on on Saturday, sorry, during day 2, I feel like it's gonna be a very tough fight for him to try and reproduce that kind of aura that he was exuding on day 2.
Yeah, and you got to think at that point he was a bit fresher. He's already been through the ringer a little bit today. You know, all these players have been playing pretty much since the start. Yeah. So you know the stamina is going to be a bit different. How everyone's feeling vibe-wise is going to be different, and for some of them it's going to be a bit too much, and they're going to fall. And that's the competition. It seems easy when you say, oh, you're just sitting there and you're playing your video games, but like mentally, that's the hardest one to recover.
And that's the thing that most people don't seem to realize when it comes to professional gaming and even games like Trackmania, where it seems so simple. But yeah, just the finesse that it takes in terms of like the skills and of course the mentality that goes into approaching each and one of these games, including versus high power, high profile players like Binks and Epos, for instance, in the grand final that we're going to be seeing later on, and of course versus Pack and Otak. It really takes some kind of a strong willpower to be able to power through these matches, and continuing to power through these matches over the course of an entire day is really what separates those that are mentally fit to those that are probably just in there for the kicks.
Oh yeah, but I think everybody's going to be giving it their all. I don't think anyone's here just to say, well, I made Consolidation, I'm done. No, they're all going to be playing.
We're well past that point.
Right. You have Otak, you have Pack, excuse me, Ratchet, and
New Prime.
New Prime, thank you. I always forget that. I mean, we've seen how Pack's round went. He was on finalist, it took him a little bit, eventually got it. Otak was in sort of the same situation, except he was from the back. He was behind for a lot of that match.
Yeah.
Eventually found his groove, got the points he needed, especially once you know, Masa decided that he was done and got, you know, finished up, opened up another spot. For Ratchet and New Prime, that is going to be a tough hurdle, both of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough hurdle, especially as you could hear it from Otak's interview during the after the lower bracket final that he finished in P2, and he wasn't exactly happy with his his beginning of the match was a little bit shoddy, but he was able to come alive really in the final third, and yeah, there were a couple of mistakes that were done that were maybe out of his own like doing, like just a little bit of reflex fat fingering, something like that.
Yeah.
But overall, he was pretty happy with this match. It's just that the level was so insane, and to be fair play to him to actually sticking through his matchup versus Masa and Gwen of all people, especially considering that Gwen was first the finalist. It goes to show you that again, Cup mode is the one to choose its winners in the end, and this time they have been chosen, and it feels like Otak wants to make sure he is chosen again to defend his title.
Yep, I had a chance to talk to him actually after his last match. I was heading out, he was heading out, so I was like, oh, perfect. And I asked him, I said, you know, first off, you played amazing. You were behind, and you know, I was a bit nervous for him. I was thinking, oh god, he's not going to make this. He's going to, you know, fall out. He's not going to make finals. I mean, he doesn't really need to. He's already going to the World Cup.
Yeah.
But to defend the title for XPEvo, obviously that's what it's all about. And he told me, he was like, you know, he ate. He cooked. He ate. No crumbs. Nothing.
Yeah.
He found his footing. He got more confidence, and from there it was over.
Yeah. He's leaving the plate clean, is what he's trying to say.
No, I told him he ate the whole plate, like the whole thing. Yeah. Like the ceramic, just went...
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, I did. I
thought he was leaving the plate clean without anything left, but no, just...
He didn't leave anything at all.
Man just ate the plate so that nobody could eat them beforehand, so okay, I get it. As we do have all 4 players on the server, and that means we will be getting into short order indeed going underway, and we'll be kicking off this Consolidation final on Schwadlappe. And remember, since of course the lower bracket final, the match beforehand, we are on to 140, so it is a long, hard road to get the finalist status to begin with.
It's 20 extra points, but On paper, not a lot, but when you actually get a chance to do it, and I've done this before, I've kind of run it in old servers and, usually like TM2 Stadium.
Yep.
Actually running it and, going from, at that point, what was people running like 80 point with finalists, sometimes they would do 100 points with finalists or 110 points, and it's just that extra little push that gets to you. And yeah, when I was doing it, it wasn't serious, it was just for fun, we were all, messing around. This is serious play. These are the moments where your championship run is made or broken. That extra 20 points could be just a little bit too much for you to handle.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be really, really tough in order to get into that right mental zone. You do have a little bit more leeway maybe to come back from a bit of a shoddy, maybe first third of the game, but you do need to be on your A game and try to take advantage of mistakes that that players that may not be that endurance in those longer cup mode formats can actually display some chinks in the armor, as one would say, and then try to get into that sort of breach, as they say. But in the meantime, for the penultimate time in the tournament, as the lights flash to green, the field is let loose, and we are racing here. Pack, Otak, Ratchet, and New Prime for 2 spots in the grand final.
Yep, and you're talking about mistakes, and what better place to start than Svadlapa? This has been a map that we have seen some really close clips. That uphill dirt at the end obviously has been killer multiple times, not just in this consolidation, or not in the consolidation, but just in general. From qualifying all the way to now, we've had people lose very important rounds because of that. This grass section here, we've had a couple clips on the inside pole here, especially, very close there from New Prime on the road border. This drift especially can catch a few people out if you're not careful.
Also, Otak barely touching the wall and getting away with it somehow, didn't get stopped, although he did lose around 2/10 there and then with that little wall clip. And Pack committing so hard to the inside line at the hook of the ring in sector number 3 as we make our way through to the ice slide before the penultimate corner. Pack will be followed closely by Ratchet and New Prime in 3rd place. Let's follow along with Ratchet, who's going to be going side by side with Pack, going into the penultimate corner with the slingshot around the dirt. Pack to commit a little bit more towards the outside. Ratchet a bit more speed, maybe on the exit, not quite. Pack has got the gap once again and starts off already with a .442. Just a reminder, in the previous match, he dropped a brand new event record, a .222.
Wow, I didn't know that. I was too busy looking at other things. I was not, I haven't been paying attention to the world records or the event records for the most part. It's been pretty much just, hey, I want to watch Trackmania. So that's crazy. And to see how close that round was from Ratchet and Pack.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the rest of Svadlapa? Is that going to be the rest of Consolidation Finals?
I feel like it's going to be more like the rest of Consolidation Final compared to Svadlapa, especially for Ratchet, because, you saw he tried to get over the crest of the plastic and get a little bit of airtime from the rear, which decided to go a little bit higher than it should have, and that is going to be demoting the shift player down into last place. And his teammate New Prime, in the meantime, is going to be at the back of the queue here in that little high-speed train that's forming up on the top 3 between Pack, Otak, and New Prime, and now moving on the prowl and on the attack versus the Frenchman from the Carmine Corp in 2nd position, trying to make the move stick, and Pack managed to make the landing stick, but has lost a fair bit of time there, and it's a 3-way fight for the lead into sector 3.
Yep, and we got that ice slide coming up. There's barely a postcard between all 3 of these guys. Pack, though, getting to the ice first, then it's Otak and New Prime. Otak with a slightly more inside line. He may get a better exit. That speed's looking about even. Same with New Prime. It's going to come down to this uphill. New Prime was a lot wider there on the right-hander, but I don't think it's going to be enough to overtake Pack, or Otak, excuse me. And 1, 2, 3, less than a 1/10 of a second between them, and Ratchet bring up the rear 3/10 back.
Yeah, also great run on the final sector from all 3 of them. New Prime managing to keep himself honest and keep everyone else honest, and keep himself right in tow of both Otak and Pack. Otak trying to go for maybe a bit of a more of aggressive slingshot in that final corner, but unfortunately it wasn't exactly paying off in terms of the speed delta that he was able to carry through compared to Pack, allowing
New
Pack
Prime
to go for back-to-back
that's a
first
terrible
wins,
respawn.
and that's a very painful respawn indeed for New Prime. He's going to be completely out of it, as that's going to be allowing his teammate Ratchet, his teammate Ratchet is going to be picking up the slack for Team Shift and actually pick up the lead, but he's going to be again locked in battle with the 2016 world champion there.
Yeah, and this is not a team game. This is not the World Cup format we've had in the past where it was duos. Exactly. You are by yourself. It is a 4-man free-for-all. The banners may be the same, but the competition, the competitiveness, is that of people who don't know each other that well in terms of organizations. Pacto still leading the way. He's won the first 2 rounds. He's going to look for 3, maybe the clean sweep on Svadlapa right now. Very good case for that. We have Otak right behind him, and Ratchet is looking to get in there somehow.
What it seems to be is the middle sector for Pack right now in this matchup seems to be the key point of difference that the Englishman can actually rely on to make the gap happen and really put his opponents in a bit of a difficult spot, as we're going to be seeing what the stopwatch says for Pack at the end. It's yet another low point for a .432, just delivering those times
One around, just like this. Keeps on snapping his fingers, and the times pop out just like this. And that is indeed 30 for 30, and maybe 1 round away from the clean sweep.
Yep, I think that could have been a .3.
Yeah,
he hit the finish. He hit the finish right.
I mean, he already did .2 beforehand.
Right,
so
but I mean, you want to get it close. But yeah, it doesn't matter. He's got 30 out of 40 points for this map. He is looking to do that clean sweep. There are 3 other drivers who could stop that from happening, but right now, it's just not. And the thing I'm noticing here on this plastic, everybody's going a bit more outside into left-hander. Pack likes that inside line, and while it looks like it's a bit of a deficit to his overall sort of advantage, it sort of almost snowballs a little bit later on, and we're seeing that because he's right back into it.
He is indeed right back into it because, yeah, the initial trajectory, because it is very much a concave corner, which has a very, very harsh sort of angle that you need to negotiate if you take it full inside, it really does tend to slow down your car on the spot, but he was able to compensate for it really nicely. What Otak will not be able to compensate for is the clip on the inside of the ring before the start of sector number 3 into the grass there. As we make our way through to the ice line, Pack promoted up to a bit of a sizable lead, around 1/10.5 to 2/10 of a second compared to Ratchet. Ratchet is not really going to have any sort of impact on this particular round outcome whatsoever. It's going to be a 40 out of 40 haul for Pack, who clocks in a .3. There it is, a .398, 2/10 clear of his nearest opposition, completely unopposed, undisturbed, calm, and in his lane.
He heard me and said, "All right, Legion, here's your .3. Shut up." It's 2,000s below, but it counts. He shows exactly Schwadlap, but that's his map, 100%. And if he keeps his pace up, by the time we get to the end, he could very well be on finals. Granted, that is best case scenario for Pack, and obviously he's going to be a bit different on each map. It's not, continuous rounds of Schwadlapa as we head on to Domino for our next set of matches. It is currently the man from Britain. It is Pack with a 40, then it's Ratchet 21, Otak 17, and New Prime 14. So those bottom 3 are very close. Pack incredibly comfortable up at the top.
Yeah, incredibly comfortable, and a very, very solid start to his game that he was able to do in this opening map. And I gotta point out, I just looked at the TrackMania.io leaderboards, the public leaderboards, 20 hours ago. Pack 3rd world time with a 111.638. Wow. So the man is looking pretty good, although we do see New Prime at a time established 3 days ago before the start of the tournament, and 11.639. We're not doing too shabby on the part of the man from Team Shifts. Ratchet on the .687, and as for Otak, if I can try to get the time from the Frenchman, I think that might not be showing up, but yeah, actually Otak 21 hours ago, 111.804, so maybe the map where he doesn't feel too comfortable in terms of ultimate pace, but of course the maps in Event Edition and of course the maps from the actual campaign are very different things, and allow us to get the event records that you see on the top left corner of your screen. Currently it is this .645 being held by this man on screen, Ratchet, as we make our way through the first round out of 4 here on Domino.
And keep in mind, those are best case scenarios. That's one run. That does not include the consistency. We don't know how consistent these guys are. And the practice they've done offline, away from the leaderboards, away from prying eyes, that is going to have a bit of a concealment factor. You're not showing your true pace on the public leaderboards. We've seen it time and time again. We haven't seen it just in 2020. We've seen it in TM2 Stadium. It's been happening at every level of competition forever in every single game that we've had competition. Right now, though, Otak and Pack at the top of the field. Ratchet, though, is just in hot pursuit. He's just back there. He's taking his time. New Prime is a few tenths off the pace here, but into the bobsleigh. Pack leads it. Otak, Ratchet almost going over the wall there.
Yeah, trying to go for a very, very risky entry into that bobsleigh there. Ratchet was able to make it work, not quite enough to overtake Otak just yet. Still continuing to pile on the pressure on the reigning XPEvo champion and the reigning world champion, looking to defend both of his titles. And unfortunately, that title defense will not be kicking off in the best of ways with that heavy full stall pick into the wall in the middle transition of the grass road. And Pack will be clocking in a .832, at the end of that particular round. Already sub 111. You kind of have to be that nowadays, but still 111.8, mid.8 is a very, very respectable round time in the very first round of the rotation here on Domino.
Yeah, I think he's looking a little bit safe. For that time could have been lower. He saw that Otak crashed, realized, you know what, I don't have to push anymore. I'm all set. Ratchet's a little farther behind. Why push? Why bother? Why not just do it? Just do what I got to do. Ratchet also recognized that. I don't know if he had cars on. If he did, he probably saw, Otak go from in front to behind. But if not, at the checkpoint, he does get that update and realizes that he was in the same sort of boat
Yeah, exactly. As we make our way through to round 2 now, onto the plastic and that semi-blind right-hander reactor plastic part, and it's going to be Ratchet emerging in the lead with a bit of wide exit, but he was able to have enough foresight and enough of the gap to actually see everybody else coming, including his teammate Uprime, who's having a little bit of a blinder of a round, really, so far. Let's see if we can find his perspective. There it is. Has fumbling with my keys a little bit, but he's going to be keeping his teammate in tow and in check, and he's actually going to try to eat away at his gap right there through the bobsleigh. We're down to just 40 milliseconds. The previous clip, it's around under a tenth right there, although we do have a little bit of a bump on the inside, and here comes Pack indeed.
Pack is now up into second past Uprime. He had the momentum to get around him, but it is Ratchet who's got a little bit more of a gap and a little bit more speed. Onto the last bit of grass we go. Onto the spectator block is what I'm calling it. Ratchet's going for a low jump. So is Uprime. Into the finish, though, he's not going to be good enough. It's going to be just a couple of hundredths behind Ratchet, though. A good solid 10 points.
A good solid 10 points, and most importantly, an end to the 5-round win streak that Pack was absolutely on. Still a 56 out of 60 points haul so far in this opening salvo of rounds here on this Consolidation final is absolutely not too shabby. He's already passed the quarter mark, and even, I would say, the third of the way there towards finalist status, of course, which, once again, we remind you, is at 140, so it is a long, long road ahead still.
I'm trying to do the math in my head, and I realize that's a terrible idea, because I'm trying to break it up into thirds. But it doesn't matter. We happen to be on, if I'm not mistaken, the third round of Schwadlapa. Exactly. Or Domino, excuse me.
Domino.
We were just on Schwadlapa.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Oh, new prime of the touch. That drift, it is so easy to get wrong. It's such an awkward angle. It's a great exit. It looks awesome, but it is one of those that is deceptively hard. And for the rest of the three, they've made it work, and we continue this fight with about less than a tenth.
Yeah, about less than a tenth at the exit of the bobsleigh. It's going to be Pack emerging ahead of Otak, who's going to be losing a little bit of speed at the exit of the wood and into the dirt, and going to be falling into the clutches of Ratchet, who's going to be continuing to try and find an aperture, trying to force him to make a mistake at the present moment, heading into checkpoint number 11 in the very tight transition between the two side-by-side blocks of the grass road part, and it's going to be Pack continuing to be completely unopposed in the lead and picking up where he left off after being demoted by Ratchet in the previous round. And look at the time, dropping into the 0.7s with a 0.793, courtesy of the former solo replayer and eminent gaming player for the longest time. 95 milliseconds ahead of Ratchet, who continues his steady haul of points slowly but surely. And Otak, once again, it seems as though the very early game is not really turning out to be in his favor.
But we saw that in his previous round. He had a pretty awful start, I won't lie. Casting that over was shocking, but he got his mojo going, and this could be the same thing. Pack obviously is in a completely different situation. He has an incredibly healthy lead over second place Ratchet. Otak can take solace knowing that he is ahead of New Prime. It's 2 points, but it's at least something. It's third, but Pack is very much in the driver's seat here in the Consolidation final, and it looks like, New Prime has fallen off a little bit, yes, and Ratchet, what a drift, goes right up into the lead. It's going to be all three of them onto the booster at the exact same time, onto the grass, and we're going to get even tighter from here on.
Yeah, it was a 1 or 2 pixel wide gap between the end of his car, the right hand of his car, and the wall on the outside that was looking to actually grab him and force him into a stop completely. And now the pole has forced Ratchet to a stop completely. It's going to be Pack versus Otak in first and second. It's going to be Pack promoted up into a bit of more of a defensive position, maybe a more comfortable quote-unquote defensive position with a gap of around a tenth of a second at the start of the final sector. Through the grass road we go. Pack continuing to hold that lead, but Otak trying to go on the prowl with a bit of a tighter line through there. He's going to have enough speed. It's going to be down to the line, down to the wire, to the jump. Pack has got enough of the gap. No, he's messed up the finish, and Otak gets promoted into the lead with a 0.886. It's going to be a 2 out of 4 scorecard completion here on Domino for Pack. Still 72 points out of 80 points collectible in the first 8 rounds. It's still quite some clip in terms of progressing through the match, and he's already past halfway.
I think that last little couple set of turns, that spooked Pack. Because Otak, it was like 1 or 2 speed more, and it looked like Pack could have gone a little bit lower on the jump, and he almost did, and Otak almost went even lower than that, but just a little bit too much on the right. That puts him into the light pole, which isn't going to help him at all. So Otak desperately needs those 10 points to stay in it. His chances of getting back to the grand finals in just a short amount of time is starting to dwindle, but that is that ember that keeps it going.
That is that ember that keeps it going, and he needs to actually continue to maintain that ember. I was trying to find the word and try to go into the full-blown fire that needs to be burning into his heart and also into the fingers, into the pad to actually make the rubber burn on the track as we head onto Kurot next. next. Of course, Jaka's map, where we've seen plenty of huge commitments, especially from Pack, into that checkpoint 7-8 turn, where you need to go over the crested hill without taking airtime on the grass. And then, if you're really daring, try to go for the full slingshot around the outside, keeping just the bare minimum to keep your left rear from contacting the wall.
Yep, and then we've also seen him on the turn after checkpoint 9, that off-camber right. He has been right up against that wall, just several rounds. It is insane, his level of precision and commitment to that corner. He has pulled some ridiculous gaps out of there, 2 wheels even.
Yeah, exactly. Most of the people who try to go full commit try to get a bit of a pop of a wheelie going on in that particular corner. Unfortunately, we do have a Ratchet that actually made a bit of a close contact with the opponent. Must have been just Pack as well. Yeah, both grazing maybe with a little bit of the side pods, or maybe even the flank or like the side wall of the rear tires that might have been making contact. But New Prime now in a bit of a tough position, because yes, he's in the lead, but he's got a very hungry Otak just behind him.
Yep, and we are going to be going through the little bit of chicane onto the grass, a little bit of penalty to slow you down. New Prime right up there towards the top of the hill. That is a perfect dirt line. Otak is starting to get a little bit desperate here. He's going to take a slightly more just stupidly insane precise line. New Prime, you saw him up there on 2 wheels. They're going to grab a little bit of grip there from the ring on the ground. Jumping over the cruise control. New Prime doesn't get it, neither does Otak, but it is a 59.012. Excuse me?
And that is a brand new event record, my guy.
Oh my
we're gonna get our 58 by the end of the tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I am calling it right now.
It's happening this round.
And you want to bet on that?
I got a euro.
I
got a euro.
Oh no, I don't have any change.
Doesn't matter. Either you get a euro or you don't.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm committing to the bid in the booth.
All right, fair. I'm committing to the bid as well. So let's see if we're going to get a 58 here in this round, with Pack trying to right the wrongs of the first round. Sam for Ratchet, but New Prime, his moment of glory has been followed on by a little bit of a wallowing of the defeat right now after a bit of a calamitous first sector. He falls down to almost a second behind Pack and the top 3 trio, the leading trio, I gotta say, which is going to be transforming into a duo with that contact of the Neon from Ratchet, and now it's going to be a straight fight. Pack versus Otak yet again.
I don't have a euro, but I have 2 euro. You know what, we'll make it 2 euros. Screw it. Who cares? 2 euros. That's the bet. Right now, Pack is running up here in the front into checkpoint number 9. Look at how high he goes. That gives him such a great line. 2 wheels for the Briton. Again, showing his prowess here.
And
onto
Otak
the plastic. Otak touches. Pack, what's your time? Is Jiki going to get 2 euros? He's at the 58, but it's not the 58. It's a 59-1. Maybe if New Prime didn't mess up, he could have had it.
Yeah, well, that mess up happened very early, unfortunately, for New Prime, and despite that, I say despite in very big air quotes, despite that slightly slower round, you can see Pack just nodding his head, just bobbing his head back up and down, just keeping himself in the groove. I actually had the chance to talk to him, like, I think it was maybe 10 or 15 minutes before the start of the match. He was feeling pretty stressed because of what he had to go through, of course, to actually get to this point.
Yep.
And I'm imagining the nerves are maybe starting to get to him, but knowing the guy, he knows how to handle those kind of high-pressure situations. He just needs to get everything down perfectly nice and needs to have the stars align.
He needs to just get in that harmonious state with himself. You cannot let the nerves get to you of your own ability. You cannot let the crowds get to you, the lights, the sounds, everything. You have to be locked in your zone from the start. If you back out of that a little bit at this point in the game, you're going to do what New Prime does, get a little bit of a touch, get the slowdown. That'll put him right in the back. Pack again up at the top. You see these different lines. Both drivers, Pack and Ratchet, going 2 wheels through the triangle of the checkpoint onto the plastic. Grab a little grip on the ring. Pack continuing to stay ahead, up and over the cruise control into the finish of 59.27 from the 2016 world champion.
Yeah, it seems as though it was a bit of a flash of pace from New Prime that we have been witnessing, of course, on round 1, but that turned out to be a little bit of a fluke because of a somewhat lackluster consistency that we're currently seeing from him on that very first rotation of Kurot. I know it might be very easy of a thing to say for us here in the booth, given that we're not really partaking in the match per se as a player, but having been through those kinds of situations before, we know exactly what goes on through the mind of the player like this when something just doesn't seem to go right and seems to go awry, and he just has to do his best to actually continue pushing, and sometimes sometimes overdrive. He has to drive like 101, 105, 110% above what he thinks is capable of, and inevitably, mistakes happen.
Yep, and I think we all have our own little preview of that. I'm pretty sure a good majority of people here, and a majority of you guys watching at home, you've played Cup of the Day, you've been in that final round, you know that your times are kind of getting close, you know that you maybe need to push somewhere. This is like that, but just a little bit more stressful. And the amount of commitment packed. What is that line? Him and Otak side by side. Ratchet's in here, New Prime's in here. It is a four-way brawl right now as we head into the last couple set of checkpoints. Onto the plastic again, the ring. Otak's got a little bit more speed. Here comes Ratchet over the cruise control. Nobody gets it. Back up into the finish. 59-19-5 for the man from the British Isles. This guy is in the driver's seat. I cannot get enough. He is the first person to get into the 3 digits. 40-point lead over Ratchet, who's at 65.
That is a commanding performance in the making from Pac. The Giga Chad, ladies and gentlemen, at work and doing his best work at his finest right there as we make our way to the next map, which is going to be featuring. And we've of course been highlighting the Ice 180 because some players have been breaking their teeth on that very particular Ice 180, but also that checkpoint 7, checkpoint 8 sector with the bug slide where you can get such a tight late apex to actually collect some gap back, and also the ending into the wood. It may seem a little bit more sedate compared to some of the difficulties that this map has in store, but we've seen plenty of crazy comebacks and crazy snipes happen in that very same sector.
Oh yeah, I'm fairly certain we've had a few rounds that we've casted together, both here in the booth and out on B-Stream.
Yep, exactly.
Where same things happen, and it's happened to pretty much, it's literally happened to everybody. I don't think there's a single round so far this tournament where that hasn't happened.
Yeah, I don't think there's been any kind of quote-unquote sane round where everything's been all clean, everything's been all good, as we're going to be making our way to the first round of featuring here in about 10 seconds time with 10 seconds left in the warm-up. Let's see if I can get some of the times pulled up. We got Ratchet, a time made 11 days ago that maybe dated a little bit, a 101.924 to the credit of the man from Team Shift. And New Prime, there's sometimes that might need to still be evolving. Otak, that might be his weakest map at the moment, the 102.015 for Otak. Of course, those are times from the public leaderboards. We don't know exactly what he's actually packing, but we'll see how far he is packing. But still, a 0.015 when you take into consideration that the 101.777 is the new world record as of just a few hours ago, courtesy of Massa, and the current event record is actually closer to the 102s than the 101s.
Yeah, and it's by none other than Pac, and he is, packing about 105 points going into the first round here on featuring. It is a very good start for everybody except for Otak. He's almost 2/10 back. He's got New Prime pretty close to him, but you can see just how different lines there at the bug slide can translate, and it's actually gone beautifully for Ratchet, who does overtake into the lead. Pac staring at the rear lights here of the Shift driver from Germany. Onto our plastic we go. Another little triangle. Sausage in the Woods coming up.
Sausage in the Woods coming up, coming in right now, as a matter of fact, in just a few seconds with that wood jump off of the loop. Let's see what the time for Ratchet will be, and he will be kicking off already, getting close to the event record with a .075 to the credit of the man from Shift, trying to continue keeping himself afloat in that battle for top 2. Currently still staying well afloat in the very least for that battle versus Otak. 15 point of a gap between him and the Frenchman, but Pac continuing, saying, all right, I think I've had my fair share of 10-pointers. It's nice to not, I think I'm be the nice guy and not be the scarecrow for every round this time. I'll let some 10-pointers up for grabs for the others, you know?
Yep, and obviously when he gets to finalist, hopefully he cleans it out, right nice and quickly. That way we can only have 3 spots. Nobody gets 3 points anymore, which is awesome. But for right now, he is not there quite yet. I think he was at 115, so he's got about
he's on the 111.
111. I just can't read, so
he's on 21 points left until finalist status at the moment, Pac. So
29.
He still has quite a bit of way to go before, but he also has quite a bit of a gap to see everybody else coming. So he can potentially take a bit more of a laid-back approach. He can afford to take that said laid-back approach, even though he has to still do battle to guarantee that he doesn't lose too much positions in a bit of a dumb manner as he continues to go toe-to-toe with Otak for the benefit of that said second place. And Ratchet, in the meantime, continuing to pile on a very, very solid drive. Otak versus Pac for second place. It's going to be down the line with a great jump from Pac, resisting up until the bitter end. A 102.162, the winning round time for Ratchet, who finishes 2/10 clear of the battle for second. And Pac managing to keep his roll and keep his gap almost relatively intact. Well, 4 points by 4 points, but when you've got almost a 40-point gap before you enter the map, it's not that big of a deal.
Did you see how far to the left Pack set up at the wood?
Yeah, deciding to go uber wide. Yeah.
Yep, it gave him that incredibly tight line up into the up into the finish. Otak kind of just took the race like, there goes that was Shift or not?
No, that was Otak.
That was Otak. Oh god, Otak is he's just gonna double respawn. That's probably the fastest thing you can do at that point. New Prime though has a chance to lead the field. Pack and Ratchet side by side, almost a touch there from Ratchet. Not just one, not just two. Oh my god, he's so close. He wants every little bit of road he can get, and Pack with the touch. Now it's just the two Shift players.
And that is a golden opportunity for New Prime to try and get himself a little bit of off a shaky ground. Sorry about that, but also trying to find some stable footing, as I'm trying to find stable footing with myself and my words sometimes. But right now he's currently leading his teammate by about a 1/10 of a second, there or thereabouts, heading into the final few checkpoints and the final section of the road. And a huge slowdown from Ratchet in the setup for the double left-hander, and New Prime will be crossing the finish line with a .215, allowing him to get up to 66 points. He's not even halfway. He's had definitely a bit of a rougher go. He's came out the worst for wear, but this could be the one that sparks it all. The one spark to the remontada could very well be what we just witnessed here.
Yep, and Pack is at 121. He can get finalists. If he wins the next 2 rounds, he will go into that 3rd round with the first opportunity to close things out. I noticed that the battle for 2nd is only separated by a couple of, the battle for 3rd with Otak and New Prime only separated by a single point, and then Ratchet's kind of in no man's land right now with 91, but it's a comfortable spot compared to what Otak is working with, and we do see that was New Prime actually clipping the wall a little bit. He's going to fall back. What a line from Ratchet around the two of them. He's going to gain the lead through the triangle, into the plastic, the bug slide. It's going to see Pack though in the front.
It's going to be definitely Ratchet's power map, even though he has to contend with Pack, who's trying to maybe say, all right, playtime's over. I've given you enough 10-pointer opportunities. Now it's my time to actually get this thing over with and actually get myself into the grand final, as we do see Otak also on the prowl and moving ahead of Ratchet for that 2nd position, and Pack trying to build himself a little bit of a lead just before the wood section, as we are going to be going very wide. Oh, actually a little bit tighter on the side of the Englishman with a .138 at the very end, 79 milliseconds ahead of Otak. Ratchet just a touch above at 10th behind in 3rd. New Prime in P4 with that unfortunate touch at the very end of sector number 1, and Pack just needs 1 round win, 1 singular 10-pointer to reach finalist status.
And it's going to be on Blueprint, our next map coming up here. I just want to take a quick gander at the scores. It is right now, Otak is 4 points ahead of New Prime in 3rd, and then Ratchet's at 95. Otak has a mountain, an ocean, and probably there's a desert in there somewhere to overcome to get to finalist mode, so he has a chance of going to the finals.
And you know what? Pack kind of filling in that role of Scarecrow for most of the rounds, but you know the gaps are very exacerbated because of that extra 20 points that you have to continue grabbing before finalist status. If these were 120, the gaps would not be as big as they are right now. So Otak might see the gaps. He might have been like kind of discouraged maybe a little bit, but he remembers that this is 140. There's absolutely nothing to lose. He said it himself in his interview during the after the winner bracket final, or lower bracket final, sorry. And yeah, I think he's going to be keeping on that mentality, just that never give up attitude that really is needed at that high level of competition in the top 6 with a shot at the top 4 potentially.
But you can't give up. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Talking about him taking his time, but you can't. You're at a point in the game where you're not allowed to lay off the gas. You can't coast. You have to send it. And he is in danger of not making the finals later today because the gap right now is what, 20 points? 30 points?
Almost 20 points. Let's see if yeah,
22 points.
22 points indeed for Otak to actually climb back up versus Ratchet, as we make our way through the first round here on this rotation of Blueprint by Roquette. And yes, as we said, Pack just 9 points away from finalists. All he needs to do is get a round win, or maybe he can take it a little bit more easy with the gap indeed, as we do see Otak having a little bit of a clip at the entry into checkpoint number 2, dropping him down to P4.
Yeah, and Ratchet as well. That gives Otak a bit of an in. Otak maybe gonna wait for mistakes, but probably shouldn't. The points he's getting and the points he's missing out on, it's not gonna help him at all to close up to our second place driver, Ratchet, who right now is thankfully behind him, but Pack comfortably in the lead through the penalty grass into the chicane. New Prime gets very close to the wall there. He wants to push as much as he can. We are going to go onto the platform, onto the plastic. Pack still leading it through checkpoint 9.
Pack still leading after checkpoint 9, heading into checkpoints 10 and 11, the last dirt part before the penultimate corner. That uphill left-hander in the dirt, trying to go for the full slingshot, trying to keep her car into the white lines around the outside, avoiding touching the outside wall with the right rear. It's perfectly executed for both of them, and Pack will be able to clock in a 1:00.563, 2/10 clear of New Prime. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are in the arena as well as at home, it's time to make some noise for Mr. Thomas Cole, aka Pack, who is 1 round win away from making the grand final of XPEvo 2024.
Can't say I'm surprised he's in this position. You saw him at the end of the round. He was bobbing his head. I think he's got the music going, but I think it's also just he is in the zone. He is feeling himself. He knows that he is in total control of this game. He wants to get this done quickly because that extra time he's going to have to rest up before grand finals, it might be a few minutes in the grand scheme of things, but those extra few minutes can be miles of difference once you get into those grand finals. And right now, despite that, he is running at the back, but he is not going to let up the pressure at all. Gets the overtake on Ratchet. He's going to look at New Prime on the inside. Not quite. Ratchet with more speed gets the Briton back down into 4th.
Yeah, indeed, and now he must avoid, I think, a repeat as Ratchet goes. He must avoid a repeat of what happened to Brent, where he's been finalist for so long, only to be denied multiple times, and then eventually getting eliminated, as we do see this time New Prime maybe having a shot at glory once again, as he continues to lead Otak by about a 10th and a half. Otak still chasing in second place, having a little bit of a wiggle of a correction midway through the uphill left-hander, and New Prime clocking also a very solid midpoint 5.568 plus 10 goes to him, and that will allow him to actually climb up to 85 points. He's already past the halfway mark. He's a little bit further away than where he'd like to be, but it's still maybe an oddball shot that he continues to have, despite the gap still being around 20 points.
Yep, and you have Ratchet as well. He's just in his, he's doing his thing. He knows what he has to do. He knows what is being asked of him right now. He understands that his teammate New Prime is battling with Otak. We see Pack with that early touch. He's probably going to be out of this round, barring some mistakes coming up. Highly doubt it, but you know, anything can happen in Trackmania.
Anything can indeed happen in Trackmania, and anything that can happen usually does, as I like to say from time to time, as it's going to be this time Otak, who desperately needs that 10-pointer right now, sitting at the bottom of the barrel at 83 points, 2 points behind New Prime, and most importantly, close to, well, 20 points, around 18 points actually, behind Ratchet in the overall scores. And we did see New Prime unfortunately being left behind as well after a little bit of a mistake on the part of the man from Team Ship, but this teammate Ratchet is going to be continuing to go side by side almost, with Otak who continues to soak up the pressure really well.
And we go into that downhill drift. Otak with just barely 3,000s through the checkpoint. Here we go on the uphill. Who's going to get close? Ratchet, so much speed there on the uphill. He was so close to the wall. He did not touch. Otak was on for 10. He's only going to get 6. Ratchet's extending his lead. He's going to be at 111. Otak so close to getting those 10 points he needs, but it's just not going to happen. The rug pulled out from under him last second. Ratchet is now 29 points from finalist. Pack yet to close it out.
Yeah, and I was going to be saying that maybe Otak could be having a little bit of a fire starter round, but the fire has been put out before he even got started on the part of the man from KC, with that incredible penultimate corner on the side of Ratchet on the previous round, putting him on 111. Surely this time might be the time for Pack, or maybe this is a bit of a off map where he has to tank a little bit, some of the gap being kind of chewed away and being shrunken down as we make our way through to sector number 2 right now.
Well, Pack is on fire. You talked about Otak not having his flame. If he's got to take down the Lord of Cinder, it's looking like Pack right now, who is barely ahead of New Prime and Ratchet as well. The touch there from Otak. He's out of this round. It's the 2 shift players, but surprisingly, Otak not that far behind. A little bit of a mistake. He hasn't fallen back too much. New Prime's still in the lead. Pack is in second. It's Ratchet onto the plastic, onto the road. We are going into checkpoint number 10. What's going to happen? New Prime still leads it.
All eyes are now on Pack, who's going to be trying to get the full snipe on.
Real time!
Touch on the part of New Prime, and ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Cole, aka Pack, is confirmed into the XPEvo 2024 Grand Final and into the top 4 overall. What a commanding performance, which might have slowed down a teensy tiny bit here on Blueprint, but he finished it when it mattered most, and he finished it with a bang.
And on the last round too. That's always, I love when you win on the last round.
Exactly.
It's great. So we go right to Schwadlapa back there. It is now looking at the points. Ratchet 117, Otak 93, New Prime 92 points. the defending champion is running out of time.
He is going to be running out. He started to run out of time. He still has a little bit of a time frame, a time window left to try and turn his fortunes round, but that time is about to run out very, very soon if he does not get his act together here on that second rotation of Roxy Schwadlappe. And it's going to be very interesting to see how he recovers after a first rotation of Mats, which definitely didn't seem to really go all that well, where it just didn't click.
No, it didn't. And he's going to have to be looking so deep inside himself, or better yet, called to a higher power. I mean, the Cathedral of Cologne is here on the map, so whatever it's going to be from Otak, it's got to come up big now. There is no time left. I know you said he's got a little. I don't think he does. I think the stopwatch is broken. I think the hourglass has been shattered. He needs to turn up immediately, or else it is going to be Ratchet going through to the finals.
Okay, I guess if there was Team Radio in Trackmania, I guess that Mr. the shot caller or like the team manager for Otak would say, all right, Otak, we need 5 or 6 qualifying laps, and Otak would likely say, thank you very much.
Yeah.
As we make our way onto the first round of the second rotation here on Schwadlappe, again with a recap of the scores, 170, 93, 92, New Prime and Otak very much on the doldrums right now in terms of the score, and Ratchet in the prime position to actually potentially get a spot in the grand final as well and keep that World Cup slot suspense alive for just one more match as we continue to see a very, very tight battle. Ratchet going so close to the wall on the exit before checkpoint number 7.
He's in the hunt, and you're talking about the C's. Maybe they're getting a little bit choppy now, as it is his teammate Ratchet hounding him from behind. Otak having to play spectator right now. He is a few tenths back off the 2 shift players. New Prime still leading into the grass. He's got another little bit to go. Ring for grip, as we've seen a few times around the flagpole, the light post up here, as well as going to guide them along with the flags onto the platform into the drift. That ice turn is coming up. These guys are just absolutely on it with this. A very inside line for Ratchet. New Prime goes a little bit wide. He's going to get the grass, or the dirt rather, and speaking of dirt, it's the uphill. New Prime wide there, so is Ratchet so close to the wall. It's not going to matter though. New Prime picks up 10 points, and he is going to overtake Otak for third, and it is Ratchet. So much more. He's 123 points. If he can win the next 2, he's on finalist.
Indeed, and did you see the time at .332, courtesy of New Prime? What a way to actually get a 10-pointer and try to initiate a little bit of a comeback and try to make life a little bit harder maybe for Ratchet. Maybe not just yet. He still has a gap of around 19 points, actually 21 points to recover between Ratchet and himself, but that was a very, very important 10-pointer, the one that could still keep him alive mentally in this game as we make our way through the second round here on that rotation of Schwadlappe. This time it's New Prime's turn to get a bit up close and personal to the XPEvo wall at the start of sector number 2.
Yep, and he's going right back to what he did last round, overtaking Otak, making amends for last round. He's in second, now he's in first, now he's in second. These guys can't decide who wants what. You can just barely see Ratchet sniffing up the backside here of the screen. Now he's over. I don't know what I said. It doesn't matter. New Prime leading onto the platform. Otak and Ratchet battling over second. New Prime with the lead again onto the ice. Ratchet again that inside line. New Prime, it's the same line for both of these guys. Otak is looking out onto these 2. Uphill we go. It's New Prime. It's going to be another 10. What's the time going to be? A 7.4.
7.445. And when you say one of those phrases, I was like, sir?
Yeah, I did it. I said it. My brain was like, why? What Legion? No, bad.
Yeah, exactly. But all jokes aside, what another round, another blinder of a round for New Prime. And unfortunately for Otak, I have this meme in my head, which is basically just New Prime and Ratchet are Patrick Star and SpongeBob outside, and just Squidward looking from outside the window in his house. I have this vision in my mind right now, and I just can't seem to shake it out. I'm really sorry about this.
No, it works perfectly. I couldn't think of it any better. I genuinely could not, and I'm glad that we're able to use something like a meme.
I think it works, and that analogy very much resonates. And let's hope that this time the Squidward in the room that is Otak is able to actually get his pants off of his actual couch or his actual futon to get outside of that particular house that is currently last place in the standings, 101 points. He's still 39 away from that finalist status. He's continuing to battle on with Ratchet. He wants to try and deny as many points as he can from the shift player as we go into the ice slide right now. Otak going a little bit wide at the entry. Ratchet trying to go for the full inside. We do see a nice late apex from Otak, but a bit more speed on the exit from the ice slide from Otak. from Ratchet, rather, compared
Ratchet
to Otak.
touches!
And Ratchet touches on the left rear twice, not once, but twice. And Otak takes a very, very needed 10-pointer, a .422, 2/10 clear from the current event record on the dot.
That's going to put him, he's still in third, but he's over the 110. Ratchet, 133, Ratchet's 133. I can't read, then it's New Prime, then it's Otak. What a push from Otak.
He needs to push. He absolutely can't afford to lead the battle from afar, like watch the battle from afar, trying to make decisions whilst he is maybe 1 or 2 tenths away. That is absolutely no bueno. He needs to absolutely get up on it and be right on the saddle right away. He needs to be keeping himself within that gap of around half a tenth of a second. He's right there, 63 milliseconds just behind New Prime as we start Sector 2. New Prime is going to be feeling maybe the pressure a little bit. You can see him trying to negotiate that chicane just before the transition back onto the road, and that long left-hander, the 180 right, and it's going to be New Prime still holding the lead. Ratchet continuing to pile on the pressure. It's a very, very tightly packed sandwich there.
We are only at 0.13 between first and third. New Prime still leading to the grass, to the sausage, the drift here. He's going to hold that. Look at how close he's getting to the inside. He knows that corner so well. What's the line going to be for Otak? He's going to be inside here onto the ice. He's going to pull alongside New Prime. This uphill dirt's coming up. New Prime can take it easy. That gap's grown. Otak touches. New Prime pulls away. It's going to be Ratchet as well, grabbing some extra points. And it is New Prime with a tenner in his pocket. And if I'm not mistaken, Ratchet is 1 point short of finalist.
Yeah, Ratchet sitting on 139. Yeah, the big oof, the big hard burn in terms of score. But shout out to New Prime, really.
Oh my God.
3 first places in 4 rounds to come back from last place in the standings to now sitting on 128 points in third, just 11 points away from his teammate, and still able to play a little bit of a spoiler role. It's going to be a little bit of a brotherly fight and a brotherly fight to the death for both shift members, as we do have, unfortunately, the possibility of either one getting sidelined or both getting sidelined if Otak is able to wake up here on that second rotation of Domino.
Well, hopefully the brotherly violence is not like Cain and Abel, but Otak is, he's going to be the big problem here right now. He's sitting in last, 115 points. He is 13 off of New Prime and 24 off of Ratchet. Ratchet just has to get to the finish line this round. Doesn't matter. He'll be on finalists. He has to win one more, and then it is going to be New Prime and Otak with a little bit more to do here on Domino.
The one who has most to do is Otak on 150.
Oh my God, yeah.
He's got such an uphill battle ahead of him with Ratchet just one round finish away from finalists, basically. It's going to take a lot of guts, a lot of energy. He's already expended a fair bit of that energy battling in the lower bracket final a little bit earlier on, but he needs to continue pushing into his reserves. He needs to pull one of those drives that like Ayrton Senna was famous for. Brazil 91, when his gearbox broken, was locked up in 5th, just drove in a bit of a superhuman fashion to get that car over the line and take his very first Grand Prix on home soil. This is the kind of energy we need from Otak right now.
Yep, and home soil for New Prime and Ratchet, both German born and raised, and we are here in Cologne of all places in Germany. Otak, the odd man out here in this competition, but these next rounds are going to be critical for your defending champion, the man who seems to have all the accolades, heart of a lion, power of a warrior, and he's got to show it up now because the time is over. The time is now. He's going in. This has got to be it. This has to be that final big push if he wants to go on to the grand finals.
Onto the middle of Sector 2 with that very tight chicane through the grass. That also conditions the entry into the bobsleigh. Otak will be slipping back down a little bit compared to Ratchet. He goes so high at the entry into the bobsleigh, but he continues to lose time. Hand over fist compared to the 2 shift players. It will be Ratchet ahead of New Prime by about a tenth of a second, and then a further hundreds behind. We still find Otak continuing to try and trail that little pack of shift players up there up front. He needs to find a solution. He needs to find a resolve to try and catch back up, but he's going to be running out of time, running out of room, running out of corners, as we do see Ratchet a little bit sideways before the final corner. Otak trying to clip that, and New Prime clips, allowing Otak to push to second. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to make some noise again, because this time it is Ratchet's turn to be in finalist status and 1 round win away from the grand final of XPEvo.
He's got 2 players who can deny him. They've proven themselves time and time again. Look at the scores. It's 132 for Prime. It is 121 for Otak. but the man in the best position is Ratchet. He has had a very solid XPEvo. He would be more than happy to knock Otak out of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, I think he would be more than happy to perform at that level against someone from the caliber of Otak, of course, as well as, well, Pac, unfortunately, was a little bit of a, maybe a bit more of a farther target for him, for Ratchet, as unfortunately Otak is going to be becoming a farther target here on this round for him, and that could be the very first round denied.
Yep, and Ratchet, he has a slightly different line. Otak, like I've noticed he likes to go a little bit more tight. Ratchet likes to set up a little bit wider. But because of that, regardless, Otak is able to pull ahead. Now he's got to be careful. He's not out of the woods just yet. New Prime also there in a reserve spot just in case to deny his teammate into this downhill dirt. So close to the wall for New Prime. He's going to get a little bit more speed as we head onto the grass. We have seen some low jumps here. Otak's a little bit wide, but that's okay. He's still in the lead. New Prime, tight line over the grass, onto the platform, into the jump we go. He's going to go so low onto this one, into the jump. New Prime picks up the 10 points. Otak behind 0.003 of a second between first and second place. Otak was on for 10 and he's just getting denied.
But what a send, what a commitment to that risky line on the finish from New Prime, which is really what enables him to be in a double finalist right now. There we go, the brotherly fight between the Shift players is well and truly alive. Otak 13 points behind. Hayes is back against the wall. There is the point of no return being crossed. It's been crossed long ago, but this time it's even more apparent. It is win or bust for the reigning champ.
He's got to win 3. He has to deny twice to get finalists. He has to win the next one to move on. That is what is on his plate right now. He was eating earlier, and right now that dining hall is still looking like there's some scraps left. He's making a good case for being in the finals. Ratchet goes so wide. Ratchet's going to be out of this round. It's on New Prime. He's the only driver left.
He's the only driver left indeed to be able to deny Otak, and you said he ate the plate. He needs to take a little bit more. And New Prime, unfortunately, with a very heavy crash into the chicane, will allow Otak to continue leading. And you see Ratchet having already retired. Yep. It's all over for him as he decides, well, I've already made a very big mistake to begin with. There's no point in trying to push. And New Prime does have that never give up attitude, but we need more than a can-do attitude here. And as I was saying, as you were saying, he has eaten plenty of times, but he needs to take one more bite. It may only be wafer thin on the surface, but it feels like a thick foot-thick slab of concrete for the players as they try to climb back up. And 112.275, 3 points away. He still needs 2 back-to-back wins to perform the absolute unthinkable in consideration of the momentum of the match.
But if there's a man who I could see doing those 3 in a row, it's Otak.
Exactly.
It absolutely is. He has to win this round. He cannot finish second. He cannot finish third. He cannot make a mistake. He cannot give these guys an in. He has to be the man that he has proven himself to be time and time again, the #1 player in the world. And this is what he is showcasing right here. Both Shift players on the attack. They both want to go through. They know only one of them can, but they know there's that pesky little Frenchman in front of them. It's just a case of, is he going to make a mistake?
Yeah, right now we're heading through to Sector 2, through the plastic, and so far Otak is not really giving any of the Shift players an inch, and unfortunately it's going to be Ratchet giving more than an inch. He's going to be giving a couple feet of leeway to both New Prime and Otak, and it's going to be a side-by-side battle between the man from Team Shift, the other man from Team Shift, and Otak at the moment. Otak going on the prowl and on the attack in the chicane. Brilliantly done, carrying so much speed at the entry to the boss that he's able to carry it all the way through. The answer is a yes. New Prime continuing to hold himself within touching distance of Otak at the start of the third and final sector, trying to come back through the dirt sector as well. Can Otak resist? Can he hold on for dear life? Il reste encore un secteur. Il faut encore tenir, Yuan. And unfortunately, he might be getting caught up by New Prime. One final turner. And maybe New Prime the final stand. Otak is done for. New Prime is going to jump for the great fight. No! 3 milliseconds. And New Prime, along with Pac, are through to the grand final against Binks and Edpos. If you can see, yeah, there's not really much else to say. And you know what? The World Cup slot is still up for grabs.
How do you predict that round? The lines, it was that last turn, it was into the grass, that little sort of weird chicane. Otak was on the inside. That was not it. That's not what he wanted. New Prime.
You know
he took a wider line, and that gave him so much momentum.
That could have worked on the inside, but you know what happened? He was slightly off axis. He wasn't perfectly aligned with the exit that he absolutely needed. That's what caused him to lose a few Ks, which allowed New Prime to strike where it hit him, where it hurts the most on the finish at 3 milliseconds as well. What
I lost my breath. You've already lost your breath twice. Now you've lost it the third time.
I just don't get to breathe today. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll take it. With this, it's worth it.
Yeah, I feel like we've already met up our quota, which has been reduced for this year in terms of oxygen. But my, oh my, what on earth was that match? I mean, first of all, huge credit to Pac.
There you go.
I mean,
I'll cool you
yeah,
down.
thank you very much. But huge credit to Pac.
Oh, yeah.
Him saying that he was so stressed and still performing at the level that he is. Just this man, the Giga Chat is on another level altogether.
Yes. And it does suck for Otak. Honestly, I was expecting him to go through.
Same. I was feeling like maybe he had a little bit of a better grasp on his match now, knowing that he had some of the pain points that he could need to work out before the actual consolidation final. Also a little bit of a break to recenter himself, but it seems as though it didn't exactly go out in his favor in this time. And I do feel for him as well, having to settle for a top 5-6. But we know that he wants to be coming back hungrier than ever at the World Cup in 2 weeks, and I'm looking forward to see that. But I'm also looking forward to see the grand final in a few hours' time, as it seems like we've got the interview ready, and it is going to be New Prime that is going to be giving his thoughts. So there it is, back to the stage with Lime to take some thoughts.
Hi everyone, I'm here with New Prime. Congratulations, what a tournament you have been going. You already told me that you have been done way much than you thought. How are you feeling with everything that's happening now?
Yeah, I can't really explain. It's just crazy to make the final. Yeah, it was a really close match, and I think I played really bad in the beginning and then just came back in the end, and it worked out.
Yeah, well, I've seen you training a lot. You told me that. How did you manage to go through all those training sessions without feeling like, oh my God, I want to stop now?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I trained a lot with Ratchet and Epos, and we just played a bunch of rounds and practice matches. And through that, like, it's not like I didn't play TA a lot. Like, just in the beginning, and after that, more like rounds practice, consistency.
One last question. You came to this tournament. It's your first LAN. You already told me that you have done way more than you thought. Now you are really close to even win this tournament and possibly even go to the World Cup. How is it going on all in your head?
Yeah, I don't know. I will just try to play in the final. Maybe I can play a little bit better because now I have like some warm-up. I didn't really have warm-up, also technical issues always. And yeah, but Pac played insane, and if he keeps up that level, and I know how Epos can play, it will be really tough. Yeah.
Well, thank you for your words, and we're going back to you guys.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you, Lime, and congratulations, New Prime, my guy. You made it to the grand final. We do have a German in the grand final again this year, so let's go. Not Grenadi this time, unfortunately, but New Prime, kind of a new face to the LAN circuit in regards to Trackmania. Already, first LAN, and already in the grand final. That's pretty insane.
It very much is. It is supremely impressive. If you would have given me... We talked on Friday about who we think is going to be top 4. You hyped him up beforehand.
I did.
But if you would have given me a top 20, a top 30, maybe top 50 even, I didn't know of him before. So I probably wouldn't have even thought of putting him anywhere close to the top. But here he is, grand final.
Yeah, and also if you watched the match, I think after the first half of the match, everyone would have thought like, yeah, New Prime, really bad start to the match.
Kind of in the mud, yeah.
Like, he was really in the mud. I mean, the points were still kind of decent. He was like keeping up with Otak. But once Pac finished, he was going ham directly. Like, as if he was like waiting for it. He directly won the first 3 rounds after Pac finished, and he immediately caught up points-wise, and he played so well. I think it's really interesting to see, especially the last 2 rounds. He's so good when he has to risk. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the clutch factor of New Prime. I think back to his team competitions against Evo and such as the likes of EMC or World Tech Trackmania or whatever the heck it's called, WTT. That's all I know it as. But in those matches where he is ending up playing against Evo, Evo would be in the advantage like in the matches, and then all of a sudden New Prime would just have these insane rounds, and then they would come back from match set deficits and everything. And that happened not too long ago. It happened a couple times recently in the last year, but we are one step closer to finding our XPEvo champion. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Otak, but we are definitely going to have a new champion this year, and we still have the grand final to determine who is going to get the qualifier seed between PAC and New Prime. Those are the two players left who are only available to get the World Cup seed going forward, as Binks and Epos already have the World Cup qualifier seed in place from playoffs last weekend during the TMWT playoffs online.
We talked about how impressive New Prime's performance was over the entire event, but we only shortly mentioned, see what I tried to do something that didn't really work. But what was way more impressive was actually what PAC was doing in that match. I think when he had around 130-ish points, I was talking to both of you and said, he has the same amount of points as like two of the other players combined, and when I think the maths didn't quite work up, it was way too close for like for that math to work out, and I think he has a really good chance here to actually take it now.
For PAC, yes, he is. He has the momentum in his favor for sure, especially with that last match where he was. I mean, it was just dominant. It was just a win. 4 wins in a row, 40 points easily. Like, just constantly out of the gate, in front, winning every single round or finishing top 2. So, I mean, he didn't struggle really at all in that match, which is a good sign for him. But for Epos and Binks, who have been watching the matches throughout today, and they only play one match, everybody else has gotten at least a match in or a couple matches in, they are kind of looking at this, and I mean, they probably aren't scared, but if it were me, I'd be like, okay, calm down. The momentum's a little bit too much. He needs something's got to stop him. And the thing is Binks and Epos, are they going to be able to do it?
I mean, I am not sure. I just can't say. I have no idea. Playing against PAC is always scary. Playing against PAC when he's on a run like he is right now, I can't imagine anyone, I think, taking it. I think I will. Are we doing predictions already, or?
I don't think we're going to do predictions already, but we are going to have a special guest come up soon, and a special show match coming up soon with a lot of your favorite content creators across Trackmania. And we are going to take a break, get them all set up. I'll be back with my special guest in the caster booth later in a bit. So we'll see you then. We'll take a short, quick break.
Outside.
Take a minute. Outside. Take a minute. Why you're always trying so hard to make me surrender? Why you always in my face? Do you really think it's over? 'Cause I've been kicked when I'm so down, too much until it's numb. And there's nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Now the sword is in my hands, I'm holding on for dear life. If you try to take it away from me, I hope you're up for a fight. 'Cause I've been kicked when I'm so down, too much until it's numb. And there's nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. I'm holding on my life till the very last breath. Got me feeling fucked up, see the floors are red, but now I know that I'm safe in a place called home. Life's been Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. I'm holding on my life till the very last breath. Got me feeling fucked up, see the floors are red, but now I know that I'm safe in a place called home. I wish a void opened in the air to suck me up, 'cause I really don't care. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I'm gone. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I am gone. I feel so hollow inside, hollow inside. Promise me everything, promise me everything, but please don't let again, square one. Tried to leave myself behind, looking for a better place, not to stay alone. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save this, so don't try, 'cause this time you crossed the line. Turned. Didn't think I'd go this far, but here we are, the end. Now you're just a lesson learned, a slowly fading memory, so I can breathe again. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save this, so don't try, 'cause this time you crossed the line.
Fingers stained with blood. Been grasping all day, losing my touch with reality. Driving all day, searching all night. Can't seem to focus this double sight. This is a tale sworn in a sight. Finding my way back to
specific frequency. Release me, set me free. Release me, set me free. So lost, so torn, can't help, need more. So lost, so torn, more. This is a tale sworn in a sight. Finding my way back to It's my fucking time. It's my fucking time.
I'ma break your neck.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody. And I have a special guest with me. It's going to be Spammy J joining me in the caster booth for this show match. Spammy, thank you for joining me.
It's a pleasure to be here.
And we are going to be doing our show match, which is going to be bingo. It is going to be bingo 2v2v2v2.
Yep. That is going to be exciting.
Yes, and we have a bunch of content creators from around Trackmania, both big and small, around to join us here for this show match. It is going to be the format of, okay, so this is 5x5 squares. We have to look over here for you. You can see it behind us, but unfortunately we don't have it right directly in front of us. So we're going to be doing like this a couple times. It's gonna be, it might be a little bit mudded here and there, but it'll be okay. That being said, it is going to be a 10-minute grace period, and I believe a 15-minute time period afterwards for them to either get the most squares or bingo before the timer runs out. And your teams are going to be Maji and Lars, Shorty Gray and Tarpor. It's going to be Divine Carly and Have, and Ninador and Samifying.
Yeah, I mean, those are some stacked teams. Definitely some bingo players in there. I know Tarpor is you know, he likes to play bingo. Lars has played tons of bingo. Maji, I've seen play bingo. So a lot of these players, that they are bingo veterans, as you would call them.
And that's high praise coming from the bingo king himself.
The bingo champion, yeah.
Yes.
There has been one official bingo tournament that I played together with Granadi, and it was so much fun. Very high stakes, and I believe my final game actually ended in like 2 minutes or something. We got like a straight line, and we just won it. But it looks like there's like a 4-minute grace period. So basically for the new people that don't know how bingo works, is basically in 4 minutes you cannot get a bingo. So even if a team gets like 5 squares in a row, it will not count as a bingo. But if the timer counts down and it hits 0, and you know nobody denies anyone a square, then the game will end. So this could be quick, or it could be long.
Could be long. Would be cool to see. Starting with the player POVs coming into here.
Yeah, who are we watching?
That is Shorty Gray.
Okay, that's Shorty Gray.
That's
okay.
Shorty Gray. She just got the top left corner AT even. So she is on a roll already and on a dirt map at the moment.
Yeah, so do we know which color is which team? That would be kind of handy. So Shorty Gray and Tarpor are the cyan color.
Yes, they're going to be the cyan color.
Who's going to be yellow? And then we have, that looks like orange. And then there's another team that has no square yet. So I don't know what they are doing, but hey. Ooh, look at that, the middle square. Now that is one of the squares that is always heavily contested, because you can not only get...
Some of the maps too. We see Parasma, Ziza, Spark, Spring. Everybody's like,
there's no map from me, but yeah, the middle square is like highly contested, because not only can you go horizontal and vertical, you can also go diagonal. So if you hold the middle square, it is going to be you know, a very good square to hold. So you kind of want to improve that time like a lot.
All right. Well, I mean, we see the serious faces.
It's
we get a POV, people. Look at that. And we got Tarpor's POV. We can see that playing now. The technology has finally come in at this moment now. So yes, Tarpor is also playing the same map as Shorty. Maybe hopefully he calls off Shorty, I would assume.
Wait, he's listening because he put his fist up. He can hear us. He can hear us. And now he's going to smile? No, he's not.
Okay, he's not.
But it looks like they're contesting the top row, right? So they got top left, they got middle. And now it looks like Tarpor is just going to go like straight to the right and hopefully get the entire road done. So yeah, the grace period, only 1 minute left. Tarpor is on a long map, and it looks like the setting is author medals. So players have to beat the author time on the map to claim a square. So it is not easy. Yeah, this is like not easy at all.
But then that's pretty impressive that Shorty got an author medal. I mean, like, I don't know how hard or easy it was, but look, now we're checking out Lars over here. What team color is he?
He is looks like it's either orange or is that red? I mean,
it's red. Okay, so he is team red with Maji. So, and he is currently working on what seems to be somewhat of a like RPG.
And Maji got a square and Lars got a square, but they're kind of disconnected. You see this? There's no line possible with the 2 maps that they got. Maybe communication issues, but it looks like all the teams are on board now. We have cyan, green, yellow, and red. So. And the grace period is almost over, 10 seconds left.
Grace period almost over, but not a lot of squares taken, so there's going to be a little bit, there should be plenty of time for people to get more maps in. We still haven't figured out who's going to be yellow or green. We are going to move over to Samifying. He is on Team Green, so that should mean that Have and Divine Carly are Team Yellow. So Team Yellow is Have and Divine Carly.
Okay.
And it's Semifying and Nina Dor, who are going to be on Team Green.
And it looks like Semi opened the map, he failed it once, and he was like, I am not playing this track anymore. Let me just play a short map that looks like easy, doable, and I think they're going for like a vertical because they got the green above, Semifying now working on the square below that. So we don't really see like a straight line coming through from any of the teams yet.
Yes, so teams now have 20 minutes remaining for the rest of this match to essentially get as many squares or the bingo beforehand.
Whoa!
Before the time goes. Nice gold medal, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not Author.
This is a CAC.
I'm not sure, but he needs to beat an 1169. So
it's a LOL-esque.
I mean, he might be able to squeeze his car through the grass. Actually, tries to go for a sneaky. I mean, he's.
Author is going to be 11.689, so 0.2 from his time. He's going to try one more time. Let's see if he's going to be able. Everybody go,
oh, that was a tree. Straight in the tree. Ay.
All right, let's see. Attempt number 3, I think, at this point. Well, it's probably way more than that.
Yeah. It's like, do you decide to go for it? Like, if I was in this... It's not enough, though.
It's not enough.
If I was in this tourney, I think I would go for like the long maps because people don't want to play the long maps. So if you get the long maps done, you basically hold the square because nobody wants to spend like 2 minutes on collecting an Author medal. So
for sure,
we see Have here. He is on a square on the right, and it looks like yellow is going for all the way on the right side, the vertical. So they have a yellow.
So far right column for yellow there, and then I haven't seen any other changes really.
True. I mean, it is Author medal, so it is like some of the maps might be really challenging, but we do see it almost a diagonal square. So maybe if everyone contest the diagonal, we might see a bingo there soon.
So Have, let's see what time he gets in here for his
looking good.
First attempt, or not first attempt, but first real time attempt here on this map.
He needs a 46, so...
Okay, and he seems to be... Oh, he's very close, but it's not going to be enough. Okay, so the end's a little yuck there.
Yeah. Ooh, red is on board again, bottom left, and look at that. Magi immediately switching to a new track. Is that on the horizontal as well? Yep. She goes to the third one down, and this is a dirt. It's a short one as well. Author medal looks to be 27.66. So, yeah, if we look at the records, it's definitely doable.
Oh yeah, especially with a dirt map like this. This does look just kind of looks like platform dirt.
Yep.
So it should be pretty easy as a dirt player.
What I wonder now is Lars on that fourth square, right? Or is he all the way on the corner? I mean, that is like kind of interesting.
Probably be. I would assume he.
Yep.
Yep.
See,
okay, there we go.
He is right there, and he's driving a bobsleigh. I mean, who doesn't like a little bit of bobsleigh?
Little bob here and there. It's a red-blue map. It's like a fire and ice. Oh, it's a fire and ice map.
There wait, it actually is.
It's a fire. Okay, that's pretty cool. It's always crazy how many maps.
Oh, and he gets it. This could be over here soon.
Okay, we might already be close.
Look, Magi is locked in.
She's trying.
Oh, Semi also got that one square. It looks like, a lot of times coming in now. Tarpor getting that top square that he was working on, but if Magi gets this and Lars is already on that fourth empty square, is anyone gonna defend? That's the question. Like, do you decide to go on the offense only, or do you want to go for a defense play as well?
I think everybody's going for the offense because nobody's really contesting each other right now. I think the only thing that the person who's going to have to go on the offense is going to be green because their column that they've selected is already pretty much being contested at the moment. So we might see a change at the top, but I think everybody would try to probably prevent Magi and Lars from getting their rope, and they're already 2 squares away.
Also looks like this map has a shortcut, and Lars, I think Magi was asking for help on this dirt track that she was trying to do. Yeah, they switch maps, so a little bit of a tactical play, and Magi is going for the luck bounce here, just bouncing and hoping that she launches to the finish line right there. I mean, there's a lot of penalty sand that I mean, look, you're really slow when you don't skip it, so.
And it's a 10-second author time, so yeah, if you can get the lucky bounce, then it's pretty easy from there on out.
Oh, we see Nina on like
shells.
Yep. Goes for a little bit of a jump, struggling it, but Nina is defending. Look at that. Nina is on the red square. Now, who got... Oh, Magi got this one.
Yeah, so I think Magi got this one, so Nina's attacking Magi here.
Yep.
And...
Oh, it's twice you have to do this, like, transition.
Okay, but she's getting a little airtime there, but...
Okay, not close yet.
Yeah, but she could get it here. She's trying.
I think she could actually. She just needs to get it smooth. Oh, and we see
Shorty on ice.
Yep, an ice track coming in. This might be difficult. Look at the author medal. It's a 35.58, and I can't see the scoreboard, but she is slip and sliding.
Ice player despair.
She's having fun though. Yep. You can see it.
She's smiling.
Exactly.
She probably knows she's on camera too.
Oh yeah.
So she was telling us how she was dreading this show match.
Really?
Yeah. She's like Kakin, our producer. He's our producer, and she's like, Kakin hates me.
Really? Oh, and another LOL-esque map right here.
Okay.
Oh, they're contesting the top right.
Yeah, so Divine Curly here, if I'm understanding this correctly, she needs to go straight, but she needs to hit the ramp to jump up.
Yep.
And right now she's just okay, so it's a flip. Got it.
It's a flip into getting that checkpoint, and then I think it's just a straight finish jump as well. But yeah, I'm wondering if Lars is getting close to getting that dirt map, or if Magi is lucking out on the flip as well. I mean, Lars is he at Camp 7?
He's chilling.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Waiting.
He is wait.
Are they discussing? They're like, maybe we should.
Maybe something.
They're disgusting. Hey, this is not allowed. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, what is happening here? Magi's pointing.
Something.
Oh, yep. Some lip gloss.
Oh, somebody got kicked.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Nice. she's gonna put on the lipstick.
Yeah, put on the lipstick. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That looks good.
Waiting.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Magi.
I mean, why are we waving?
I don't
we're literally wave away
over here in the caster booth.
They can't see us. Okay, so there has been a little bit of an error here. The board probably is going to get reset. I'm not sure what is going to happen afterwards, but maybe someone can keep track of which squares were already taken. It's going to be a little bit of a fiesta, or it's just going to be a complete reset here. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
So, yes, from my understanding, it was Magi that was kicked from the bingo game.
Okay.
From what I understand, if I heard production correctly on that.
Yeah.
So, I guess they are going to hopefully reset. Hopefully, the squares are going to be saved. I would assume the same maps would also be. I don't know how.
I have no idea how it works. I think it's just going to be brand new maps.
I think it clean sweeps at that point. So.
I mean, maybe if we clean sweep, maybe set the standard to gold medals instead.
Yes.
Just switch up the rules a little bit. More squares will be taken that way. It might be a little bit more competitive as well. So
yeah,
it's my
be a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah, it's my or even silver medals, who could switch it up a bit.
Okay, so we will wait for production on a note from them, but it was a little exciting there for a moment.
It was. I mean, Lars and Magi were really working that horizontal, and I mean, I think if Magi didn't get kicked, then they might have claimed it actually.
Yeah, I think so too. I think like Lars was on the dirt track, and I'm pretty sure he would have got it pretty quickly there.
Yeah.
And then it would have been the map that Magi was on, which I don't necessarily. Oh, it was the cut.
Yeah, exactly,
so
exactly.
I think Lars gave that to her because he knew the cut. Like
true.
If he can't get. He could get the cut immediately,
yep.
But he also wants to make sure that Magi is able to get something too.
Exactly.
So he wants to make sure that she's also being able to be a participant.
I mean, who doesn't like getting some RNG flip through some palm trees?
Exactly.
I mean, that's peak Trackmania.
So I see the production. They are talking with some of the players right now. So we are looking at a.
Oh, Semifinal is not happy. Look at that.
Uh-oh.
He's like, oh man, I had like 6 squares already locked in. I want the same maps. Yeah, Semifinal is not happy. I can see it.
Let's see what we hear. So I won't hear anything from production until they are done discussing with all the players. So let's see what happens here. But thank you guys for chilling with us.
Yeah, we're just gonna. I mean, XPEvo is still going.
It's still going.
The grand final is still happening. Wait.
What? We're back.
We're back.
Team.
No.
Team.
No, I mean, something is going on.
Something is occurring. A room code. Okay, we have joiners.
Okay, it's a remake.
Okay,
it's gonna be a remake. Yep, looks like a remake. So we still have a couple minutes here to yap around.
Joiners.
Yep.
And
have you played bingos before?
I have played. I think I've played on your stream before.
Yeah. I mean,
I think I have maybe a couple times here and there, but no, actually, I think I played more bingos on like Turbo.
Yeah.
But I am terrible at bingo because if it's not a FS map or a dirt map, I am in the mud. So
okay, I see.
I love bingo.
But otherwise, it's fun.
It's quick, it's fun, it's like content. So many people can join. That's the good thing. Like it's like literally, I mean, the only people that can join are like console players. It's a bit unlucky, but you know, sometimes you have bingo lobbies with 100 players plus, so it's an absolute fiesta.
So we are just waiting for Shorty Gray. Shorty, she just joined. So Divine Carly just needs to move to yellow, and then we can get the thing started.
We also got some new colors here. So pink and only pink is now here.
Okay, so green is going to be Ninador and Semifying. Pink is going to be Tarpor and Shorty. Yellow is going to be Have and Carly. And okay, Carly left. And then red is going to be Maji and Lars.
Oh, okay, so Maji and Lars stay on red. We also have yellow again. Green is the same, so it is Cyan.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it wasn't going to be XPEvo if there wasn't delays.
I mean, true.
So I said the word. I'm sorry, but circumstances. I mean, but I was worried. You know, I was like, oh my goodness, we actually made it through an entire weekend. And here we are.
I wonder if there ever has been an event that ran flawless, like on schedule, perfectly smooth.
Events,
I don't think so.
Unless there's tons of money going into it, and even then, like, I'm sure the background behind the scenes stuff is a hot mess.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we're getting knocked. Switching.
Keep going?
Keep going.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
We're going to keep going.
We can keep yapping on. Actually, yesterday I was talking to some Americans. These guys are yappers. They kept on going for like an hour. I was talking to Legion. He kept on going and going. That was crazy.
OOL. You're also talking to a yapper American.
Yeah.
So
you Americans are going on yapathons. It's like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, when it's the main language, it do be that way.
True that.
Also, we just love telling everybody our life story for some reason.
Yes.
Yes. And why do you think I moved to Europe so I can stop hearing it?
Wait, hold on. Oh, we are going.
Okay.
And it
We're
looks
back,
like.
boys.
Okay, we have a full restart, no grace period, so 16 minutes left to gather as many squares as possible. It's still author medals by the looks of it, so I don't know what kind of map Nina is playing here. It's just a straight line downwards, I think, that is going. But new bingo board, new maps. We have Maji going on a plastic short. No, it's a very long map actually, 1 minute 40. But look at the time. The records are like 1 minute quicker. So there must be some shortcuts going on here.
Probably, yeah. I mean, with the drop down here, she's looking awkward. Yeah,
she's not aware yet. Like in this case, you really have to just go in free cam and look around because you're also freewheeled by the looks of it. So
yes. You start with no engine at the beginning.
Yep.
And so you could have just drive it down, but she seems to.
I mean, this might be a good play, honestly, if she just gets it in their first attempt. And
there's a lot of A's going on in the crowd right now. Oh, because of the jump.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I'm like, what are they doing?
Exactly. But she hasn't figured out yet that the records are like 1 minute faster, so she must be trolling.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's so funny. Every single time she drops down there going, hey! And then, hey! 146 is the time.
I'm not sure how many more downhills there are, but it just keeps going and going here. The ground is getting closer, so this could be a square.
10 seconds.
Oh, I think there's one more downhill. It's right there. And it's enough! And that is 2 squares in a row now for Lars and Maji. And they're probably going to move on straight away to the next one. We have Shorty Gray here on a, looks like a little bit of a technical map. Bit of 40-second track. Here we go on some dirt. Into another bobsleigh. It seems like bobsleigh is really...
bobsleigh maps.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Ooh, we have Semifying claiming a square, bottom right. So
yes.
And red again. So they are really... So I'm going to assume Maji...
They're making up for the delay time.
I think Maji is now on that 4th square and Lars has moved over to the 5th. So this could... Lars. Yeah, Lars moves over to the 5th. I mean, this is how you play. And, I mean, do you want to, like... play instantly for the win, or do you want to just drag out the 12 minutes?
I mean, as
the host of this event, you want this to end as quick.
I would love for this to end quickly so we could go to the grand final, because we do have this building for a limited time today. We don't have it for the entire day. That being said, I mean, if they're having fun, I'm having fun.
True.
Everybody else seems to be having fun as well. So either way, I'll be happy. I'll deal with the repercussions later. It's do it now and ask for forgiveness later.
Exactly, exactly. And it looks like he gets it in. Almost in one go. It's a 30.38 that he needs to do, and I think what does he have? He has a 32.09, but that was his first attempt, so this could end quickly here. I think Lars might get it in his second attempt. I mean, Lars is one of. Okay, Tarper throws in a curveball. Yes,
cool.
Yes, look at that, and he's going for the middle square. So maybe they go for the vertical.
Yep.
Oh, we did see someone play this earlier, but then they left the map quickly. And here we go. Jumps through. I think there's like a small bug slide here. Or not. Yep, very small one. But he goes in between the finishes, so no square there. But hey, Maji and Lars are getting contested, so good play from Tarpor.
Yeah, good from them. Also, I was focusing on something, and then I completely lost track at the same time.
That's okay.
Because of the Tarpor cool moments.
I see.
But no, yeah. Now Maji and Lars, no free easy win for them.
True.
So, they are gonna have to work a little bit further here. But Nina on grass and Bob, which is
classic,
again, more Bob.
Classic combination here. You go fast, but it's a short map, and it looked like she needs to improve by another 8-10. So look at that. We have middle square claimed by Tarpor. Also, Have is now on board. So, and we see two players on the same track here. So Nina and Carly are both tackling this bobsleigh. And this is smart play, because Carly just opened up the medal system to see how close she was. And yeah, it looks like Nina's still committing on this bobsleigh, but it looks like Tarpor is going for that straight line. He has claimed 2 squares. Hopefully his teammate is going to step up as well.
So getting gold medals, again, good times, but not good enough. It has to be another medal.
And Tarpor! Look at Tarpor.
Tarpor took Lars seriously, and he's like, no, you are not going to get the free win for this bingo.
Exactly.
I'm going to make it hard for you, because Tarpor, he's a good player. So.
Oh, and look, Lars is now trying to retake that square that Tarpor took. And this is how long is this map? It's an 11-second track, so it's literally just 1 or 2 turns. And he's flying in the camera 7 to check out if there's like
plast ice. Is that?
Yeah, it looks like plastic with some plastic with ice. So goes for a hit. Let's have a look here. Gets a good ice slide there, and that is not the snipe. So Tarpor really has put in a good time.
Yeah, Tarpor is made it difficult for Lars to retake it, and we see the top square of being taken, the top center square, so that is no longer belonging to I don't know.
Tarpor, yeah, Tarpor took it.
Yeah, so that is no longer belonging to the team of Shorty and Tarpor. Oh, and Samifying trying to take out this record by Lars.
Yeah.
And he's getting closer, but he needs a 30.38, I believe that is what.
Yeah, no, it looks like Lars has a 30.17. Oh my god, the yellow. Team yellow at the top. I wonder what those other 2 maps are. Like maybe they're like super tricky or maybe easy. It looks like Carly is. Oh, this is a remake of Trackmania Nations ESWC. First game ever. Damn. That's like from my era. This is a remake right here.
I'm like, okay, great. All right, boomer.
I mean, you're older than me, okay?
It's true, it's true.
Yeah. But look, they're playing it as a team. Have is on that empty square on the left, and Carly is doing the. Oh, this is also a campaign map.
Yes.
Campaign map.
Yes, it is. I remember this from a long time ago.
Oh, look at Team Red.
Okay, taken back.
This
now.
What is this? Oh, this is a Zerator map in reverse.
Oh no.
Wait.
Oh no.
It actually is. Yep, it's a Zerator map in reverse. This is like 2000 and I can't remember, 17, 18? I can't remember.
It could be. It's possible, and it's with it being as a raider map, it could be a dead map too.
Oh my God!
It could
yes.
be a dead square. Yeah, usually with khaki maps, this is something I do know about Bingo, is that if it's a khaki map or something that's just too unachievable, it will just end up being a dead square and people will try to look elsewhere. So we may have found a potential first dead square because he's having to pathfind around there. But we'll go ahead and move over to Shorty here, who's trying to get that bottom center square and try to rebuild that column that her and Tarpo were making.
Exactly. But yeah, Have is still working on that empty. Like I'm rooting for Team Yellow here. It seems like nobody is contesting their squares at all. It looks like everyone wants to deny red, but they forget that Have and they're cooking.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good right now. Oh,
no.
Okay. I got excited for a second, but nope.
That's okay.
Yep. Right now, if we were to end the time, we have only 6.5 minutes left on the timer, and right now, Lars and Maji are in the lead with 1 square, but it is Have and Divine Carly who are just right behind them with 3 squares, and unfortunately for Tarpor and Shorty Gray, they unfortunately had 3 squares previously, now only down to 1 in the center there, and then unfortunately for Nina and Semifying, they're still struggling in that bottom right corner area that they were working on.
And it looks like a call has been made because Maji is trying to deny Team Yellow, whereas Lars is still working on the on the pathfinding on the Zerator map. So it seems like that we have a offensive play.
They got a fourth block. They're on a possible bingo here.
Yeah, but Lars might finish here. No, he's not.
No.
Ay.
So we're tied right now, 4-4. It could go down. Oh, we got the bingo!
He actually did it. Lars got it. The reverse Zerator map from many years ago. And it was close, not gonna lie. It was close, but it is Lars and Maji. I mean, they held the most squares before the reset even.
Right.
So they have a well-earned win here.
But honestly, from Have and Divine Carly, that was pretty cool too. That was down to the wire, so respects to them. And
True.
But folks, that is going to be our match. That just happened just like that out of nowhere. Congratulations to Lars and Maji. They win everybody's gratitude and enthusiasm.
Exactly. Not the bingo championships, though. I will still hold that. I will still hold
bingo
that.
champion.
Yeah. Exactly.
Now we have to host a bingo event.
True, an official one.
Yes, an official one.
Exactly.
All right. Well, Spammy, thank you so much for joining me. Before I let you go, quick real interview. Really quickly. This is your last LAN that you will be competing in. Not the last LAN you'll be attending necessarily.
True.
But the last LAN you'll be competing in.
Yeah.
What was the experience like for you, and what are you looking forward to going forward?
I mean, I came here with a goal of getting top 24, and I got 21st to 24th, but I'm claiming 21st. So yeah, that's me. That's me. So I got 21st. I've reached my goal. I played really good in some of the matches. Some of the other matches were a little bit rocky, but I think I can be proud of my performance here. I mean, the field is so stacked.
Yeah.
The players that I was facing, they they put way more effort in it than I did. So I hope I gave everyone a nice challenge to play against me. And yeah, I mean, I've been telling it to many players before. It's like 14 years of playing at LAN events for me. And yeah, I'll just throw in the towel now and enjoy casting, commentating, maybe hosting. Who knows what's happening in the future.
Maybe we'll see you back here on the caster desk in the future.
Who knows? Who knows?
Or at another LAN event.
Yep.
But I want to thank you so much for all the fun and
appreciate that.
Entertaining games that you brought to the Trackmania community throughout your entire competitive career.
Yeah.
And maybe one day, you might come back, but right now...
Maybe if there's a 30-plus league.
Okay, fair enough. I might join that one.
Yeah,
I can't join that one.
I can't beat the youngsters. It's impossible.
Fair enough. All right, final question. Who's going to take it all?
I mean, I want Pac to win it. He's been my friend for like 9 years, so I'm rooting for Pac. I think he put in a lot of effort for the World Cup spot, like last week. He didn't get it, so I hope, even if he doesn't win XPEvo as a whole, I hope he still gets the World Cup spot. But in the end, I'm cheering for everyone because I know everyone. Everyone is always friendly. I like seeing people win that are new to the scene. So even New Prime, who I haven't seen compete at all in like LAN events, I hope he does well in his. I mean, you told me his first like LAN event, so all the best to him. But deep down, I'm rooting for Pac.
All right. Well, friends sticking with friends.
Exactly.
And we'll see if Pac makes it
to the winner's circle for XPEvo, XPEvo.
Yeah, exactly.
XPEvo and Spam's chat, everybody. So thank you so much, Spam, for joining us.
You're welcome.
Hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Enjoy the grand final, guys.
Oh,
We're
yeah, I
gonna
will.
be right back with our next match here, the grand final match to determine who is going to be the XPEvo 2024 champion, and we will see you back in a little bit.
Yes.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
We can set the world on fire, fire. pieces. I left you with the parts of me I don't wanna see you again. Don't wanna write any more of our story, 'cause I know how it is. When love isn't enough, you have to move on just to be numb. You know the rules there. No, it's not right. No, it's not right. I sleep better at night. When love isn't enough, you have to move on just to be numb. You know the rules there. No, it's not right. No, it's not right. But I'll sleep better when love isn't enough, you have to move on just to be numb. You know the rules there. No, it's not right. No, it's not right. No, it's not right. I sleep better at night. I just keep crying when I hear your name. Kissing her just sparked a flame. I took you for granted, and you did the same. I wish I never said those things. Taking your love is mine to keep, 'cause now you're my biggest regret, and it's not even a secret. When love isn't enough, you have to move on just to be numb. You know the rules there. No, it's not right. No, it's not right. I sleep better at night. When love isn't enough, you have to move on just to be numb. You know the rules there. No, it's not right. No, it's not right. But I'll sleep better tonight. No, it's not right. I sleep better at night. Isn't enough, you have to move on just to be numb. You know the rules there. No, it's not right. No, it's not right. But I'll sleep better tonight.
I can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask. Don't play pretend.
You know you left me lonely, I could tell them the whole story. It may take a couple hours, I've got time, let's get the chat. How could I explain the situation? Man, it's so damn complicated. Where do I start, where do I end? I should go back to bed. I'm going back to all the basics, teaching myself now how to erase it. It's like learning a whole new language, and I'm afraid, too scared to face it. I just want consistent clarity, but all my thoughts destroying me. Some peace of mind is all I need to give peace to all of my family. I can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend. You think you are everything I need, but I gotta leave. Try but can't get through to me. It's not you, yeah, it's always me. I close my heart to you, you see it opens up for nobody. It's been so hard to fall asleep. The weather always makes my nose bleed. Makes my nose bleed. It's so hard to believe that one day I'll feel peace. I want control over my life, I want that driver's seat. Yeah, it's not you that I need. You push me down when I'm weak. You were never there for me. Go pick up your keys and leave. I can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend. You think you're everything I need, but I gotta leave.
can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend, cause you think you are everything I need, but I gotta leave.
Hello, it's been a long, long time. Can't get you off my tired mind. Shadow, let the tape rewind and finally ease my anxious eyes. Oh no, I feel you creeping in, my body bleeding sin. I'm drowning. Heaven, can you save me now from these thoughts inside my head? God, you are the devil, running through my mind. I can't get on your level. I swear to God I tried. I am not under your spell. Turn around and turn ahead. You cannot be anymore. Oh my God, you are the devil. To kill the soul that I fought so hard to save. Hallowed by my love for you, always stop me going under. Follow every step I take, cause our walls are coming down. God, you are the devil, running through my mind. I can't get on your level. I swear to God I tried. I am not under your spell. Turn around and turn ahead. You cannot be anymore. Oh my God, you are the devil. Stuck in the back of my head and I'm dead. I got the devil inside me and everything.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the grand final of XPEvo 2024, and I hope you're ready just like I am. The crowd is ready with us, and I hope you are too. We have an insane match. But before we go into the match, let me go and just give a little story real quick. It won't be too long. We started on Friday. Over 200 players attended this LAN, one of the largest LANs in Trackmania history with attending players, and then over 500 visitors visiting the XPErion Arena as well. That being said, we still went through every single day Friday, saying goodbye to over half the players getting to top 128, then going from top 120 all the way down to top 12 to today. And now we are finally here for the top 4. I have New Prime, I have Pack, I have Epos, I have Binks with me right behind me, and they are already in the game getting ready and warming up. But before we get to them, before we get to the casters, I have an announcement for everybody. Let's go ahead and play that real quick. and you thought it couldn't get better. Well, it's gonna. We're coming back next year. We are happy to announce that XPEvo 2025 is going to be coming back. Our projected date is in October. I do not have the specified dates, I'm sorry. But October is the expected time frame once again to return back here and have amazing Trackmania esports and awesome community gatherings together. And so hopefully you are already planning to be in Cologne for next year. Now, it is my pleasure to give the honor of our grand final match to New Lake and Boney. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Import. Absolutely delighted to be on the broadcast for this grand finals alongside Boney, of course, as well. And it is an absolutely stacked matchup. We got to talk about the players who are coming into this from EPOS, Pack, Binks, New Prime. And I mean, look, 50 gave me the inside scoop. He's talked to a couple of the players, okay?
We're cooking.
The players, I think, mostly scared of Pack. He's absolutely been cooking all day long in the lower bracket. Now, it has to be said, New Prime less afraid of Pack than he is of Ratchet just staring at him from the audience all match long.
As you do, as you do.
Understandable, but I think it's fair to be scared of Pack coming into this one. I mean, look, we know that EPOS and Binks are both looking fantastic coming out of that upper bracket, but Pack has just looked scarier and scarier and scarier as the day has gone on through that lower bracket.
Yeah, during the lower finals, he was looking a little more, fallible, a little more being able to get hurt, right? It was getting very, very close during that losers final, but the moment we got into the Consolidation finals, there was no one really stopping him. It really came down to mistakes from Pack's side to let anyone really get past him, to allow anyone else to get 10 pointers during that. And he got out of that scot-free so fast before anyone else was even able to hit 100 points. And that was a limit of 140. Once again, we'll be doing that here for the grand finals. Pack, obviously, one of those contenders. New Prime, though, also getting into it. EPOS specifically mentioning him during the World Cup playoffs as his favorite to take the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, I suppose we do have to mention, having mentioned the World Cup there, the fact that there is the World Cup spot on the line as well. And EPOS and Binks, they don't have to worry about that. They are here to win XPEvo, and that is the focus for them. But for Pack and for New Prime, there is that little bit of extra going on. The sub-match within our grand finals, as it were, the player of those two that finishes higher in this finals will be booking a ticket to Paris along with everything else.
Yeah, and I can very much imagine Pack, who barely missed out on the playoff spot, is going to be hunting for that. That's, I think, why he has been looking so ferocious, so hungry for those wins. And every single time you see him pop off so hard. I mean, there's also the crowd behind him every single time as well. I've seen the BITM crew cheering for him each and every time. I think this time around, though, it's going to be a bit more tricky with EPOS in the match as well. So attention may be divided a little bit. But New Prime coming in as a dark horse, but at the same time, Binks, who looked phenomenal during the World Cup playoffs. Also, one of the two players able to make it through from winners final into the grand finals. But there's the question, right? Binks coming in. Okay, we haven't really seen him play because we've only seen the losers round. EPOS coming into the grand finals. Haven't really seen him play. Pack is warmed up. New Prime is warmed up. Is that going to make the difference?
It might, honestly. It's hard to tell, right? Look, we had the show match. There's been a little bit of time. The players were given a chance to cool down. Everyone's coming in fresh, relatively speaking. It was a blank slate. It's a chance to reset mentally to come into this one as well. But you're right. I mean, Pack has been on stage all day. I was talking to Pack a little bit yesterday as well, and he was talking about the fact that he'd just been downstairs in the basement playing his games, dropped to the lower bracket as well. As far as he was concerned, he didn't even think anyone knew he was here. I mean, they definitely know that he's here now, right? He's been gaining energy, I think, from just being on the stage as well. It's been fantastic to see it happen as he's been getting faster and faster and better over the course of the day too. And yeah, I mean, is he warmed up? Yes, I think you have to say he is.
Yeah, easily. I mean, warmed up, I feel, is a understatement. The man is on fire. If there were to be a god of fire in this world, I feel like Pack would be able to embody him in that way. It's been ludicrous, honestly, with the way he's been playing, the way he's been taking some of these lines, the risk he has been able to, make happen, because risk doesn't come with reward all the time, but somehow Pack, every single turn, every single time, these uphill dirt lines.
Uphill dirt lines, man. Oh my lord, he is in the I swear to you, he is in the wall every time, and yet somehow the car keeps going forward. It's absolutely insane to see. With that in mind, then, I suppose I want to talk to you a little bit about the map Pack as well, Boney. I in particular have been very impressed with Pack on Schwadlappa. I think that track, when we get to it, everyone else needs to be particularly nervous of Pack on that one. Looking at the other players, looking at the other maps, is there anyone in particular kind of saying, when we get there, that's their track?
Ooh, it's going to be a tricky one. I do feel like where Domino is one of those maps where Pack can also very much thrive. I would say featuring is a map where Binks, although we haven't really seen him that much, is very much a map where he should be able to thrive and make do with what he can do. At the same time, though, I mean, Schwadlapa, as you say, right, Pack, very, very strong there. But we've seen New Prime as well do a phenomenal job keeping track, though a bit more inconsistent. Again, coming in as the dark horse, right, making his way through after a, well, I mean, three-way fight in the Consolidation finals. Very, very, very close to a sudden death situation there. It's going to be very, very hard for me to say. I think with EPOS as well, I don't think he really cares about which map he plays. He is that type of player. He comes in with a mentality of, I am the best player, not to necessarily disrespect his competitors, but to make sure that he believes in himself, that he feels that he can do anything, he can conquer anything. And for him, it's not necessarily about the World Cup, but at the same time, these are 4 competitors hungry for the win.
Absolutely, and I think EPOS getting to take on Pack in a competition this size as well, right? Both of them coming out of the UK community, the British-Irish community. I'm well aware of what's going on there as well. And they've both been so good, but at such different times as well, right? And they very rarely get to fully face down in a competition of this size, in front of the crowd, head-to-head, in front of the audience. I mean, obviously Binks and New Prime are there as well, but that specific matchup within this final is one that's got me very excited.
There's a lot of layers happening, right? It is New Prime, that final hope for Shift Gaming. You have the duel between the 2 Englishmen, between EPOS, between Pack. We've got Binks coming in as, well, I mean, the strongest player from the playoffs, but also one of the 2 players making it from the winners final, but has that spot in winners. So then left with one more fight. One of the fights that I think will be the most, well, important for both New Prime and Pack is that World Cup spot. There's a lot of layers. I mean, this onion can be peeled many, many ways, and I'm just looking forward to seeing where things will go. Honestly, it's been a day where we have seen every single time there has been a big loser, but even though there is somebody in 4th place, somehow they found a way to get forward. They found a way to gain that second wind and charge forward despite the odds, despite the, well, upsets that may have occurred along the way. I mean, one of the things noticing watching Massa, for example, the crowd was very much with him when he was having some issues earlier on in his match. Later on, able to really rejuvenate and get some great rounds in, and all of a sudden the crowd is right behind him, ready to cheer him on. And I feel like a match like this, obviously there are favorites. Obviously you're going to cheer for whoever it is you want to see win, but I know the crowd is right there to help him out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the crowd has been fantastic all weekend long, as it was last year with XPEvo, it will be in 2025. So excited for the announcement.
Are you guys there?
That we will be back.
Hello? I don't hear him. I don't hear him.
Yeah.
You think you're there?
There they are. there they are.
There you go.
That's a good crowd. Thank you, everyone. As we are getting ready to get into this game. Now, we have been very carefully, Boney, avoiding the difficult question, which is, who is going to win? I know, it's the difficult question, but, I mean, I think they're right to be scared of Pac, man.
You know, it's definitely been over the course of the tournament, just seeing him go into it. Even before the tournament, the moment I saw his result in playoffs, I was like, he's just going to go for it. He's going to go for XPEvo. I'd be hard-pressed to say he wouldn't be the one to win it, but at the same time, I kind of want to go with the Dark Horse. I always love going with the Dark Horse pick, so I'm going to say New Prime may be able to pull an upset here out of nowhere. I mean, it may be a bit of a long shot in some ways. It is stacked, and I can imagine the pressure is on New Prime's shoulders. But he has the capacity, he has the skill to do it. I think for him, it's really a question of making the risks pay off, because during the Consolidation finals, it has been a bit hard for him to get that consistency down. But whenever it was there, he was able to get in, he was able to take advantage of any situation and even get some snipes off here and there.
And that absolutely, I think, is going to be a feature in this grand final. You know, in previous matches that we've seen, whether it be Binks, whether it be Pac, whether it be kind of any of these players, we've seen very strong starts to matches, players jumping out to massive leads. I mean, there was, you know, the one point in the Consolidation final where Pac could have gotten up, left the stage for a map, and come back and still been tied for first.
Just get a snack.
Which, you know, kind of crazy. And those leads then means that, you know, Pac, again, a couple of times today, we've seen him struggle a little bit to actually close out finalist mode. But with that massive cushion, he's feeling okay. I don't think we're going to get that cushion in the final. I don't think anyone's jumping out to a lead that large that quickly. And that means players pushing each other a little bit harder. It means people risking a little bit more in every round, trying to find every edge they can. And ultimately, that's the kind of thing that leads to a couple more crashes, leads to it being a little bit more difficult to be the player that actually lay your hands on the 2024 trophy for XPEvo. Isn't it beautiful? And the man holding it as well, absolutely fantastic. Look at that jacket.
Can't wait to see it tonight, baby. I mean, no, that trophy looking phenomenal in the end, just within reach of our 4 players. There's just one more obstacle they're going to have to conquer, which has become first place in this grand finals. And what a stacked tournament has it been, honestly. Just to look back a little bit, already from round 128, just on stream, we've seen triple finalists occur with a massive fight with Shafi just barely making it through after a couple of disastrous mistakes. But even from there on, round of 64, fully stacked, round of 32, fully stacked. I don't think there's really been a match where it seems like, oh, yeah, no, this is just a regular old match. Everyone who is just amazing at Trackmania, who is currently active, who wants to compete, is here in Cologne, and what a treat has it been. Just all in all fireworks, and I'm looking forward to our last hurrah, that big bang that we will have in the sky, lighting up the Cologne Dome along the way.
Boney, the fuse is lit. We are getting ready to head into our first map of this grand final. It's been a long weekend. There's been a lot of players. Only 4 of them remain at this point. Only 1 trophy to split between them as well, and they can't take it up and take it home with them in pieces. It's going to be a tough battle. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight, and it will all kick off in this grand final on the longest map in the pack, because what other way would we do it? We're going to be heading to Domino first.
Into Domino, the pieces have been set. Let's see who will be the first to fall. I mean, looking at this as well, being map number 1, we know that this is going to be one of the places we're going to go back to. 140 points have to be gained to get into finalist mode, and then 1 more round. And it may sound easy, but we've seen many players falter under the pressure, knowing they just need to drive first place one more time.
Here we go.
Here we are. Here we go. The first round of the grand finals of XPEvo 2024.
Well, we'll see. Who makes their mark on this finals early? Is it going to be one of those 2 British players? Is it Binks coming through that upper bracket, not playing at all today before this moment? Or does Nuprime and his experience in the lower bracket help him out at the moment? XPEvo is just a little ways behind the other 3 drivers. Pack making a push through the middle of the track. Binks got so close to the flagpole. He does manage to keep the car out of it, but Pack has started to build that lead. And XPEvo, he's riding on the coattails. He's gaining on the other 2 in the match as well, and he's looking to take a 2nd place.
Look at Pack just charging forward from the get-go. It may have been a bit of a break for, well, all of the players involved before getting into the match, but Pack seemingly undeterred by it. I think he was just practicing in his mind, taking true to lines as if he was, you know, just having a little bit of a bite, going through it, and his ending on Domino has been phenomenal. Very few times have we seen him falter on this point, but Binks and XPEvo are right on his door, looking for any and all moments to get past him. And in fact, Binks actually starts to overtake right as the final sector comes up. XPEvo also with the attack. It's going to come down to this drop down onto the hill. Up we go once again, and it's going to be Binks pulling a great comeback right there. Great snipe, 10 points going to the Frenchman, and with that, Pack may have looked amazing during those, well, first 45, 50 seconds, but don't let off the gas, don't let off the petrol just yet. You're going to have to go, go, go.
Yeah, I mean, that was it. Pack lost 2 tenths, it looked like, in the end, and that ended up being a 3rd place and was very nearly a 4th place. Nuprime was right there as well, a 100th of a second behind Pack at the end of that round. All 4 of our finalists starting off this final in fine form. They are looking quick. That was 3 tenths off the world record in our first round as well to kick things off, which currently sits at that 111.552. And I mean, hey, this is exactly what we were hoping for, right?
This is it, right? I mean, this is the culmination of all these players battling it out, knocking each and every one of these out of the tournament. We're left with these 4 titans, these 4 amazing players to duke it out. This time around, XPEvo taking the charge in round number 2. Binks, Nuprime, Pack right behind, looking for any and all space to get by. And it's really been this final sector in Domino, right? Going off after the wood, that's where we see these players find some space, find some time, find any and all way to get past them. But for now, XPEvo is holding the defense firm and hard. Who's going to be able to overtake him here?
No, won't be Binks. Won't be Binks. First crash of the final, and it's Binks who's put the car in the wall around that 3rd turn. That means XPEvo clear out in front. Nuprime, a car length behind. Pack too far away, you'd imagine, to make a difference, and he will not catch anyone. It will be XPEvo picking up the 10. Nuprime in 2nd.
Yeah, and 10-pointer right there for XPEvo's first win of the match as well. You want to make sure you get at least 1 in, you know, set the stage, set the tempo. And I mean, look at the focus on everyone's face. Every one of these players is ready to go. I'm sure at some point there's going to be some sighs of relief, some, you know, a little bit of a fist pump along the way to make sure you keep the energy going. But for now, it's only round number 3, and already we've had 2 close rounds. There have been mistakes here and there. but at the same time, the match is still completely open.
Yeah, absolutely. XPEvo, the player to fall behind a little bit this time around. Casting our eyes over to the scoreboard for a second as well, I would like to remind you about the Consolidation final, where Pac won the first 5 rounds in a row, won 6 out of the first 7. This time around, after 2 rounds, he sits in last place, only 8 points to show for his efforts. He's looking to remedy that now, as he is leading the way up front, but Binks has just made his way through, sitting in first place for the time being. Pac has been so good on this bobsleigh throughout the day, exiting with so much speed, but we're in the grand finals, and he's getting matched.
I was about to say, he may have been fast, but Binks can do what he does. Playing a game of horse, and thus far, Binks is not getting a single letter. Pac looking for any and all space to get by. New Prime also following suit, and it's going to come down to these final few turns once again, looking to see how Binks will approach this grass sector going around the bend, dropping down, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to stop him, but Pac actually getting past New Prime, getting himself 6 points on the board. Not necessarily what he was looking for, but at the same time, could have easily gone the other way. Binks still 2 wins in the match thus far, and we really do need to make sure we keep count of like, okay, how many times will players get first place? How long will it take before somebody finally gets the chance in? Because sometimes it can very much come down to these minuscule differences between first and second to ruin someone's mental mood.
Yeah, absolutely. As that was a crash from XPEvo straight off the start line. Second round in a row, he's going to be trailing at the back, hoping maybe for the mistake from someone else further up the field. This time around, Binks has started to drop a little away from the other 2, Pac leading the way for now. And I will give credit to Binks as well. The time in that last round, a 1:11.725, over a tenth faster than anyone else's current best time in the match. He's been looking real quick on Domino.
Yeah, just finding any and all ways to get by. Thus far, does not have the best round. It's round number 4, so we will be moving on to the next map after this. And New Prime actually finding himself overtaking Binks right before the bobsleigh. Pac has been able to build up quite a lead, and that was very dangerous. You know what? Heading into the wood, unfortunately, the shakiness has turned into a full stop into the pole. Pac finally looking to get that first 10-pointer. It's going to come down to the grass section once again. Last time around when he was in this position, he did drop a bit too much speed, allowing the rest of the players to overtake him. Now, though, New Prime behind by about 0.4 of a second. There's not a lot that can stop that. Pac deciding to go a bit more wider, making the jump in, and 10 points in, looking easy, but also driving a 1:11.7 for that as well.
That was still quick. That was still very, very quick from Pac, even though he was well clear from about halfway through that round after the bobsleigh. Didn't look like there was anyone who could catch him. He still pushed. He still made sure of the victory. 1:11.7, as you say as well, for him as we leave Domino for the first time. Get ready for our second map of the pack as well. This time around, we will be heading to Blueprint second. And in the back of my mind this whole time, sure, we're going to Blueprint now, but again, I said it, Schwadlappa is the map that Pac has scared me on, that he's looked most dominant on.
Yeah.
That's coming up next, and if he needs something to kind of kickstart himself in this match, if he can just hold on Blueprint as well, I'm excited to see what he can do once we get to Schwadlappa.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also one of the tracks where the ending has one of these uphill dirt turns that have been pivotal throughout the tournament. Each and every time, whenever we have these close rounds, it does come down to how far are you able to push it? How far do you dare to push it? What do you mean you're driving in the wall?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You're not losing any speed for that. In fact, you get rewarded with even more photo finishes all across the bond, and honestly, it may be coming down to that. Maybe that is where Pac will be able to gain up to a bit of a lead, but thus far hasn't been able to get there just yet. And honestly, it's pretty even Stevens across the board. It's been Binks with 2 wins, Pac getting 1 in, and XPEvo with the 3rd. New Prime thus far missing those 10 pointers, but has been in contention for many rounds.
Yeah, and I think XPEvo's actually the player as well who maybe surprisingly struggling a little bit. I mean, he's ahead of New Prime at the moment, but 2 crashes across the last 2 rounds. Still ended up to pick up a 3rd place in that last round. But he's also kind of looking for a little bit of a reset already at this point of the finals. So just cleaning it up, getting a couple of round wins. Binks has dropped off early. Eclipse sending him to the back of the pack and far away from everyone else. New Prime leads the way from XPEvo.
Yeah, with that, the scoreboard is looking to be shaken up once again. Binks on 26 points, not enough to stay in first with the position he is in right now. Though 4/10 behind, despite the mistake that he made, does mean that if any and all players that are currently fighting for that first place make a mistake, that could be more points for Binks. XPEvo takes the lead. New Prime going a little bit wide on the grass, but keeps the speed going, keeps close to Pac, who is in 2nd place. XPEvo keeping the pressure up for all his opponents, trying to keep the pace high, making sure that, okay, if you want to follow me, you better follow me in every single one of these turns. Pac does falter a little bit, and it's going to come down to that 3rd line once again.
Yeah, here we go. Pack on outside dirt. He's trying to catch New Prime. He's got good speed. He's overtaken and on the way to the finish line. It is Pack with pace, and he will pick up second place in that round. But XPEvo, we change maps. He changes his mental. He's in first place. He's cleaned things up. No crashes this time.
No crashes this time, and in fact, with that, putting himself in first place, 33 points on the man's name. Keep him coming, keep him going. Obviously, 140 points. A far cry from where we are right now. We're very much in the early stages of this match, but thus far, none of the players looking to be slowing down. Binks does want to get a clean round on this blueprint, right? Thus far, the design hasn't really been up to his standards. He's probably looking to rewrite it along the way, but for now, kind of stuck in the pack. No one really able to take the lead thus far. Pack may have it, but the distance between each and every one of these players is less than a tenth of a second.
Negligible. Absolutely nothing between them as we head through this track, but there's outside dirt coming up later on. This middle section of the track, Binks has been very impressive on over the course of the weekend as well. That was a clip. New Prime is gone. Pack is moving a little bit slowly as well. He lost speed. It wasn't a full clip. He's not out of it, but he did drop behind by a couple of tenths. Binks is just behind XPEvo, who's looking to go back to back across these last 2 rounds. And can he hold off Binks on the uphill dirt? Can both of them hold off Pack? All of them out of the wall. XPEvo was so close, and it is XPEvo in first place at round end. It's Binks settling for second, and Pack was there just in case any of them stuck it in the wall.
No, exactly. He was following suit, but unfortunately, XPEvo and Binks right there really pushing the envelope, driving a 4.85 and I believe that was a 0.5 there as well from Binks. Honestly, beautiful time being driven by both players, and both players just really showing off why they believe that they are the best. Obviously, they're going to have to prove it. That is the whole point of this match. That's the beauty of competition in and of itself. You may be arguing on Reddit, on Discord, wherever it may be, you know, no, XPEvo is better, no, Binks is better. Obviously, that's why we have these tournaments, and what a joy it is to watch as well. And you know what? These crashes just make for more chaos, for more drama, for more yummy matches.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, New Prime has had crashes in the last couple of rounds, and he's going to be falling away down that leaderboard. For now, though, there is a tight top 3. Binks is trailing just behind. The same position Pack was in last round, really, just watching 2 cars in front duke it out and hoping that they push each other into a mistake that he can capitalize on. He is gaining on Pack, who has dropped away from XPEvo by about a car length at this point of the track. But here we go, uphill dirt. If any changes are to come, this is the turn for them. It's Binks going so wide. He went too wide. He's in the wall, and XPEvo will cross the line in first place. No mistakes there as Pack crosses in second, and Binks will still finish in front of New Prime, whose mistake was costly this round.
XPEvo's very happy with that as well. That is 3 rounds won in a row. He's looking for a perfect map in a lobby such as this. What do you mean? What are you talking about? We just said that is really not possible, but if you are able to build up that lead, if you're able to give yourself such a big buffer in a match such as this, all of a sudden, all the cards are in your favor. You have created those opportunities, and XPEvo, I'm sure he's looking for something for it, but thus far, in a fight with Pack, in a fight with Binks, in a fight with New Prime, every single one of these players are in here, and I know New Prime is hungry for those 10-pointers.
Oh, he wants them. He'd love to get one back now. I mean, he is definitely pushing himself on pace to keep up with the speed of this lobby, because these guys are quick and they've been showing that pace so far. New Prime is hanging on this time around. All 4 cars within a tenth of a second. It's hard to even tell how many cars are in the mess, but it is still 4. It was still 4. It's now 3. Binks is gone. He'll drop away, but New Prime is still up here. XPEvo has great pace moving through this section, though. New Prime taking a very inside line, a different approach to the dirt than the other 2. Doesn't even have speed. He's going to end up having to push far around the outside. XPEvo and Pack are wheel to wheel. Here comes New Prime, and New Prime will split the Brits as XPEvo takes first place in the round.
Finding himself in between. XPEvo still, though, with the perfect map, but it came oh so close. We're talking inches, not even inches, honestly. We're going to need a microscope to determine the difference between these 3 players, and what a great way to close out Blueprint. We may be back based on how the rest of the match will be ongoing, but if we do come back, I think XPEvo is going to be very, very happy if that could be the case.
He is. XPEvo absolutely fantastic on that map. 4 from 4. Now, I want to see Pack on Schwadlap, but look, I've said it several times, I do just love a couple of lines. The drift before the ice turn, that big left-hander, he takes differently than pretty much anyone else that we've seen in the tournament, going much higher on the entry, exiting with a lot of speed into the ice turn, and it just seems to make his setup really consistent and really quick as well. super excited to see how that goes. I also just want to mention briefly, Pac's beautiful skin that he's rocking at this event, made for him by Wizzy, may potentially have compromised a lot of his time for training for this event. So, you know, I mean, look, we're just throwing that out there.
I mean, you know, may or may not have caused any and all early exits from Wizzy's. No, obviously that wouldn't be the case, but definitely a great skin to rock it out. I mean, I do like a nice yellow indeed, and it's looking great. And Pac with this as well, wanting to get more points on the board. Thus far, still looking forward. I mean, look at that crowd. Look at them all looking out, like waiting. Come on, guys. Why warm up? Why is warm up like 1 minute? I just want to get into it. Well, unfortunately,
great news, everyone.
Have to wait a little bit, but not too much longer.
Not too much longer. We're into our first round on Schwadlapa. This one's going to be a tough one. This one could be the chance for Pac to move ahead of EPOS, who has started to build up a pretty sizable lead, 19 points ahead of Pac in first place at the moment. Behind him, it is still tied, only 2 points separating Pac and Binks at the moment. And Binks had some stinkers on Blueprint as well. He's definitely, I think, crashed more than Pac. And so the fact he's only 2 points behind, very impressive.
Yeah, it's been his performance earlier on in the match that allowed Binks to put himself in not the worst situation. Obviously, third place is not what you're looking for, especially in a match where first place is all that matters. But at the same time, Blueprint really wasn't his track. I think Binks would be very, very happy to avoid that one with the way that was going. I think all the risk that he was taking simply didn't pay off, and past the tower we go. No clips from any and all players, and Binks is on the hunt, looking to get past Pac. It doesn't look like EPOS is going to play the role that he was playing in the previous rounds, but he is still out there to fight.
Yeah, there was that high line as well from Pac, and it's given him the speed. You can see the advantage it's given him. Binks, oh, that was awkward. He has to be a little bit careful. There might even have been a tiny release from Binks into that uphill dirt, and it's given the space to Pac, who will cross the line in first place on Schwadlapa, just as we drew it up.
Exactly, just planned it out. The script was written, and I saw Pac like on each and every single one of these lines. He has a lot of lines, speaking, in this play that we call the Grand Finals of XPEvo 2024. Honestly, it should be going to stages. We'll talk to some screenwriters about this, making sure that we can make this a worldwide tour for theater. I'm not not 2025.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense, as Pac is looking quick, but he was contested in that round, didn't have it all his own way. Binks is up alongside him this time around, and EPOS actually holding on to a very small lead for the time being. Wheel or so in front of Pac, but again, it's the back half of this map where Pac really does shine.
Yeah, and thus far is going to be looking for any and all space to overtake. 1/10 of a second, I do believe, is something Pac is able to overcome, though EPOS is hunting for a 10-pointer, looking to extend that lead after losing a bit after that third place that he has gotten. But thus far, Pac past the tower. That has been the one place that has been looking a little bit dicey throughout the past matches. But
there you go.
Wheel to wheel with EPOS going a bit wider and going for the ice once again is going to be enough. Going to go past it, inside out. EPOS staying a little bit wider, but Pac with a bit of an awkward exit. Still though, gets the speed past as EPOS goes even wider. And New Prime is in the mix as well. Hits the wall. Binks left in the running, wanting to get 6 points right ahead of EPOS. EPOS will do with EPOS crashing.
He made it.
He made it. No, he made it.
Oh,
inside out. Look at
that. He fell into a finish.
A finish.
Whether it was the one up top, whether he made it down to the bottom, I don't know, but he made it into one of them. He locked in the third place, but Binks, the beneficiary, taking a second place. Unfortunately for Binks, who is locked in that middle of the table at the moment with Pac, it was Pac picking up the pack to pack. He went 2 in a row here on Schwadlapa, and he has picked up 20 points from 2 rounds. Early crash there, lots of early crashes there, as both Pac and EPOS drop away from Binks and New Prime.
Yeah, and with that, our third and fourth place players at the moment are able to make up some of the distance has been created by the Brits. I mean, it's looking like a battle of Brits in that regard, looking at the points, 71 points, EPOS 64 points, Pac. That is good eating right now with that EPOS over halfway to that finalist spot, but Binks and New Prime following one another, not really finding in and all place to really overtake the other, but New Prime with a better entry into the plastic does allow himself to get closer to Binks, but not quite enough to make up the difference and actually losing a bit of speed heading into the tower.
Yeah, and look at how low Binks is on that flagpole. Pac is back in it. He's caught up to New Prime. Just pure driving. Pure pace. There was no mistake from New Prime, and Pac is back in it. He's challenging Binks.
What do you
Pac
mean?
is in first place. He's going to win the round. He's going for the 3-time, and EPOS is back too. What's he doing here? How has he made it back? EPOS won't catch them, but Pac has won that round.
I mean, that was Chekhov's gun, if there ever is an example. First act, we saw the crash from Pack. The gun was shown. Third act, it was finally fired, and there we have Pack actually getting away with it. 10 points out of nowhere. Where was he? What was he? Did he find B for a boost? A classic one indeed, but I think he actually did found the B spot.
Yeah, he looked quick. He is very, very quick on this track. And hey, sometimes that's great, you know? You can have rounds where you drive incredibly fast, your opponents just drive faster, and you say, I have a great time, why am I in 4th place? This time around, Pack is crashed a little bit at the start of the track, and then he's sitting there like, well, I got 1st place, 10 points, I'll take it. They count and spend the same as any other money. This time around, Pack is sitting in 4th place, and this is a much better round from all 4 of our players. XPEvo leads from Bink. Bink's Pack is up in 3rd place, but there is nothing to separate them.
Nothing at all. It's going to come down to the final sectors once again here of Schwadlappe, and Pack has been driving a phenomenal map despite the mistake that was in the earlier round. He has caught up to XPEvo in points entirely, 74 points for both players, and XPEvo doesn't look like he's going to be able to hold on to that tied 1st place, and it's going to come down once again to that final dirt turn. We see a crash from Binks. He is out of there. XPEvo an extra point for his troubles, but Nooprime looking to get his first 10 in the making, going for it, and he does get it by just 0.05 of a second. Finally getting those 10 points in. He's been fighting so hard for it. He's been involved with so many of these, and he's finally rewarded for his troubles.
Great round from Nooprime, managing to hold off Pack, who we have seen time and time again incredibly quick on that final turn on Schwadlappe. Unfortunately for Pack, his playground is gone, and he couldn't replicate what XPEvo did on Blueprint. XPEvo did manage just about to hold out for all 40 points in 4 rounds on the map. On Schwadlappe, Pack only goes 3 for 4.
Yeah, it's not quite the pace that we've seen from XPEvo, but at the same time, you're getting a 10-pointer out of nowhere, impressive in and of itself, but also having been able to overtake XPEvo by 2 points due to his 2nd place. Could have been 1st place, but Nooprime getting in the way, actually helping out XPEvo in the process because of that, making sure the gap doesn't grow from 6 points. Instead, it's only 2. And 2, honestly, is just minimal in the grand scheme of things. We're getting closer and closer to this finalist spot, and we're gonna see how the players will be doing on featuring. We've seen that ice wall play a big factor in all of this. The way you enter it is not necessarily the same every single time, and you're also driving backwards, which may, you know, confuse the brain for a little bit there.
Yep, and of course we can't avoid mentioning the ending here on featuring as well. It is spicy. It has caused some crashes. I mean, over the course of the weekend, we've seen those crashes get fewer and fewer as we move closer and closer to this grand finals, as the players get more used to it, as they get used to the pressure. But in the grand finals, under the pressure, under the bright lights and the scrutiny of the crowd that are filling that arena, when the pressure is on, can you get it done in a close round is going to be a difficult question to answer for these players.
Definitely. I mean, the pot is boiling, and it's very, very hard to keep the lid on a match such as this. We see XPEvo with a bit of an awkward landing, but makes the jump, does let with a 6/10 deficit because of it, but is still in a match. Could still take advantage of mistakes happening. Nooprime, the best out of the paint, is moving forward about 0.02 of a second, but Pack faltering just a tiny little bit, finds some space to get a bit closer to Binks on the grass, but for the time being is going to be in 3rd place. Bit of a conga line as we get into this bug slide.
Oh, and it's a good line from Pack, going a little bit wider than the other 2 players on this one. It's given him speed on the exit. Well, he closed that gap briefly, but it hasn't closed enough. He still sits in 3rd place, and Nooprime won the last round on Schwadlappe, leads the 1st round on featuring, looking to move his way up that scoreboard. Currently in last place, but this could move him just that little bit closer. Start the comeback.
Here's
here
the wood.
As we head onto the wood finish for the first time. Binks on the outside. Pack is low. Pack is too slow. He cannot quite catch Binks, but he got close.
What an attack indeed. Tried to go for it, but just a bit too far away. It made all the difference, that 1/100th of a second. But Nooprime, again, picking up 10 points, making sure he's closing the gap, make sure he is still in contention. Yes, it is still over, well, it's 19 points at the moment between Pack and Nooprime, but that is very much possible with the way he's been driving. He's been doing phenomenally on this ice wall. This time around, making his way through, not the first through. It is going to be Pack off the line first, but Nooprime is looking like he is starting to get into his element.
Yeah, you looked very, very good in that last round. Now, there was, you know, a little bit of a clip in that last round as well from XPEvo, so he was out of the running early on. This time around, he's looking a lot quicker, and he sits in the driver's seat for the moment. Binks goes low into that one, sacrificing speed for the line. When you go into the bug slide directly afterwards, that can work out okay, and it has brought Binks back up alongside wheel to wheel, well, front wheel to back wheel with EPOS for the time being, but he'll try and remedy that soon enough. Again, going low onto the drift, heading into it with a little bit more speed than his opponents, but he is still not quite able to catch them. New Prime going wide. Pack went early on the drift. Pack went early on the drift. He clips the inside of that apex, and New Prime is in the lead. Binks and EPOS are wheel to wheel. EPOS will hold on, and he will do to Binks what Binks did to Pack in the last round.
It's a role reversal. Every single one of these players finding a moment to shine. At this point in time is New Prime, that bright star that we are following towards the conclusion of this grand finals. 3 wins in a row, 30 points haven't been gained, overtaking Binks along the way. I mean, Binks, what do you mean? It's Binks! But thus far, it's been beautiful. Pack and EPOS once again tied up at 87 points, and it doesn't look like anybody is really able to get away from one another.
No, not quite at this point. Binks again a little bit slower than the others off that start line, but he was able to turn that around later in the map in the last round. New Prime's off to a great start again. We have condensed the field considerably from before we got into featuring. Pack's gone, and that will just help squash the field a little bit more. New Prime, I think, is gone as well. He is full respawned on that one, as EPOS is leading the way with only Binks for company.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1v1 to close out featuring right here. EPOS, oh no, sorry, we have one more round after this, but EPOS does have to lead Binks just a bit behind, and that's been somewhat of his curse here on featuring, just not able to start off strong, not able to get into the lead, and because of that, finding himself beat a chase. He was able to stop Pack one time for a second place, but this time around, there is no one inside. There is no real place for him to start to overtake, and it's going to be EPOS with a 10-pointer right there, retaking the lead in the match, but it's been a beautiful yo. It's been a roller coaster. It's been any other thing that goes up and down. Fill in the blanks if you will. But a beautiful match nonetheless.
Absolutely. Nearly at that 100-point mark is EPOS, those 10 points pushing him oh so close. Pack sits just behind him, 91 points at the moment, and then Binks and New Prime on 79 and 78 points apiece, very close at the bottom, and we know they can get close. Who was that spinning on out? Looks like it might have been EPOS having to not quite respawn, but he does end up a ways down the field.
Yeah, with that lead that he was able to build up, all of a sudden is starting to look vulnerable. Once again, Binks finally gets that lead out of that ice wall. He's been looking for it all map long, and he has what he wanted. His wishes come true. Now it's all up to him to keep the defense of New Prime and Pack are right behind. Pack having had a couple of odd, little mistakes along the way, and because of that has been costing him quite some points. New Prime actually with the overtake, heading in onto the plastic. Binks retakes once again. Pack looking to take any and all space to get by, but once again, it's going to be decided on the wood.
Yeah, New Prime really quick through that plastic, and it will be decided on the wood. They nearly enter it together. It didn't quite get decided on the wood. Pack got really close. Pack got really close.
He did.
And New Prime drops to 4th place. EPOS, after that early mistake, I mean, credit to EPOS, great recovery to still kind of, clip on the ice wall, still make it to the checkpoint and out of there pretty quickly. We know how difficult that is. We've seen how often players have to respawn when anything goes wrong there. And it is a long respawn.
It is a very long respawn indeed. The checkpoint is quite a ways away, and it needs to, right? Because you need to set up for the ice wall, but the moment that goes wrong, all of a sudden you're 5 seconds behind, and you do see that the players keep going for that ice wall. You do see that they try, if they can, stay the course, keep moving forward, because it's going to be way more time lost otherwise. But we do move on to map number 4. It is going to be Kurot from Jaka, and thus far we have one player finally crossing the triple-digit mark.
Yeah, finally managing to cross on over. EPOS with 101 points, not dominations, in this particular scenario, as we will get ready to head on to our final map of the pack, making its appearance in the grand finals. Get ready for a little bit of precision on this one. We're going to head to Kurot.
Yeah, and particularly that ending as well has been an interesting one with the the cruise control jump over. Many times we've seen that players have been having just a small little touch, and all of a sudden a round that was in their hands, in their favor, just dropped like that. But even then, some players do find some ways to jump just a little bit lower, just to cut off, shave off that distance that was there. And we know these players are great players. We know that they are able to drive on top of one another. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't crash into one another, this would have looked way different. This would have been Destruction Derby. Nevertheless, we are off on our first round here on map number 4. It is Kurot.
Yeah, and I will draw everyone's eyes to the bottom of the screen where Epos and Nuprime have the same PB on the track, both of them sitting with a 59.012. Then you have Binks, who's the only player with a number that starts with a 58. Now, while you were all distracted, Epos crashed.
Oops. It's just an oopsie. It's yikes. A little bit of an ouchie. You know, he's got to take care of the boo-boo and come back next round behind by a full second. It's going to take a crash from any of all these players to somewhat recover the situation. But Nuprime, who has been in last place, is looking to charge forward. Bing slowing down there as well with a crash, and Pack the only one really able to stop Nuprime from getting 10 points. We know how much Pack likes to push that line in particular, going as wide as possible, but there is not that much space to catch up to Nuprime, and Nuprime just needs to make sure he jumps over that cruise control, makes it across, and another 10-pointer going to the German, making the point total for himself 91 points. Pack with that, getting closer to Epos, but Epos still holding on to his lead.
Really quick round as well from Nuprime. He looked very, very good in that one. A low 59, near flat on that. Pack a couple of tenths behind him, and then look, mistakes from Epos and Binks. Who knows what their pace is going to be once they manage to get a clean round in. We know it'll be fast anyway. Binks especially, I think, looking maybe to find the map that kickstarts it. I mean, he's not that far behind. He's only 10 points behind Pack at the moment. He can get back into this match at any point, but it feels like a little while since we've seen him win a round. He's alive. He's driving recovery lines right now, though.
I can very much tell that. It was very much blink and you'll miss it, coming in and out. I think at some point he decided to teleport across the way. I'm not quite sure how he was able to do that, but it didn't really pan out in his favor, and Binks is looking for another 10-pointers. It's been quite some time for him to really be in contention. He's been able to have one round in his favor earlier on, but it's not been looking like necessarily dominating performance. But then again, no one really here is that dominating. They have these moments where they're able to shine, and right now Binks is looking like he is the one to get the 10-pointers, wanting to be the star of the show. Gets a bit wide, but makes it across the jump, getting into the finish line with a 59.1. Great time being driven by the Frenchman, and with that also making his way into the triple-digit mark, and we are getting so close to this finalist position. It is 140 points, and honestly, everyone is up for grabs for this one.
Only 15 points separates our field, with Epos only having 30 points to go to get to finalist himself. It is really close out there on stage at the moment, and I can imagine it is also literally quite hot in the arena to match the heat being generated on that stage. Everyone this time around does manage to start off cleanly. All four of them stay within a tenth of each other through the middle of the track.
Beautiful start of the race as well. Everybody in contention. It's just waiting usually for the first mistake, but at the same time, these players, they know how to pressure one another, right? They know they are together. They're looking at the number on their car. Maybe they're playing with ghost off. Sometimes that can help out. Seeing where people are, sometimes it may play too much into your nerves. Lights, camera, action, all on you, and it's going to be Nuprime for now in the lead, but it's the finish line where we will determine who is going to be the big hero here. Nuprime looking to get out of that fourth position. Bing's just right behind him, going for the jump, keeps the speed, keeps the pace, and another 10-pointer for the German. And with that, he joins the, well, it's not the Mile High Club, the triple-digit high club, maybe, something along those lines. Either way, whatever you may want to call it, with that, the distance grows ever shorter between each and every one of these players.
We're down to 9 points between first and fourth place. What is going on? It is anyone's match to take. Epos only picked up 4 points in that last round. He's trying. There went Pack already out of this round. He has not been having a good time on this map. Binks is not having a good time in this round, and Pack is still within striking distance. He's close enough to Epos and Prime. Epos just about survived. Nuprime is uncontested.
Absolute chaos, anarchy in the streets, and the one taking advantage of it all, it is Nuprime. Epos also having some issues getting through the halfway mark here on Kurot, and Nuprime given himself on a silver platter at 10 points, just needs to make sure to stay the course, follow the lines, make his way through. Pack behind about half a second does mean that Nuprime doesn't have to push, but as we've said many, many times, just follow the safe lines. Players don't know what safe lines are. What are you talking about? I'm just here to drive the place as I want to do, as I want to show off, just to give everyone the impression, let everyone know, hey, I am here to take it. Nuprime there with another 10-pointer, 15 on Virtue as Pack barely makes it in. That was a bit of a shock right there.
Oh my god.
That was scary.
The heart attacks on the finish on this map have been non-stop this weekend. Players jumping so low into it, and Pack that time not punished. It's a-okay, so nobody will learn any lessons. And in fact, that's the last time we're going to see Kurot in this event anyway. So we're safe. The bad map can't hurt you no more. We will loop back around to the top of the map, Pack, heading all the way back to Domino.
Back to Domino indeed, and just like that, the pieces have been set. The distance between each and every one of these players is 4 points, which is optimal for making dominoes fall. Very bad joke, I know, but my god, I mean, the Domino in and of itself, great name and great map as well. We've seen so many great rounds on this track. We've seen these players push it so hard throughout, well, the reactor boost uphill. We've seen it happen throughout that final jump happening into the finish line, that risky jump on the hill. It's been a great track to see, and last time around, it's not really been New Prime's map. In fact, I want to say it's been a quite tight race between every one of these, but Binks winning 2 out of these 4 rounds. He needs something to boost his confidence. His last couple of rounds, while good, haven't looked necessarily convincing.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is it, right? This map is probably going to put someone on finalist mode. You know, a couple of good rounds can get you down, or someone's going to get very, very close. Absolutely, and I think now is the time to do it. Now is the time to push. It makes sense. You always want to be leading. You always want to be winning rounds. But in this particular moment, creating separation right as you hit finalists and then hitting that with a ton of momentum is going to do someone very, very well indeed. XPEvo is still the closest player to that finalist mode, 23 points away. Let's see if he can lock it in on Domino.
Yeah, going for it this time around. Wasn't looking too shabby on Kurot, but having a couple of rough 2 rounds at the end may have shaken his confidence a bit, but this is the place where he's going to have to retake it, where he's going to believe in himself once more, maybe psych himself up along the way, as thus far it is a fight, a dogfight between any and all these players, and the first one to falter under the pressure is New Prime.
Yeah, he'll drop a little ways away. It's not the end of the world, but it might be the end of his round if there's no mistakes mounting up front. Pack getting so close to the outside there. Looked like he was maybe taking a little bit too much penalty grass. There goes Binks. He's the first crash. It is just XPEvo and Pack left up at the front. Both of them equal speed through this middle section. Pack trying to go a little bit tighter on the exit from the dirt has actually given XPEvo just that little bit of an advantage. Outside dirt though, we know how much Pack loves that. He will try and claw his way back into the round, but he's not being allowed to do so. XPEvo continues to hold that lead steady. It has not budged an inch through the last 5 turns, and XPEvo is trying to hold it all the way, and he will by 100th of a second.
100th of a second. Pack finding the speed necessary to catch up to XPEvo right when it matters most. Just a fraction too late. It came down to the slightest differences in lines across the dirt, across the grass, but at the end of the day, it is XPEvo enjoying his picnic with a 10-pointer of his own. 127 for him on the board. Needs to do well on 2 more rounds. I mean, it's going to be either 2 first places, or otherwise you're going to have to play it out to map number 2 once again, going back to Blueprint with that. And he wasn't looking too good there, so this is the place where he's going to have to start to catch up. But for the time being, in 4th place, but only just.
XPEvo did win all 4 rounds on Blueprint, it does have to be said.
Apologies.
Yeah, just making sure that we're all clear. It's the same XPEvo. Absolutely, but we probably won't get back there this round. I mean, look, XPEvo wants the first place, but everyone making it very, very difficult for him at the moment. This has been a clean round from everyone. Binks survives the section of track where he crashed last time around. Nobody making a mistake in the bobsleigh. Quick onto the wood. Pack slingshotting himself on the inside and slingshotting himself wide on the outside of that dirt. He still has a little bit more speed. He's still catching, and he will end up overtaking Pack he will end up overtaking New Prime. Pack will, as XPEvo is in the background. Pack is trying to put the moves on Binks as well, and as we round the last corner, Pack's end has been good. He'll land a little bit higher, and he will not quite catch Binks at the line, as once again Pack finds himself within a few hundredths of managing to take a round win.
Once again, Pack grasping for victory, but falling short only just. Puts himself on 127 points, but the gap minuscule. We've said it a couple times already. It may be 7 points across the board now, but that is 1 round away. And honestly, it's gonna have to come down to XPEvo right now to win this round, to secure his finalist spot and give himself some breathing room, because honestly, thus far, no one has been able to relax. No one has been able to take a breath, take it easy, get into their zen mode. No, it's go, 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 because if you're not, you're about to lose.
Yeah, and I mean, those questions I think I've had a little bit about Pac today, you know, struggling occasionally to close out the finals when he gets here. When a match is this close, you cannot afford that. None of these players will be able to afford it. When you get your shot at finalist, you gotta seize it immediately in this match. Even just this battle to get to finalist is absolutely brutal in this round.
Yeah, and EPOS is fighting hard for it in second place, but honestly, it could change each and every one of these checkpoints. Now it's EPOS in the lead by about 400ths of a second. What do you mean 400ths of a second? That is something that Pac could overcome. We've seen him take that ending beautifully so many times, and for now it is a conga line. EPOS starting to get ahead just a tiny little bit. Pac starting to make up the distance, overtaking New Prime along the way, coming down to this final turn once again. Pac with a bit more speed, Brinks with the crash, New Prime going a bit lower, it's trying to overtake EPOS, but no, EPOS, first player to get into finalist just like that, and what a fight it was to do it. He has a little bit of time. He's trying to take it easy. You can see it in his face. He knows he is finalist. He knows he can take the trophy with one single win.
The Wolves are at the door, Boney. Can you hear them howling? 129 points, 131 points. That's 3 people's scores. They're all so close. Pac has crashed fully out of the round skipped. Round skipped. Okay. Okay,
right.
Hang on,
All
everyone. Look, we don't know what's going on.
Time out.
We'll figure out what happened there. It did look like Pac was not in the round, possibly. So hopefully this gets sorted out quickly. But, I mean, let's talk about it, right? EPOS right now has at least one round by himself on finalist mode to try and close this out. If he doesn't, there is still one more round there on Domino. And then we go to Blueprint. If EPOS can survive to Blueprint, he won 4 rounds in a row there last time. He's got to be feeling good about his odds. If he can make it to Domino without having given the win to someone else, then he's feeling okay. We are back live, issues sorted very quickly. It is 2024, not 2023, and we are in round.
Yeah, and with that, as you say, right, there is that danger. Right now, EPOS needing that first place, and really the only player that could kind of stop this from happening very quickly would be Pac. Pac in first place would mean double finalist, would mean EPOS loses those free throws, as I like to call them, but that means first place is all that matters. That means first place is what he needs to take, and for now, New Prime playing spoiler to the Englishman, and New Prime for now keeping the lead, keeping the pace. EPOS looking to get some speed out of the booster, and it's going to be determined from the bobsleigh into the dirt, into the grass once more.
EPOS leads the way. This is all he needs, is one more round win on the XPEvo stage, and he sits just in front of New Prime. He sits just in front of Bingt. Can he handle the pressure of these last few turns? They're closing, both of them wheel to wheel, hand in hand, as they try to chase him down, as they try to prevent EPOS's coronation as the king of XPEvo 2024. He crashes, he's gone, he won't get it done this round. It's a round win for New Prime. Bingt was right alongside him. Pac takes third. The head slap from EPOS. He'll be kicking himself for that one. But the good news for him is that it wasn't Pac that won. Nobody else gets finalists.
Exactly. Another chance at glory, another shot at victory, and it looks like Blueprint is going to be the final battleground. It may be EPOS the only one on finalists, but each and every one of these players is just a couple points away from getting into finalists themselves, but they will have to get ahead of him. They haven't been able to do that for 4 rounds, as you corrected me correctly, and it's the 5th one to charm. I mean, usually it's 3, but this time around, it is going to be EPOS, hopefully in his prime, but perhaps being beaten by Prime.
One more, that was a good joke. One more round on Blueprint. I mean, at some point, it feels statistically unlikely. Surely he can't have 5 wins in a row
Don't bring Shirley
on
into
the
this.
map.
Shirley has been taking too much of the brunt, all right?
That's completely fair. EPOS has been impeccable, unbeatable on this map, literally, so far in the grand finals, and he just needs to get it done one more time. He'll get 2 shots at it, because again, nobody else got finalist with the finishing order in the last round. They were all very close to it. They could all hit finalist in the next round.
They could. They very much well could.
But they haven't yet.
They haven't yet. I mean, though, to imagine quad finalist, it has been something that has been uttered along the way. This is the most realistic situation, but EPOS thus far undefeated here on Blueprint as we go live on this round. Let's see if the players are able to manage to, with this pressure, with every and all fiber of their beings just being pushed to the brink, to the limit. to try and beat EPOS to the line, and EPOS having to conquer his demons, having to go over the nerves. He lost one round barely. Can he do it a second time around?
Well, last time around, it was that tag team of Binks and New Prime chasing him down, keeping the pressure high, so he had to risk and ended up clipping. This time around, it's Pack and New Prime, with Binks having fallen just a little ways away. But EPOS has kept it clean so far. The middle of the track, there is time to be gained and lost here, and, well, it doesn't look like really much has happened. EPOS has slipped a little ways towards the rest of the pack. New Prime staying so close to that wall as Pack is edging closer to EPOS. EPOS, though, starting to pull that lead back out. It was so close in the last round. It's close again in this round. Uphill dirt and then a finish line. Cracks in the wall. EPOS has the lead. There's nothing that can stop him now. EPOS is your XPEvo 2024 champion.
And look at the emotions coming out, just that pressure, the nerves, the build up to all of this. Finally out there, finally made it happen, showing off why he today, this weekend, this moment in time, is the best Trackmania player, and with that XPEvo champion 2024. But we're not done quite yet.
Nope.
New Prime on finalist, and he may be able to get the World Cup spot right here, right now.
There's so much still to play for right now. Pack versus New Prime is the story. Pack is 1 point off a finalist, and he's in the lead in this round. 1 more point at any point in all of the preceding rounds, and this could be the round that sends Pack to the World Finals. But it's not. It won't be. He still needs to hold off New Prime, though, and he has Binks to help him in that task, but he wouldn't really want Binks going through. Well, if anyone other than New Prime wins, everyone's going to finalist anyway, I guess.
I mean, I'm not quite sure if that is the fun that he was looking for, but New Prime with a crash. Those mean that Pack and Binks with that are going to be set for finalist. I mean, it's just a couple of points. They just need to keep going.
Just do not crash. If both of them crash and New Prime gets through, and that's how he gets second place, oh, disaster, disaster.
It would be the moment of the year, honestly, if that were to happen. But no, both players not faltering under the pressure. Both players getting the points necessary to put themselves in finalist spot. And with that, New Prime's potential ticket into the World Cup Finals is all of a sudden in danger. Most of the match, may I remind you, New Prime was hovering around 3rd, 4th place. He wasn't necessarily looking as strong, and he may not be able to win the trophy. He may not be able to hold that prestigious trophy up, but he still has one more shot, one more opportunity. I'm not going to finish that quote, but he's going to have to do it right here, right now. But Binks is there in the way. Binks should be okay for him to overtake. Pack falling behind, and Pack has been fighting so hard to get that spot in World Cup.
He has. He wants it, man. He wants it so badly. But I mean, you have to imagine New Prime wants it as well. And at the moment, New Prime is fighting for a spot. It took 2 chances, 2 opportunities for EPOS to book his final spot, to lock it in. Now it's Pack versus New Prime. This is it. This is a 1v1 that sends someone to Paris in 2 weeks' time. And at the moment, New Prime has the advantage. The gap is a 10th, 2 tenths down to Pack, and they're running out of track. Pack is running out of time. He's running out of opportunities as New Prime has 1 hill left to conquer, 1 hole left to jump through. It's Pack. He's through on the uphill dirt. It's Pack to the finish line. It's Pack going to Paris.
And with that, the joy, jubilation, I can imagine BITM crew right now is ecstatic. Both players making it to the World Cup Finals. One winning XPEvo, the other one securing their spot in Paris. And with that, I mean, England, it's coming home. It is finally in fact, it is home tomorrow. Just you wait. For now, we have 1 more round to determine our 3rd place spot. I'm sure Binks and New Prime, they were so close. They may be kicking themselves, but there is still that bronze trophy, that bronze spot to be gained. And New Prime and Binks are going to fight for it tooth and nail.
And they are giving us a show for our final round of XPEvo 2024. There is literally nothing in it. 6 thousandths of a second in the middle of the track. New Prime so close at the end there. The first player other than EPOS did finalist, not quite able to close it out. And now, sadly, unfortunately, New Prime is in the wall.
That's it.
Heartbreak for New Prime in the grand finals, but an incredible performance across the tournament anyway, making it to the grand finals, giving these other 3 players a true test to overcome as well. And ultimately, well, let's make sure Binks keeps it out of the wall on the finals here. Binks will finish on the podium, your 3rd place finisher for the grand finals.
Yeah, and with that, we'll be picking up some, though. Already had a spot in World Cup, so for that, that was never his goal. That was never his plan. And you know, you can tell he wasn't necessarily too happy about the result. But I can imagine New Prime. That was probably one of the most exciting matches that he has ever played in on such a venue, on such a stage, with the crowd right behind you in every single turn. What a beautiful finals it's been, but obviously the big winners coming out of this is Pack getting that spot in World Cup and your XPEvo 2024 champion, it's EPOS.
Absolutely incredible on that one, and well, we'll get to talk to some of them after this, I'm sure, as well, and that was just a fantastic final. Delighted with how that went out.
Beautiful indeed. I mean, honestly, couldn't have asked for anything better. I think any and all that have come here will call this one of the best. And I'm just looking forward to, well, I mean, seeing the trophy being held high across the sky. And I'm sure every and all will be ready for cheer for him. I mean, I already see firm handshakes all around. That's good. Oh, the flag is being pulled up as well. You may not be able to see it, but it looks amazing indeed. And I mean, he's feeling that pride. He should be. He deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. Genuinely just a fantastic performance from all of our players in that grand final. I mean, that's what we were hoping for, I think, all weekend long. Absolutely fantastic performance. You know, we talked it up all weekend long. Grand final's going to be great. We came that close. 2 quadruple finalists in the end, and that was something we talked about at the start of the final, is can someone close it out under the pressure? And EPOS got there. He had no breathing room, like none at all.
No,
2 missteps and he was gone, and he managed to get it across the line nonetheless.
Yeah, it just goes to show this is obviously what the practice has been leading up to a certain degree. Maybe at home and able to drive these tracks faultlessly, but when the pressure is on, all of a sudden each and every one of these turns just seems that much narrower. Every single hole that you may be driving into may be that much smaller to get into. It's been phenomenal, honestly, to see how each and every one of these players has been able to shine. Each and every one of these players has been able to make a spot for themselves in this grand finals, and honestly, I think this is one to be talked about many, many times in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Litigated and relitigated. What could have gone differently? What could have changed? There are moments you can look back on in that finals and say it, but ultimately, they don't matter. This is the reality we live in, and the reality we live in was that was an absolutely fantastic performance. I think a performance all 4 of the players can be very proud of as well.
Oh, definitely. I would say, and that is something that you can read, and it's very much apparent in the way he is as competitive as he is probably Binks. Binks, who has been looking dominant throughout the tournament, right? Able to make it into the grand finals is one of the 2 from day number 2. Didn't have to play a single game today up until the grand finals. Just barely missing out. So I can imagine he's going to be a bit disappointed, but at the same time, he's going to have a shot at redemption at Paris in just a couple weeks.
Absolutely, and I think I speak on behalf of all the casters who have been here this weekend when I say it has been a pleasure to bring this event to you. We have loved doing every minute of it. Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere just yet. We're throwing it on over to an interview on the desk, but this is the casting desk signing out for XPEvo 2024.
It is finally here. We have our champion. We've reached the end to this point. We have our players that are about to receive the awards and have our award ceremony. But before we do that, I would love to give the mic over to your tournament operator for this year and previous year of XPEvo, Mr. Hans Atomic Lauborg. Here, have the mic. Feel free to give some words to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Hello?
Yep.
I mean, it's so insane just seeing how many people are here. Like, holy shit. Sorry, I had to do it. No, I just want to thank everyone for showing up. Like, it's insane to see the arena so stacked. Last year, this year, and yeah, it's incredible. I also really have to say a big thank you to the entire tournament team. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible. No 10-hour delays this year, guys. So yeah, it's been amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Thank you.
And thank you for being such a good co-organizer and keeping everything under wraps when I can't keep everything in my brain under wraps. But Atomic, you've been great. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. Now, let's go ahead and greet each of our 4 finishers. Now, we're going to start off with 4th place. And I'm going to ask Mr. New Prime, New Prime, come up to the stage. get your medal there. Yeah, you gotta show the XPEvo logo, bro. Easy. Okay, we're fixing. All right, awesome. All right, maybe not necessarily the most exciting result for you, but at the end you did make top 4, and I think if I'm correct, this is one of your very first LANs. Yeah, you've never played on LAN before, so first LAN ever. How is it?
I mean, it was just a lot of fun playing on stage, and like hearing the crowd is sometimes like pretty weird. Usually at outside dirts, they're going crazy, and sometimes it was actually hard to hear, like listen to gears, and this is really important for me. Like on Domino, I lost a couple of times the gear on the plastic because I just couldn't hear it. Yeah, but like I'm so happy with top 4. In the beginning, I was like playing really bad, and then came back in the end. So yeah.
Yeah, and then also kind of coming to the triple finalist situation. You roll your. I don't know why I'm holding the mic when I have a mic in my face. Sorry about that. Yeah, having the triple finalist situation. You rolled your eyes. Like, what was happening at that moment for you? Did you feel the pressure at that point, or was it just kind of like, it happens?
I mean, there's always pressure, yeah. But I think I got a pretty good start, and number on the car said 1, so. And in the mid, I always turn my cars on to see where I'm at, and it was really close. And I knew I was in front because I got the plastic really good, and many people are not that good at it. So, and yeah, I was kind of unfortunate that I just barely touched the outside, and then last round, also a mistake happens.
All right.
But yeah, I was already fine with top 6, and top 4 even exceeded everything, and yeah.
No. Well, thank you so much, New Prime. Last question. Is this going to be your first and last LAN, or are you going to come to more LANs?
What?
Is this your first and last LAN, or are you going to come to more LANs in the future?
I mean, if I have time.
I love you, buddy. All right. Next to the stage, our third place finisher, it is going to be Binks. Binks, I will keep it short and sweet. You already are in the World Cup playoff. We are going to see you on the 25th in Paris. But as far as the event is concerned, how are you feeling? Maybe not the results you wanted. I know you wanted to win. But as far as the event is concerned, how are you feeling in this moment?
I think I feel bad. I hope to maybe win this tournament. But it was hard. They were all really good, really strong. So I'm sad, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. And then one more question. One more question. Are you going to win the World Cup?
Yes.
Everybody, Binks. Thank you. Now, it is my pleasure to not only welcome our second place finisher for XPEvo 2024, but also our World Cup seed recipient. It's gonna be Pack. There you go. Sorry. So, lots of emotions once you finished. Triple finalist situation. What's it like?
Horrible. I just wanted to have the first place on the car the entire way around, and it was just second. And then I heard the crowd go mental when New Prime crashed, and I was like, oh my god, you crashed the dirt now. It's depression. Like, awful. So I saved it as hard as I could, still made the jump at the end, and God, the emotions just went crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the only thing I really wanted, and I haven't ever missed a World Cup finals, so it meant a lot.
Yeah. We could tell, we saw you turn around in the chair, face in the hands, having the moment to yourself, which was great to see. At the same time, with the match and everything, for today, your games today, constantly just on point, really strong, finishing first, and then coming to the grand final. What was that entire experience for today for you?
God, it's just loser bracket central. I don't know why I have to play every single match. Like, I don't. Like, how many matches have I played now?
I think like 4 at this point.
I tell you what, I've got my match experience back up from this year after not playing a lot. So yeah, I feel more than ready for the World Cup now. But the final was incredible. Epos just played out of his skin on Blueprint, wasn't it? Where he won basically everything, and then somehow managed to put it back with Schwadlap and make it close at least, because you can't have someone running away with it. You can't. So yeah, made it interesting. Then New Prime made it really interesting for me, unfortunately. So then, yeah, triple finals is not nice, but I'll take the win any day.
Yeah, can't be mad with it.
I can't be.
Thank you so much, Pac. We'll see you at the World Cup on the 25th in Paris. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for this guy. Let's just get him on here. Epos, come out here. Buddy, I love you, bro. So we're not going to touch the trophy yet. Got a couple questions before you can touch it.
Of course.
You can hold the mic this time. I'll let you hold it.
Sure.
We've known each other for a couple, recently in the last couple months.
Yeah.
Hung out a lot together. So no, I promise it's not part of the script.
It is.
But I have seen your training from day 1 to now. And to see you fully confident in that training since day 1. Now that you're here in first place, having won the entire event, the goal that you originally set out for, what is your feelings like right now?
I mean, I can't be happier. I put in so much work towards XPEvo day and night since the map's released, and so the fact that I get some fruits to my labor, I'm just speechless.
And now you were also, if I may talk about the fact that you were training with New Prime and Ratchet the entire time, not only did you get to experience a winter bracket final with them, but also New Prime in the grand final with you. What was that, having your effectively your teammates at that point being with you to the end almost?
As odd as it sounds, I think I'm more happy that Ratchet and New Prime got so far than me winning myself, because they put in so much work. And yeah, they put in so much work, and the fact that they finally got a great result, especially because I feel like not too many people know New Prime, but now no one will forget him.
You won XPEvo, you have the World Cup coming up. Bing says he's going to win, great, but do you think you're going to win?
No. No.
Bing says it's coming home for him. But that being said, congratulations, Epos. Once more, I'll take the mic from you. It's time to have your moments. Everybody, your XPEvo 2024 champion! XPEvo 2024. And what a fantastic range of matches we've seen over the weekend and a fantastic grand final. I wouldn't have it any other way. What an exciting grand finals day. And unfortunately, we are now at the end. I want to thank everybody here for attending. Thank you so much. I want to also thank Experion, our venue. They've been fantastic hosts again, haven't they? Oh yeah, that's right, they're right there. I forgot about that. Also, let's not forget our sponsor, Next Kings. Maybe we'll see them next year. But yeah, XPEvo 2025. We mentioned it again. So if you missed it earlier, we mentioned it a little bit earlier. So hopefully next year, as far as that is concerned. Also want to thank all of our production Evo staff. We have so many people. I would love to name every single person, but we had a full team of volunteers of around 50 people, all from Trackmania for this event. They have done a fantastic job. Wouldn't you agree? We're going to close it out right here, but thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the viewers and everybody who has participated, all the players as well. It is time for us to unfortunately close, but we can leave here knowing that hopefully we're going to be able to see each other again next year. And with that, I bid you a good evening. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Have a good night. Buddy, oh my God.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
We're falling hard to find the answer. With this life we live, be all that matters. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. And we'll never know. It's
faces when they thought they'd break. Are you ready for the earthquake? For the earthquake.
You can fly, but you'll never get closer to